High Roller Tournament. Hello everyone, it's James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello my babies, hold on to your butts.
So as ever, we are streaming in a variety of languages here on Final Table Day with whole cards up coverage of this Final Table. What you're watching right now actually happened about 45 minutes ago, but we are calling the action in real time so you can interact with us. And how you do that is on Twitter. You tag your tweets, EPT Live. You email nuts@PokerStars.tv. Great to have you with us on this Wednesday. Watch us as we play down from 9 players to a champion. Unconventionally, Joe, a 9-handed final table on the tour.
So not the official final table just yet.
No, obviously play one on very late last night as we tried to get down to our final table of 8. We stopped when we got to 9 players, so we'll play down from 9 to a champion today, but still whole cards up coverage all the way, even though we haven't officially reached that final table of 8 players.
I still count it as a final table. I'm sorry, I know. I'm the only one. I'm getting it wrong. There's one table left. It's the final table.
So a reminder that you can watch us on the PokerStars TV app, available on iOS and Android devices. And a reminder, just in case you missed our live stream yesterday, of what happened on day 2 of the Super High Roller. Confirmation this is a record-breaking event with a huge prize pool, big names falling early on, including Mike McDonald and Vanessa Selbst. The reigning Super High Roller champ Dan Coleman had a great day, doubling up twice, KOing Martin Jakobsen. The November 9er pulled off an audacious bluff that got called. Tony Gregg was the bubble boy, going out in 12th. The remaining 11 in the money, but we didn't get down to 8, we got down to 9. With a few new faces at this final table, including the chip leader, Morton Klein. So here's our schedule for the week, and here are the chip counts of the players at the final table. Confirmation that Klein comes in as the chip leader. Trickett and Mustafa Kanit from Italy are the 2 shorties. They are in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
Not particularly deep, this final table. Interesting to see how long this takes to play out. Interesting to see the master and the apprentice back again. Olivier Vasquet and Dan Coleman. Couple of previous winners, Scott Seiver and Coleman. Let's get down to the floor. Here's Neil Johnson.
The 11th season of the European Poker Tour and the 100th EPT. This is the final 9 of the 50,000 euro Super High Roller here in beautiful Barcelona. 77 entries created a prize pool of almost 3.7 million euro. With $1 million on the line for first, let's meet our players. Seat number 1 has 3,225,000 in chips, and this is the largest score of his tournament career. From Germany, Sven Reichardt. Seat number 2 has 1,420,000 in chips and is fresh off wins in the EPT Grand Final 100K and the $1 million one drop. From the United States, Dan Coleman. Seat number 3 has 690,000 in chips and is from Italy. A win will move him to the top of the all-time money list for Italy. Mustafa Kanit. Seat number 4 has 1,310,000 in chips and won the 2013 PCA Super High Roller. From the United States, Scott Seiver. Seat number 5 has 2,045,000 in chips and was 8th in the EPT 10 Grand Final 100K. From the United States, Olivier Bousquet. Seat number 6 is our chip leader from Norway with 3,740,000 in chips. A victory will move him to 4th on the Norway all-time money list, Morton Klein. Seat number 7 has 760,000 in chips and has 5 top 2 finishes in Super High Rollers. From England, Sam Trickett. Seat number 8 has 2,690,000 in chips, and this is his 7th Super High Roller final table. From the United States, Dan Shack. Seat number 9 is from Russia and came 5th in the EPT 9 Grand Final Super High Roller. 2nd in chips today with 3,370,000, Vladimir Troyanovsky. Congratulations on making it to the final, gentlemen. We have 50 minutes and 5 seconds on the clock. The blinds are 30,000, 60,000 with a 10,000 ante. Can we have a big round of applause for our players, everyone? Let's find out who wins.
Shuffle up and deal at the 9-handed final table of the 50K Super High Roller here at EPT Barcelona. Rob King's on board. He says he's ready for action. D'Acusi says go, go, go. Ed Kilworth is rooting for Trickett, Kanit, Coleman and Shack, who are all in his Super High Roller fancy team, whereas Matthias is hoping for Seiver to walk away with the title and potentially become the first ever 2-time Super High Roller champ.
I'm glad you brought up the Fantasy League, because I actually also have Scott Seiver and I have Dan Shack. You know, you heard Neil Johnson say Dan Shack's made 7 of these. I think he may be including Super High Rollers from other tours, but he has made a ton of final tables in Super High Rollers. He was a lock for me, one of my early picks.
So hand number 1 of this final table sees an under-the-gun raise from Morton Klein, who comes into this final as the chip leader.
Scott, what I just folded.
And it may not be the popular opinion, James, but it's guys like Klein, Kanit, and Reichardt that I'm most interested in watching here, because we've seen these guys before. Half this table, we've seen them a bunch of times at big Super High Rollers and big events, and nothing against them. Not like I really want anyone to not win, but I love seeing new faces. Maybe some new personalities will develop.
What if you're in the big line?
So Klein, close to 4 million in chips, almost double the tournament average. And of course, as we saw at the start of the day, we have got some shorties.
You know what they say? Hey, shorty, it's your birthday. And speaking of which, Vladimir Troyanovsky, shorty, it's your birthday. 41 years old today. And that's it. That's the length of the celebration.
Troyanovsky and Dan Shack both have second place finishes in Super High Rollers on the tour. Olivier Busquet made the final table at the grand final, as did Dan Coleman, because he won that tournament. Coleman facing a raise from Sven Reichardt, one of the Super High Roller newcomers. Reichardt raising it with 9-7. Coleman sitting there with pocket 6s in the hijack.
It's not usually a spot you see much more than a call, but with this stack.
Yeah. Coleman decides to make his move.
Not the shortest stack at the table, though.
1.4.
A little bit of positioning, a little bit of posing from Reichardt here.
Little does he know he'd be racing. See you, Ben Folds.
Is Jack suited? All the good hands and 7-4 suited. Yeah.
I wish that was
even all the good hands, like I don't even know what that means.
all of them. Duh.
Yeah, all the good.
Not the bad ones.
Yeah.
The good ones.
Olivier Busquet is, of course, Dan Coleman's mentor.
Life is good.
Consider
Wow,
Busquet the
I knew
Obi-Wan
that probably
Kenobi to Dan Coleman's Anakin Skywalker.
Whoa, that's a high compliment. Who would be the Yoda then? Get in touch. Let us know on Twitter. Hashtag EPT Live.
Ash says this final table seems so familiar. I actually double-checked to see if I was watching the live stream. Obviously, we do see a lot of familiar faces, but as you said, Joe, great to see some newcomers to this format as well. The likes of Klein, Kanit, Reichardt, people we've not seen play these tournaments before.
Yeah, I'm particularly interested in Kanit because in Deauville this year, I was spending some time with Kevin McPhee and Steve O'Dwyer, and these two had nothing but good things to say about Mustafa Kanit, and basically predicted that this was going to happen about 6 months ago. Singing his praises. So Bousquet opening, Jack 8 on the button. And Sam Trickett in the big blind, big ace.
Trickett, one of the two short stacks coming into this final, and his all-in gets through as Bousquet folds. So we will see every single hand from this final table as live with whole cards up. Daniel Smith says, get Klein a few beers. Love this guy. Another fan of Morton Klein is DJ Liquor. I hope Klein will talk at this table. He is so much fun. Sam Trickett should win this. And by the way, hi guys, nice to be back.
When someone says Sam Trickett should win this, do they mean Sam's the favorite, so he should probably win this? Or do they mean like Sam deserves it, he should win this?
Bit from column A, bit from column B.
It's ambiguous though, right?
Yes.
He definitely could win this.
Stuff happens. Man, that was so sweet. That was so sweet.
So Reichardt raising under the gun +1 with ace-6 suited. Olivier Bousquet with the decision. Queen 10 offsuit in the cutoff.
What do you say, like, you've been saying this up for 3 years?
Yeah, he was so dumb. He's like, you've been looting the button of crap for 3 years just so you can have aces. Like, okay.
We're going to see at least one of our newbies in action.
Philip? That's like his move, right? That's like what he does.
Dan Shack, Queen Jack in the big blind.
You did it in both alpha 8-2-1.
Definitely a hand to defend. Heads up to the flop. Reichardt,
Man,
Shack, king high,
Got
both miss.
So Shack has checked. Reichardt set to continue. Just ace high, but it is the best hand. And Shack folds the Queen Jack. Now, yesterday we asked you to vote for the challenge that you want Stapes to undertake here in Barcelona. That's right, the first challenge Stapes of season 11. These were the choices that we gave you. Voting did close at 9 p.m. last night, and we can now reveal the winner. It was the early front runner, Joe. It took the lead within the first 20 minutes of the poll, and it triumphed. Salesman. Option A, Joe is going to be selling sand on the beach here in Barcelona, trying to raise €100 to celebrate EPT 100.
Well, I got my work cut out for me, but I have to say the reason I kept my mouth so quiet during the voting process this time is because I really didn't want to do the guitar busking. I don't even know how many strings are on a guitar. That would have been very difficult, especially since I can't sing any real songs. Like, I can't sing licensed music, so it would have been a lot of Ba Ba Black Sheep, a lot of Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, and I think that might have gotten old. I'm excited to go sell sand on the beach. I think I could do it. I got some good ideas, but I want your ideas. I want your guys' ideas. Send me some ideas on how to better sell sand on the beach. Tag them EPT Live, and also tag them Challenge Stapes so that I can go find them later. If I use one of your suggestions and it makes it to the video, we're going to get you guys a prize. It'll be like a card protector or an all-in triangle. But if I use your suggestion in the video, if it makes the video, we'll ship you something fun.
Hand number 5 of the final table. Scott Seiver raising with 3s. Vladimir Troyanovsky defends his big blind with ace-5. 10-8-7 with 2 diamonds. Seiver's 3s still ahead. Action goes check, check. Board gets straighty on the turn. Check, check again. And a king on the river. Seiver with the best hand. And this will probably get checked to showdown.
It does. Scott Seiver wins the race.
So Scott Seiver chipping up to around 1.5 million. Seiver 7th in chips overall, hovering around 25 big blinds. We've got two players with fewer than 20 bigs, Trickett and Kanit. Klein leads with a 63 big blind stack.
And I guess something we didn't mention at the top because we were too busy focused on the personalities is that there is pretty shallow. We're pretty shallow here at this final table.
And this is the money they're playing for. Everyone now guaranteed a profit, even the guys who are in for 2 bullets. And we have got 4 of them. Kanit, Seiver, Shaq, and Troyanovsky all reloaded once. So if they go out in 9th, they only make a profit of 5,500 euros.
But they didn't make a loss of 100,000 euros. That's the key.
Big money jumps along the way, with the winner receiving more than €1 million. And, of course, the first trophy of EPT Season 11.
Actually, I think we kind of take care of the super high rollers a little bit too, right, with rooms and stuff like that. So if you add that in, even a 5,000 euro profit, you get a nice room here at the Arts for a few days. It's more than it looks like.
Scott Seiver back in the action, raising an early position with Ace King. Troyanovsky in the small blind, folds, Ace 7. Sven Reichardt gives up the big blind, raise and take it for Seiver. Stefan says, I vote for Morton Klein to win. Fun with his banter yesterday, showing a card, etc., like an old school boss.
Can we get some waters?
Thank you to everyone weighing in on Twitter right now. Lots of fun tweets coming in. Thanks, guys.
Roger says, come on, Klein. Norwegian power poker for the win. Matthias asks, am I the only one who plays better poker while watching poker? Somehow I play my best tournaments while watching.
You're welcome.
Our commission is 10%.
I'd like to address Rory's tweet here. It says, how much of a cool guy is Coleman? He's happy to just frequently chat, unlike Troyanovsky, who is always silent. Rory, I think I got to go to bat for Vlad Troyanovsky here. He's Russian, doesn't speak a ton of English. Not sure how easy it is for him to be a part of the conversation. And he does chat from time to time also.
He can have a basic conversation in English, but certainly when we've done interviews with Vlad for our TV shows, he's preferred to conduct the interview in Russian. He feels a lot more comfortable talking in his native language. And it's something a lot of people observe about the EPT. They say, oh, where's the banter? Where's the chat? When you've got a mix of different nationalities, and English isn't everyone's first language, some people speak very limited English, it's tough to get those conversations going.
Absolutely. Rory, I'd like to see how much chatting you do when you make the final table of EPT St. Petersburg.
So Morton Klein raises with Ace 8, Sam Trickett with Ace 4. Quick hello to Paul Walsh, says, missed all my EPT Live buddies this summer, got tennis later, but have an hour and a bit of super high roller action, bring it on. And of course, you can always watch the live stream on replay, Paul, later on today. So Trickett folded, Dan Shaq has folded. It's Troyanovsky's button. Reichardt in the small blind. And now Coleman in the big blind.
Maybe not on exact temperature, but yeah.
It was humid too.
Another raise and take it.
You would think probably wouldn't be, but Phoenix gets humid.
Yeah. For some time it was just so humid. And there's like dust storms and stuff. And
Obviously it's different between you. I think Vegas summers are easier than Manhattan summers. I think Manhattan summers are much worse.
yeah.
You go outside, you have to shower by the time you get back in.
This
summer
really
Manhattan has been incredibly
dry
mild.
heat.
That's what I heard.
Yeah. But I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
By the way, Joe, just looking at the Twitter timeline, I'm leaving all the stuff about sand to you.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's also nice that there's no bugs at night. That's the worst thing. At night,
It's great how like nothing lives in Vegas because it's a miserable hellhole. Like, I'm serious, that's a huge upside.
Actions folded around to Dan Shack. And Shack is raising with 5-3 suited in the hijack.
In late-ish position.
Troyanovsky with ace-8 suited.
Troyanovsky more in positioner. He's decided to 3-bet ace-8 suited.
He's re-raised to 305,000. Everyone else has folded. Action back on Shack.
Shack's getting better than 3-1. Decides to let it go. Out of position. Small suited connectors.
Troyanovsky chips up and retakes second place on the leaderboard. Second in chips with 3.4 million. Klein still leads with 3.9 million. The shortest stack right now is Mustafa Kanit with 550,000. Trickett's also short. And Jean-Pierre observes that Sam Trickett has a tough seat, but reckons he has got this.
I like how people pick favorites and just can definitively decide who's going to win based on who they like or don't like. I think that's great. I'm no good at it. I never know who's going to win. Everyone out there who's sending me suggestions for selling sand at the beach for challenge stapes, it doesn't count unless you use the hashtag challenge stapes, because I need to go look at them all later and be able to find them. You don't hashtag it challenge stapes, it ain't getting found.
And number 9 of the final table. Sven Reichardt in the cutoff has ace-8 and raises. Daniel Coleman folds the button. Mustafa Kanit declares all in.
540.
He shoves from the small blind with ace-queen, and Scott Seiver asks for a count.
So far, this is as standard as standard can be. Let's check out what Scott's got a decision over. 2 6s. Scott doesn't have a ton of chips either.
He folds the 6s. And Reichardt calls with the ace-8. I guess he's priced in.
I think he had to, yeah.
Kanit shoving for fewer than 10 big blinds. But Reichardt finds himself dominated, and Kanit is a 71% favorite to double up.
Domination Nation. %71 chance Kanit doubles up.
Oh!
Not anymore. Ouch.
An 8 on the flop. And now Kanit needs to hit a queen.
That was grosser than the railing of an escalator.
Kanit did come into this final as the short stack. He was the favorite to be first out, and he will be out unless there's a queen on the river. It's a king. We lose a player. Mustafa Kanit from Italy exits in 9th place. So now we have our official 8-handed final table.
Good luck, my friend. Good luck.
Oh, that's too bad. Not only does he lose a domination, but he's booted. Bubbles the official final table. Do you think we could...
You get it in with ace-queen against ace-8. You're a commanding favorite.
Can we see it in really disgusting slow motion?
And then you get the bad news on the flop. There's the 8.
And you can see where his heart breaks right there.
It's the first tournament I ever have not looked at the pages.
So, 8-handed. Trickett the short stack with 15 bigs.
Cool, congrats.
Busquets, Seiver, Coleman, all around the 25 to 30 big blind mark. 2 players with more than 3.5 million. Those players being Reichardt and Klein, the 2 chip leaders right now.
And you may have just heard one of the players talking about, he says it's the first time he hasn't looked at the pay jumps. The pay jump now from 9th to 8th place, just over 30,000 euro. Mustafa walks with 105,000, 138 for 8th place.
Dan Shack has opened with ace-king. Reichardt with the decision.
No, I think he likes to get in the money.
Pocket sevens.
Yeah. I don't think he likes to lose it.
It's a re-raise. 3-bet to 310,000. Coleman and Seiver fold. Busquets in the big blind.
Some like $1 million Super Bowl tournament.
He folds. Back on Shack, who I doubt is folding.
No, I should think not. He may put in another bet. I don't think sevens is an automatic 3-bet.
Well, there is the 4-bet from Dan Shack.
And this is kind of why some folks may not decide to 3-bet with sevens, because now you're facing a huge pot, a massive pot, a 4-bet with 2 sevens, and you'll be flipping a fair amount of the time. But there's also jacks and queens and kings, and there's not many hands that you're ahead of.
Well, Shack is committing himself with this 4-bet. It's roughly half his stack in. And Reichardt is forced to fold the sevens.
We'll see it in an hour anyway.
If you just call there instead, you maybe get to see a flop. Without having to fold, you end up losing most of the value of those sevens. In this particular case, other times it'll work out for you.
Clearly, a few of you weren't able to join us yesterday for our live coverage of day 2 of this tournament. Lisa McKinnon says, I'm so excited EPT Live is back. Watching on the PokerStars TV app. Just woke up in Toronto making coffee.
He has position on me. You would have heard it say. I mean, I was showing I was never folded.
Yeah, same thing as all.
So he had no move back. I'm thinking the worst I am is a flip anyways. Not that I'm looking for it. He's also doing that with ace queen as well.
Of course, yeah. Probably why.
I love Dan Shack. Just wants to talk poker.
Fold it around to Dan Coleman.
You have like 1-4?
1-5.
Cool.
Ace Jack suited. Busquets folds. Chip leader Morton Klein.
Got to ditch that bad boy.
Sometimes where I'm kind of nervous, but also I have a huge hand. I'm just kind of nervous that I want to call.
I don't have one except for on you. You're just such a massive tell box that
Is this yours?
I can't help but have them.
No, but like, sometimes I just feel like I'm super uncomfortable as I have like the nuts. I'm just saying like, please call. Like, what the hell? Like,
that happens a lot.
Dan Coleman has been tearing it up live lately, but he is a very accomplished online player too. He may not be that comfortable playing live just yet.
Most bluffers, and when they're not nervous for you know they're like medium value.
That's true.
If they're nervous, they've either got nothing or the nuts, so just call with king high, hope it's good. If they're chilling, we better put a raise in.
We referenced the dynamic between him and Olivier. Busquet being Dan Coleman's mentor. Stefan says, really want to see Olivier and Coleman play heads up for the title. Just imagine the leveling war. It would be so sick.
I feel like we'd all be here real late if that happened.
Reichardt raises with King Queen. Klein folds. Trickett gives it up. It's a raise and take it for Reichardt, whose best live cash to date is $25,000.
Well, I think he's beaten that.
Right?
That's the end.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Imagine if you 3-bet and wouldn't take it down. Wow.
That one you actually should have said. That one's legitimately too good.
And a few of you on Twitter have made the observation that both Olivier Busquet and Dan Coleman have chosen to make political statements with their choice of attire. Obviously, we believe in freedom of expression. They're expressing their own opinions. Those opinions don't reflect those of anyone associated with the EPT or PokerStars.
Why not Dan raises this hand?
I didn't even know they were making political statements. I thought those were TV shows.
It's 190 if you raise the take.
Coleman raising with King 9. Busquet. There's 3-bet ace-jack.
Klein wisely folds a smaller ace.
Shack's out. And Coleman's out.
I had a hand that I had to open.
I had a hand that I had to 3-bet.
Nothing like being between two good friends at a final table.
That is obviously a lineup of the greatest poker players in the world, probably in history.
I'm definitely known as a big bluffer. They don't have a chance.
I always have the advantage. Guys never expect me to bluff.
Every time I come to play, I come to win.
I think this tournament was tailor-made for me, so you can count me as the winner right now.
I think I'm going to need my glasses just to fully appreciate David in the cage. Ideally, I would put them all into the cage at once. This stupid cage!
Be called divas of poker.
It's only because of the cage. You would never call me with that.
Get that cage warmed up!
Up the cage!
Get in there!
I'm really nervous about playing against the great players. I might have a surprise in my backpack for all the pros.
Please welcome Matthew Hermignano.
When Matthew walked out, I thought, okay, this guy's going to be fun.
For what is...
Yes! The sickening factor of the cage.
Hold on.
Some of the highlights from one of the Shark Cage heats we filmed back in Monaco. We're filming the final 4 heats here in Barcelona, the final in London, and it will start to air in the UK in mid-October, and then you'll be able to watch it online shortly afterwards.
I can't wait to see that. Guys, I haven't seen it yet either.
No.
What does he bring in the backpack? I have to know.
I can't tell you.
Is it alive? Is it like a little creature? Like puppies? Does he bring puppies to the table?
Picking up the action here. Klein raised to 130k. Troyanovsky defended his big blind. Troyanovsky has paired his 5. Klein has flopped a gut shot.
And Troyanovsky's decided to lead, which is a little out of the ordinary. And he gets a call from Klein. And I think when you flop a gut shot with 8-6, you're probably like pretty happy about it. There's a lot worse flops you can hit 8-6 offsuit.
So Klein called the 100k with a 4 on the turn, pairing the board. Troyanovsky bets again. Like 200,000.
How does Vlad always know where he's at in the hand? I don't know, though, from his perspective, if he means this to be a bluff or a value bet, though. And somehow he's getting value out of 8 high. There are some other hands he could get value from. Some ace high hands.
Klein is folded. So here's where we're at with 8 players at the final table. Troyanovsky has taken the chip lead from Klein, just ahead of Sven Reichardt. Both players on around 3.7, 3.6 million. Sam Trickett still the short stack, still the player at immediate risk with 12 big blinds. And the blind will be up in 19 minutes time.
Yeah, and a double up for him doesn't even get him out of last place. I mean, depends on who he doubles up through. But part of the reason why you sometimes try to get it in before you blind down in 12 big blinds is because when you double up, then you still only have 24.
Yeah. And 15 of the final table. Scott Seiver raising under the gun +1.
And at this point, Sam's so short that he's going to get looked up by a pretty wide range, so he needs to have something.
Seiver, one of the players at the final, who entered this tournament twice. Remember, the Super High Roller format has unlimited re-entries on the first day, all the way through to registration closing at the start of day 2. So Scott Seiver in this tournament for 100,000 rather than 50,000 euros.
Stop thinking about it.
Sven Reichardt, on the other hand, on his first bullet and satellited in.
Big time profit for Sven.
About 1-5.
Scott Seiver looking to win his second Super High Roller title here in Barcelona. He took down the event at the PCA in 2013.
And so wait, Olivier Busquet also has made back-to-back Super High Roller final tables, correct? No.
Yes,
yeah,
Olivier
in
Busquet.
Monaco, right?
He was the
yeah.
8th place finisher in Monaco.
A lot of legacies here. And 3 newbies. Action's folded around the Dan Shack. Looks like he's out of here. Should be well within Vlad's button raising range. Gets through the small blind. We're going to see some Dan Coleman defense.
With 10-6 offsuit.
Well, you'd imagine he's got some kind of plan for this hand. We know he's dominated. You know, a lot of players are going to think that this is maybe a plus EV defend to make if they think they can outplay their opponent post-flop.
Well, Coleman's actually flopped a gut shot straight draw. Troyanovsky's still ahead for now with ace high. Check, check on the flop, 4 on the turn.
And Vlad's checking this flop because he knows that this sort of smashes the range of a big blind caller. not a board you're going to get a ton of folds with. A ton of folds on with a6. Coleman semi-bluffing.
And wins the hand.
Wins the hand with the worst hand.
Now, of course, yesterday was quite a long day as we played down from 54 players to the final 9. I appreciate some of you maybe tuned out towards the end of the day, maybe got a little bit tired, maybe a little bit sleepy. If you missed it, and Victor clearly did, it was Tony Gregg, who was the bubble boy last night, going out in 12th place. Of course, there's a full report of yesterday's action on the PokerStarsblog.com. Do read the live updates and all the articles that Stephen Bartley and Howard Swains are writing from EPT 100. Give the guys a follow on Twitter as well, at PokerStarsBlog.
James, you know anything about this misclick that Ed Kilworth is talking about from Sam Trickett? Apparently he misclicked and somehow flopped massive with 7-5 off and made a flush.
Folded around to the blinds.
Yeah, it's the same.
We're like the same.
We're getting details of the misclick coming in. Trickett didn't notice a raise for Mustafa Kanit and shoved 5-7 off and got there.
So Coleman has just limped in the small. Seiver with Jack-4 in the big.
There is no time that I am more grateful for having cards up coverage than when it's blind on blind. Because when we say these guys can have any 2 cards in these situations, look at this. They have any 2 cards. Queen 5, Jack 4.
Seiver not checking his option, raising to 195,000.
And this is just going to be an absolute leveling war.
Chip denominations at the bottom of your screen, and per your request, Joe, licorice and schnozberry has been added to the key.
The schnozberries taste like schnozberries.
Both these guys have super high roller titles already.
And they must know a lot about each other's games. Even if they haven't battled much online together, they certainly are aware. Coleman pushes harder.
3 bets to 355,000 and Seiver snap folds.
Maybe we should give these guys a chat box so they can berate each other in there. They seem pretty quiet when it comes to the real world.
Clearly a lot of people tuning in for the first time today didn't know we were back yesterday. This is day 2 of 9 of our live coverage from the EPT 100 Festival. So today it's the final of the Super High Roller. Tomorrow the final table of the Estrellas main event, a record-breaking tournament held here in Barcelona with more than 2,500 runners. The final 8 will play down to a champ tomorrow. And then after that, it is all about the main event, the 5K EPT Barcelona main event, with our 100th EPT trophy handed out at the end of that tournament.
once it goes past like 15 seconds for me, you know the raise is coming.
Yeah, I know. Thanks. My hand is just so bad.
Yeah, no, that's what it's like though. Your hand is so bad you can't feel it.
That hammer's raised and take it for Coleman. And here is our broadcast schedule for the rest of the festival. Astrea's final table tomorrow at 1 p.m. And then it's all about the main event. Day 1B coverage starting at 3 p.m. And then noon starts for the rest of the tournament until we get to the final table when we do cards up coverage from 2 p.m.
It feels like this whole festival's almost over already, James.
You know, actually. Like,
We're just blowing through this.
Do you really win 3? I mean, yeah, obviously it's not true because you're trying to have balance at every place, but I didn't think you were going to do that, actually. I thought you were going to jam. Yeah, I was like,
that's why I made it so big. I'm like, oh, this is definitely going to make him have to jam.
Right. Really? With similar stack sizes?
I was just... Also, you have kids, so that helps too. Feel a little better now.
Seiver on the button, raises with ace-4 of diamonds. Gets a fold from Busquet in the small blind. Morton Klein in the big blind. So much character in that face. Ace-8. So Klein defends. Queen 6-5 on the flop. Ace-8 still ahead, and looks like Klein will lead. He does.
Good enough.
Of course, Scott and Morton formed a very special friendship late last night, and several references to the fact that Morton had a few, so Scott was helping him out with his blinds and antes.
Oh, that's cute. We like that. I'm sure Scott was more than happy to have a wasted guy at the table. I would be.
Ed Kilworth says, will the final table of the Estrellas event tomorrow be in Spanish like the event in Marbella, or are there more options? More options, Ed, including English language commentary.
Seven. No. Wait, what? With the big blind, it's like 7, right?
6 times.
7 minutes left on the level.
It's like 450 in runs, I think.
Coleman's raising.
Oh, you're right.
Ace Queen. It's Klein's small blind.
He's inclined to fold.
And Sam Trickett's big blind, and he folds. Trickett getting shorter and shorter. Trickett now with a 10 big blind stack as he takes the small blind on the next hand, hand 21 of this final table, and the blind's going up in just under 7 minutes time.
We've had more walks than a really spoiled dog. A lot of raise and takes it.
Use the restroom.
Next player out, close to 139,000 euros. The winner, more than $1 million.
I'm not going to go.
The total prize pool in this tournament of nearly 3.7 million.
Is that right? Oh.
We're just having a strong bladder.
James, Rory wants to know if Morton Klein is allowed to drink beers while he plays today.
Yes, he is. The only time we would ever refuse service to a player at the table is if their behavior got to a point where we felt that they had had too much. I can think of an occasion in the last 9 months when that happened.
And it was awesome, and I wish it happened more. Unfortunately, I've been told it can't be me again.
Well, actually, Thor Hansen, the Norwegian godfather of poker, came to Morton Klein's assistance yesterday and tried to stop him drinking, tried to give him some water to sober him up, to save him from himself. But he still ended the day as chip leader, so...
It's a good thing he got that water.
Seiver raises from the hijack with sevens, gets called by Dan Shack in the big blind with 6-7 suited. Shack flops a flush draw, Seiver still ahead with a pair. Check, check, and there is the flush for Shack on the turn.
And without a spade in his hand, I don't know if Dan's really going to be able to get in a raise or anything like that. Without Scott having a spade in his hand, that is. I think Scott maybe gives up on this a lot once he gets called here. Or once he gets raised.
Yeah, Shack puts in a check raise, makes it 400,000.
I mean, I think the worst hand Dan does this with is just the naked ace of spades. I don't know if Scott wants to, yeah, doesn't want to mess around with it. I got to give a shout out to David Yan, who sort of picked up on my my tweet this morning. I was going for some clickbait when I was promoting the show. A poker site decided to live stream a 50,000 euro tourney with hole cards on a 1 hour delay. You won't believe what happened. So David Yan fires back a minute ago. Minute 1 was interesting. Minute 9 will blow your mind.
Scott Seiver, by the way, has dropped down to 16 bigs. Trickett still the shortest stack. Klein still the chip leader. And more commentary on Twitter about the attire of Busquet and Coleman. Daniel Norman, for example, saying this is poker. There should be no political signs. Some people approve of the sentiment. Some people are angry. Point being, guys, they are free to express themselves. But we're not going to get into that debate right now because, as Daniel says, this is about poker. Let them say what they want to say on their T-shirts. It's their views, not ours. And
we can all agree, though, James, that we should save Ferris.
And we will just focus on the action here, where we've got two players with pairs in action. Reichardt raised under the gun with fives. Klein has picked up jacks. Klein has just called.
Ooh. Vlad's asking if there's a re-raise. Somehow he just looks like he doesn't. I don't know. It looks like he knows something. Luckily, there has been no re-raise. Vlad can see a flop cheap here.
So fours, fives, and jacks. Klein the 68% favorite as we go three-way to the flop. King, queen, 10, jack still ahead, and that's a straight draw for Klein to go with his pair.
Jack's still real good. And the great thing about, there's two overs there, which you hate, but you do have the up and down draw, so you're not too afraid to bet this.
A little bit of insurance just in case someone has caught a piece of this. But they haven't, and Reichert's staring at 3 overcards to his fives.
Yeah, these are this is a terrible flop for fours and fives.
Quick hello to Harry Burgess as Klein rakes in that pot and gets his stack up over 4 million. Harry says, I've got to somehow figure out how to get away with watching EPT Live at work this afternoon. Wish me luck.
Good luck.
A reminder that if you are unable to watch this, if you're just kind of tuning in and thinking, I'm going to have to stop watching soon because I am at work or got other things to do, don't worry. You can replay this final table. We will upload the entire live stream at the end of the day for you to watch in your own time.
You can also wait 8 months till there's on television. It's not that big of an exaggeration, is it?
This will be the last hand of the level, by the way. Then we'll be playing 40-80 with a 10k ante.
You have no chance.
8s for Klein.
And now that blinds are at 40-80, Sam Trickett has even fewer big blinds. He's going to have to make like FedEx and ship.
Queen 10 for Reichardt in the big.
Should be a pretty easy defend.
Excessive. Not just one of his overcards catches, he hits both of them.
He might only get one bet out of Klein, though. Here comes the continuation bet. This is kind of a spot where I wouldn't really know what to do because you flop 2 pair and you don't really want to chase away your action, but at the same time, you do expect people to have a draws a lot here, to have some piece of this board where you can get paid. You don't want to see a really gnarly turn card come.
There is the check raise from Reichardt.
He's taking the safe route.
One of our ace producers spoke to Sam Trickett last night, and Sam told him that Morton Klein confused him. Has the mentality of a wild man, but then folded ace-king face up to an all-in from Dan Shack for about 800,000.
It's a pretty easy fold now.
Clearly a very hard player to read.
You know, maybe Reichardt can level him into thinking he's bluffing here or semi-bluffing, but with a hand like 2-8s, even if you're up against, you know, a big semi-bluff, you're not in stellar shape.
So that was officially the last hand of the 30-60 level. The chips go to Reichardt, and he and Klein are pretty much tied for the chip lead. Klein has the slight advantage, 3.77 million to Reichardt's 3.72 million. And Trickett is now super short. Trickett's got closer to 5 big blinds than 10 big blinds.
Big time danger zone. Action on over to the birthday boy. Oh.
Yo, shorty, it's your birthday.
He's not a shorty yet, is he? 3.32 million.
Listen.
So just to recap where we are, having played down to 9 last night, didn't quite get to our official final table of 8. We came back with all 9 players today, and we lost Mustafa Kanit within the first 9 hands, meaning we're now at the official final table. 8 players competing for that trophy and that first place prize money of more than €1 million.
1 in total?
And number 25.
Looks like Klein's interested.
Ace-5 suited.
It's a hand I probably wouldn't mess around with too much with some short stacks out there from early position, but other folks might. I think a lot of guys at this table would probably.
Well, talking of short stacks, Sam Trickett is the shortest stack. He's folded. Scott Seiver moves all in from the big blind.
I think. 9, 6, 7, 8.
And did it as nonchalantly as possible, I think, trying to make it seem like it was something he had to do, but obviously I'm pretty sure he wants a call here. I think Scott would be shoving pretty wide in general. I just don't know, facing an early raise, if he would shove worse than this. Probably, I guess, with 10 big blinds, he would have to shove his ace-4s and his 3s and his, well, you know, hands like that that aren't super stellar. But there aren't a lot of hands that ace-5 is doing well against right now. Even against, like, king-queen, it's not in great shape.
Yeah, but Klein's got all the chips. As we were just discussing, he's kind of unorthodox. He makes some big laydowns, but he also makes some loose calls.
And this call can't really be too loose, can it? How many big blinds is it for?
About 11.
These are situations where I'm still trying to learn the math. I feel like some folks say once you open with this, you kind of have to call. And this is maybe why you don't open with this in the first place, so you don't get in this situation.
Cool. Wow, Klein makes the call. And Seiver in a great spot to double up. Although he did say a domination situation earlier on, where Mustafa Kanit went into here with around a 70% favorite and lost.
It happens. It happens 30% of the time. This is where we see how far Morton Klein is destined to go in this tournament.
Well, the ace doesn't change anything. Klein needs a 5.
Yeah.
Only 3 cards in the deck that Scott Seiver has to fade. The river is a 10.
Thank you.
So Scott Seiver doubles up through Klein.
So you can see 5, and then.
I wonder why Scott said
5,
thank
6,
you.
7,
Did someone say
9.
nice hand right away? I sure hope so.
I like to show.
So Scott Seiver's now playing close to 2 million. Klein loses the chip lead. He's down to 2.8 million. The new boss is Sven Reichardt with 3.7 million. Troyanovsky, the second biggest stack, with 3.3 million.
Kind of painted himself into a corner there, Morton Klein did.
Stop that.
Drops down to fourth and chips.
Situation reversed, I think I would actually cheer for you, for what it's worth. No, I mean it. So I'm a little sad that you're saying you would want to see the 5.
Scott Seiver.
I mean, he wins one drop, and that's still not enough. He still has to root for my pain. But you know what I mean. Like, let me live. Let me live.
I'll let the kid live.
Let the kid live.
Isn't it weird how people get all chatty when they double up? Isn't that bizarre?
Who else is going to just 3.5x fold to you other than me? I'm the only one here that's going to 3.5x fold. You know that.
3.5x fold this guy.
So you got to keep me around. Yeah. Yeah, you. It's hard though from here. Yeah. Very hard. And you're not going to do it with a 4-bet, so don't lie.
Poker players, will we ever understand them? I don't think so.
Let's see how much he really likes his friends. That's the amount.
Right.
Yeah. He's just in like 60. Oh, 80 is better than 60. Steal all my moves.
Playing poker, man.
Come on, at least give me credit. That came from me, right?
Check.
Scott talking about the fact that Dan limped
I gotta
in.
be the source of that. Yeah.
Olivier getting a free look at the flop. Seiver completed with queen, tray of clubs, and flops huge here.
Check.
Lady. Action checks around. Bousquet picks up the jack-high flush draw with the 4 hearts on the turn. And he's going to... Scott leads at this now with trip queens, gets 2 folds. And these are the ways you can get in touch, guys. We can't do it without you. Email's good for longer stories, although it's tough for us to get at those. Twitter is the way you want to do it. Hashtag it, EPT Live, and follow us at EPT Live.
Yeah, plenty of people chiming in on Twitter today. Great to have you with us. Of course, in case you're unaware how we do our Cards Up final table streams on EPT Live, we delay the video action by around 45 minutes to an hour, but then we call the action over that delayed video. So we're seeing what you're seeing at exactly the same time, and we're able to chat with you on social media.
Sam Trickett all in under the gun, ace-queen suited. This is the hand he was waiting for. Unfortunately, this is for 6-ish big blinds, 7.
Limited fold equity.
Well, I'm thinking at this point, limited double up equity.
And it's Klein's big blind, and we know that Klein is capable of making loose calls. Wow, this would not be a loose call. This is a standard call.
This is an auto call. Make sure you get the amount right.
Aizen. And this is a race. The overcards of Trickett against the 9s of Klein. The classic race underway at the 50K Super High Roller final table. And Sam Trickett needs to hit to survive. A lot of support for Sam Trickett on Twitter today. A lot of people predicting he will come back and win this. And if he hits flops like that, you can believe he'll make it happen.
Klein not drawing dead.
Klein needs a 9. So Sam Trickett gets there on the turn with a lock on the hand and doubles up to 1.2 million. Sam Trickett still the shortest stack at the table. We should also talk about the decline of Morton Klein. Start of the day as chip leader. He's now down to 2.3 million. He's one of the shortest stacks at the table. And that was a standard spot, Joe. You can't help but feel the hand that really did the damage was the call he made against Scott Seiver. And everyone's an armchair analyst, and most of the commentary I'm seeing on Twitter right now, using the hashtag EPT Live, is that it was a bit too spewy.
Yeah, I don't really feel like I'm in the position to make those sorts of determinations, but I like the fact that y'all out there have your own opinions. Ship them in. We're happy to read them. If anyone has an alternative opinion, get those in there too.
So still eight-handed with both Scott Seiver and Sam Trickett doubling up. Under the gun race from Dan Shack. Ace 10 of diamonds. He makes it 175,000. Trickett's big blind. And he folds.
6 deuce. What a nit.
I must have known something.
You must have known. You should have gone with that limp.
The blind limp, and then someone would have raised me. I would have been in for a surprise.
Marcus happy with that double up for Sam. He says, way to go, Trickett. Trickett and Coleman heads up would be very exciting. We can see how the stacks have changed since the start of play. And yeah, Klein's given up more than 1.4 million.
You were doing the same thing I was?
Troyanovsky also down on the start of the day. Coleman's on an upswing. And of course, both Seiver and Trickett have had double ups.
Neither one of them in great shape, though, even still. Sam Trickett still's barely over 10 big blinds. Here comes Olivier. It places the chips in the busquet.
160,000 with ace jack. And he gets raised, so folds rather, from the blinds. A few people on Twitter telling us, Joe, they're watching EPT Live for the first time. Obviously, this is the 11th season of the EPT. It's the 100th European Poker Tour Festival, but every time we do a webcast, we have new people joining us. One thing I would say is, any questions you may have, anything you want to know, any strange lingo you want deciphered, please use Twitter. Tag your tweet EPT Live. We are happy to translate from poker speak into English.
Yes, like Chris Oksinski, who says, settling in for EPT 100, teaching my girlfriend poker as we go. Now, you probably have all the answers, Chris, but if you're out there and you're watching this and you got questions, send them in. We're happy to answer. We want you guys to be part of the club.
Hello to Sophie. Only just managed to watch some of the EPT Barcelona Super High Roller. Great to see Sam Trickett at the final table.
Hi, Sophie. Here comes Sammy Boy again.
Shoving for the button. Ace-6 of diamonds. And the blinds fold.
Warm in the 50K here. What was the action? Yeah, the raiser. Who's in the big? Who's in the big blind?
The table was 8 players.
Yeah.
Raises under the gun. Raven spot.
Should we give the people, the new people in the audience, an opportunity to win something, James?
I like it. Better than that, I love it.
But anyways.
It smells like raw sewage.
I love it.
You want to play How Much Does It Cost Barcelona edition?
Yes, I do.
Oh, you know what? This will be a good time for me to try something else out, too.
It was pre-flop.
But I'm saying, what do you flop?
I thought the pair and I got shot.
Pair and I got shot.
What are we giving away, by the way? I know that you tempted people with some prizes for nominating ways of selling sand for your challenge stakes shoot, but as far as this competition is concerned, what have we got to give away?
I was told we have all-in triangles that we can give away.
Red triangles of death?
Yeah, those guys.
Well, just before you set up this competition, Joe, let's see how this plays out. Scott Seiver raises in early position with Jack-9. Sam Trickett with Ace-Jack in the cutoff.
All in.
And he is shoving.
Pretty good spot for Sam so far. Oh, Dan Shack with the same hand. Don't see how... This is weird. This is a weird spot for Dan Shack because he's still got Scott Seiver to act behind him.
How worried are you about Scott? I know the raise came from early position, but it's Scott Seiver. He could be opening very wide here.
He could, and he does open pretty wide. I would just be worried. I would still be worried.
You do live in a perpetual state of concern, though, so that
I
would be
really
normal.
do. I'm a stressed out young man. Or man.
Yeah, 43 ain't young, Joe.
I'm stressed out is my point. Dan seems... I mean, I don't know what else he could be thinking about other than Scott, because if he's just in this hand with Sam Trickett, it's a snap call.
He lets it go.
Oh, it's not just Scott, too. Vlad hadn't acted either.
Or Reichardt in the big blind.
Yeah, so with all of those players still to act, it makes more sense. Scott can't call.
So Trickett chips up. It's now playing close to 1.6 million. And it's Olivier Busquet who's approaching being the shortest stack at the table with 1.7 million. Trickett's nearly moved ahead of him.
You want to play some How Much Does It Cost Barcelona edition?
Yes, and we've established that the red triangle of death will be the prize, right?
Yes.
Jack. Oh, it's not winning. That is not winning. Good fold. I'll see it in an hour anyway.
We're going to give away a red all-in triangle. Okay, so today,
Thank you.
I was told, well, not today, but yesterday I was told by several people who outranked me here at PokerStars that I needed to get my hair cut. And of course, I always end up getting my hair cut in the hotel on tour, and it is always ungodly expensive. So we're going to play How Much Does It Cost? The closest to the nearest, what do you call it, a euro penny? A euro cent?
A cent.
A cent? To the closest cent. What it cost me to get a haircut and to buy a tube of American Crew hair gel.
So let me just clarify here. You want people to tweet using the hashtag EPT Live.
Yes.
One entry per person.
Yes.
No multiple guesses. If you enter more than once, only your first guess will be considered.
If you enter more than once, none of your guesses will be considered.
Wow, we're doing hardcore rules today. Okay.
Yes.
So who can guess closest to the amount it cost you to have your hair cut and get a tube of gel, was that?
Correct.
And this was, are you allowed to say where you had your hair cut?
I had my hair cut at the Hotel Arts Barcelona.
Okay. How much did it cost for Joe to have his haircut here at the Hotel Arts in Barcelona?
In euros.
Tweet using the hashtag EPT Live. What are we going to give people? 5 minutes?
Less. You got 3 minutes.
3 minutes and counting.
Made a wise choice. Yeah, discipline.
The first entry comes from Mike McDonald, 68 euros and 30 cents.
Mike McDonald?
Incorrect. You can't just follow playing.
All right, I'm going to stay on top of the answers, James, so you can handle the heavy lifting here. I do want to get to Stevens, who says, think with healthy but not huge stack, you should fold ace-5 after that shove. But after last night's dynamic, I understand the call. Thank you, Steven.
And you beat him.
Daniel Chamel thinks that the call was fine. He looks like a genius if he flops good. Also, he's already locked up a big cash.
give me the walk before
Just an important question from Sean. Should the guess include tip?
I was gonna do something really stupid, so give me a walk.
Since I didn't say including tip to start off with, no. Without tip.
Reichardt's raised the button. It's Scott Seiver's big blind. And Seiver defends with king 4 of clubs. Top pair for Reichardt. Not much for Scott as Reichardt continues and Seiver folds. So keep entering that competition. How much did Joe Stapleton's haircut cost here at the Hotel Arts in Barcelona? Tag your tweets EPT Live.
If you enjoy watching poker on the move, the PokerStars.tv app is for you. Take advantage of watching PokerStars live streams. Just select PSTV Live. Or watch content offline by going to My Queue and then Downloads. If you want to browse videos, you have 17 channels to select from. Choose between EPT, PCA, The Big Game, and much more. Just go to Channels and make your selection. The app's completely free and is available for both Android and iOS devices.
Do scouts.
Just a few more seconds to enter the competition and then we will close it.
See you live when you say you don't do that. He's not telling me anything.
I like Jim Anderson's guess here. I mean, the number is incorrect, but he says, I'll speculate that Joe's haircut cost $67.25. I like the way he worded that.
Action folded to Troyanovsky. He raises from the hijack, Queen 9.
Some of these people just tweeting numbers. No hello, no goodbye, no thank you, no how are you, just €64. Thanks, Gangstalicious. Why don't you say something nice? Like, I'll speculate.
Raise and take it for the birthday boy. Are we calling time on this quiz?
Call time.
Do you want me to give you the last legitimate entry?
Yes, tell me who the last legitimate entry is.
John Williams. Yes. He of the Star Wars, Superman, and Indiana Jones themes.
Okay, John Williams, you are last in.
That's John Williams, who is at one of those I do.
We had somebody come in right at the end here.
Always take your time over this, by the way, because we have yet to have one of these competitions where there hasn't been an awesome screw-up.
No, there's everyone always accuses us of being a screw-up. Sometimes there is a screw-up. Sometimes there isn't a screw-up.
So about 30 minutes left on this level, 30 minutes before the first tournament break of the day. Troyanovsky's picked up ace-king and raised.
Boy, we got a lot of responses.
Another hand, which is raise and take it. Troyanovsky currently second in chips with around 3.5 million. Reichardt leads with 3.7 million. The short stacks at the table are Olivier Busquet and Sam Trickett with 1.5 million each. Blind still 40-80 for another half hour. The next blind level when we come back from that break will be 50 and 100,000 with a 10k ante. And suffice to say, with no eliminations, with the blinds going up, the average stack is getting shallower. Right now they're playing a 30 big blind average.
Mark Voss gets in touch to say, you only gave us 3 minutes. No time for salutations. I'm trying to find John Williams now. There he is. Okay. Grant Levy's watching. Submitted a guess. Incorrect, Grant. Nice to have you, though.
You heard the words.
Triangle me, dealer.
Reichardt raises, Bousquet shoves, and Reichardt snap calls with kings, and Olivier Bousquet is at risk.
Did he go out really early in the last final table too? He's a dog here. He went out in exactly 8th place, didn't he?
He did indeed.
After other shorter stacks failed to go out.
And history likely to repeat itself as Reichardt almost flops him dead. Less than 1% equity.
8-8. Or ace-ace. Or ace-ace.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Bousquet now has 2 outs.
You would think if it happened, you'd be like, well, this was good television.
If it's another ace, he doubles up. It is another
wow.
ace! Less than 1% on the flop. Runner to make a better full house and double up through Reichardt.
So you're saying there's a chance?
What a ridiculous hand.
Taking photos of this.
Gets it in with ace-deuce. Gets called by kings. Guy flops a full house. King 8-8 and then ace on the turn. Ace on the river. Bousquet survives. I mean, after you see that, you're thinking, I'm heading for the exit. I'm out in 8th again in back-to-back super high rollers. And then, boom!
And that's going to draw some very wild comparisons, I think, from the audience, coming back from a less than 1%.
So we are still 8-handed, and Bousquet, and this just shows you how shallow this table is. Bousquet is now 2nd on the leaderboard. Troyanovsky takes the chip lead, but no one has a 50 big blind stack.
And the longer it takes people to bust out, the more shallower it's going to get. All right, I'm willing to. I'm ready to crown a winner here.
As they always do every final thing.
I think from now on too, if the question's about how much it cost me for a haircut, and people are like, well, it looks like it costs about €1, but I bet I'm gonna disqualify them too. Luckily, none of you are even close.
Let's just see how this hand plays out, Joe, before we close the contest.
Very good.
By the way, lots of reaction, as you can imagine, on Twitter to the outcome of that hand. My favourite is from Harrison. I just threw my Muller corner yogurt all over me after that hand.
Ah. Is that a euphemism?
I really hope it isn't. Coleman's raised with King Jack. Scott Seiver has flatted with 8s.
Will you start the hand with like 1.9?
192.
They're going heads up to the flop. King 6-5. Coleman takes the lead. Rob King observes on that last hand where Bousquet doubled up. That was by far a better runner than the film. It had highs, it had lows, and it had a great finish.
Depending on who you're rooting for, really.
Rob points out that many of our slow-mo replays are superfluous, but that one actually wasn't.
That one was perfluous. It wasn't superfluous. Well, this run out's been pretty good for a pair of kings until the river. Oh, wait, at the river. What was I looking at? It's a good run out for kings right now on the flop. Yeah, no, I thought I saw 5 cards out there. There it is. Yep. I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. I'm going to say it again just so I believe. I'm not crazy.
Well, we'll get the cattle prod for the graphics team. Coleman bet 175,000 on the flop, but went check on the turn. Seiver, I presume turning his hand into a bluff, bets 275,000.
Well, good way to tell if he's doing that is what worse hands could call. Not too many, so he's very likely turning this into a bluff. Yes.
Tell me out loud what you're thinking. Because you're mumbling, but I can't hear it. I can't even get inside the head for a second.
I just have to fall.
You were mumbling stuff, I want to know what it was.
You have 10s, 9s, or 8s a lot.
Okay.
Oh, nice read.
Jacks. That's the kind of thing to say when you have jacks.
Scott Seiver doing his best.
Outside my range, I don't think I can fold.
To talk and seem comfortable.
You're good. You got it.
Coleman makes the right call. Snaps off the bluff.
10s, 9s, or 8s?
That is correct.
Coleman now up to 2.85 million. And Seiver, now the table short stack.
Now, James, I know we saw a very dramatic hand just a few minutes ago, but there was also a very dramatic finish to how much does it cost Barcelona edition. If I could be so bold, it's almost as good as that less than 1% runner we just witnessed.
Yeah, kind of get him to fold 10s or jacks, right?
Yeah.
So ML Panarum and Exolved, I thought we were going to have a problem because ML Panarum guessed 85.50. Exolved guessed 84.49.
It's too much as the small.
The actual price of the haircut was 85.05. I thought we were going to have a problem doing the math on those two to see who's closer. But then Dr. 3Z and Boris, both chimed in with 85 euros on the dot. So I didn't have to do that math. But then Brian Morris with the Hail Mary, the buzzer beater, comes in with 85 euros, 1 cent.
I always bluff at these final tables.
Pips Dr. 3Z, Pips Boris. He's like the guy in The Price is Right that just wagers $1 and somehow gets in there.
I would value bet if I got it.
So Brian Morris, you've won yourself an all-in triangle, and I'm going to be quiet so you can hear what these players are talking about. Good day.
He can't get over how funny it is that I would try to bluff you. He's just like actually cracking up laughing. Yeah, how stupid I would have to be to try to bluff
like,
you.
have you ever played with this person before?
Like, look at him. Let's take a flop.
No pen. No, this one. Next time.
Thank God. Happy to win. Ryan just starts giggling and pointing.
Just repeating his name, Dan Coleman.
Coleman. Love Coleman.
And Brian, get in touch with us. Follow us at PokerStars EPT. And we'll follow you back and figure out how to get you your all-in triangle.
This is hand 39 of the final table. Under the gun raise from Dan Coleman.
Sam on Twitter is the precise odds after the flop were 0.4%.
Wow. So Coleman has raised with 6-7 of diamonds. It's a case of raise and take it.
I know we're done with the game. I got to read Mitch's tweet here. I would like to guess that it costs $400, though I have already guessed $75. So take this guess as bragging rights if I was correct. How do you go from $75 to $400?
Also, we specifically asked for the answer in euros.
There's just so much wrong about this tweet. Thank you, Mitch. You've tickled me. You've made my entire day. Take this guess as bragging rights if I was correct. Just a $400 haircut, no bigs.
By the way, I know many of you are standing by for today's free roll password. Yesterday we launched the EPT Live League. Enter our free rolls every single day, as well as giving away money in those free rolls, $1,500 in the prize pool. You'll also automatically be entered into the league, putting consistent performances across a specific event or across the season as a whole. There are additional prizes to be won, but crucially, what you need to know is that you have to play. We hold a free roll every single day that we bring you a live stream. And the password for today's free roll, which starts at 8:15 Central European Time, is Trofeo. T-R-O-F-E-O.
Trofeo.
All lowercase. T-R-O-F-E-O. Dan Shack raises with Jack 10. Gets called by Troyanovsky.
175.
Vlad's on the button with King Queen.
You know, it'd be hilarious, and not that I wish this on him at all, but what if Olivier still goes out in 8th place? That would be annoying, huh? You hit the runner 0.4%, then you still go out in 8th place.
7-5-4 with 2 spades. Troyanovsky's king high, still the best hand.
Check, check. Free card. 7. It's a 7. King eye still good. Dan Shack going to take old Stabberino now.
And Vlad folds.
We know Dan Shack knows how to bluff. I've seen him do it. I think maybe even as much as like 6 months to a year ago, no one would really give him credit for being able to do it that much. I mean, maybe the players that know him really well, but now we all know because we've seen him do it a lot on TV.
Tell you what, the tournament room here is heaving today with another huge field in an Estrellas event, the Estrellas High Roller, which was taking alternates first thing today. This is a €2,000 buy-in event. And many of the players who competed in this event, the 50k Super High Roller, have decided to buy into this tournament. Those players include Paul Newey, Stephen Chidwick from the UK, who's wearing his lion top today. He's got a fine line in sweatshirts and t-shirts, Mr. Chidwick.
Lemon face, lion face, ah.
Pratish Badiga. Sar Wilf, who went pretty deep in this tournament.
Hungry like the Wilf.
And of course, Thor Hansen didn't actually play the Super High Roller, but was railing Morton Klein late last night.
And you know what about Thor Hansen? He's beloved. I would take a shot at Thor Hansen at home, honestly.
Ed Kilworth chimes in, tags his tweet EPT Live and says, I'm patiently waiting for the big quiz. Took a fair amount of research yesterday. Ed, no one said the questions were going to be easy to answer. We gave you 2 questions yesterday, and if you missed those questions, you need to watch the replay of yesterday's live stream. We'll give you the next two questions at some point today, but we've got action. Shaq opens with ace-10 suited, gets 3-bet by Reichardt with queens.
Really hard to get away from a big suited ace before the flop. Dan somehow does it. Well done. Daniel wants to know what the password is again for the free roll. It's Trofeo. Rufio from Peter Pan's Honest Brother. Trofeo. Trofeo. Trofeo.
All lowercase. Trofeo.
Registration not open yet for the free roll. Correct?
I believe registration is due to open in about 30 minutes. By the way, the first quiz question, for the benefit of Ed and everyone else who's playing the EPT 100 quiz, coming up in 10 minutes' time.
Yes!
So Sam Trickett raising with 7-6 suited, Dan Shaq with ace-8 suited. And that looks like a 3-bet. Folded around to the blinds. Olivier Busquet in the big blind. And he looks interested. Aces, that's why.
Good read, Hardigan.
With like 1-3, Sam?
Just over.
Yeah.
How to get maximum value.
Chill out for a second. Pretend like you don't have aces. Pretend like you're not really excited. Trying to figure out like you don't know what you're doing. There's the 4 bezel. And we saw Dan Shaq fold a better ace than this.
How much you have left?
Well, suffice to say, Trickett's got out of the way.
How much do you have left? He's one of the big stacks, brah.
Like 2-3.
I'm all in. Call.
Shaq steps in it. He shoves and gets snap called.
Well, I mean, if a 1%er could win a few hands ago, I mean, Dan Shaq is literally 11 times more likely to win this hand. He probably can't miss. There's a spade, and there's another spade.
Oh, Shaq with the flush draw. 9 immediate outs.
2 chances to hit one of them. Yeah, some backdoor straight draws too, eh?
Do it after the hand. Okay,
yeah. Put a 6 out there. It's black, but not the right one.
So Dan Shaq needs a spade on the river to suck out an Olivier Busquet to crack aces. It's not a spade, so we lose Dan Shaq in 8th place.
I was just like, he's not going to have outs, you know? I think he's just going to be like 10-10-4, 2 hearts, you know? Yeah. I did have a large advantage going in.
They're just clarifying the Busquet's got him covered.
You can count it.
I had like 3-2 or something.
Yeah, I had 2.9.
Waiting around to see if you have any chips left and then being told you're not is the worst.
Flop gave me hope.
Thanks.
Stupid play.
It was looking pretty bleak a little while ago.
Was it?
Yeah.
To think that Olivier Busquet nearly went out on that hand with ace-deuce against kings. Hit runner, that less than 0.4% chance to win. Doubled up and now has the chip lead, having eliminated Dan Shack. That was a clash of two of the biggest stacks at the table. Busquet up to 6.4 million. Dan Shack out in 8th. He was in for 2 bullets, remember, so he cashes for 138,600. So that's a 38,500 euro profit.
Dan always seems to find himself in these major collisions. And
1% to stay alive in the tournament.
he did it a couple times yesterday and got there. This time, no such luck.
Ben, if you had held, you probably would have gotten aces that hand, and these would all be yours.
Olivier Busquet way out on top, 80 big blinds, nearly 6.5 million. Scott Seiver and Sam Trickett, both sub 20 big blinds.
Deuces are fine. Yeah.
So Trickett raises under the gun with ace-king.
I don't see what choice he has here, but open shove.
At least he's managed to ladder up 2 spots today.
Busquet with a decision, ace-8. He knows Sam would probably have to shove most aces, including the ones that are below ace-8. This is a really tough decision. And with all the chips he folded.
Klein folds as well, Jack 10 suited. So Trickett shove gets through.
You know, and there's merit to folding there too, because not only do you not lose the hand, but you also don't double up your opponent.
95%.
I'll remember that. If I ask, it's like 50%.
If I ask, it's like 10.
Yeah, same. If I ask, it's like never.
Busquet playing 79 big blinds. He's the only big stack at the table.
Yeah.
The 2 shorties are Sam Trickett and Scott Seiver, 17 and 16 big blinds respectively, and only 8 minutes left on this level. And then we'll go on break. When we come back, blinds will be 5,100 with a 10k ante. So with 7 players remaining, everyone is now locked up. More than 177 grand. 722 grand for the runner-up in this tournament, more than $1 million to the winner. Morton Klein has Jack 5 suited in the small blind.
Here comes the raise.
Stuart says, gotta love the fact that Trickett and Seiver just keep laddering up, being the short stack for ages today and yesterday.
I was going to say I don't think Sam Trickett's going to fold much in the big blind against the small blind raise. He's certainly not folding this. And I think we've been seeing, and we're going to continue to see, absolutely textbook short stack play from Sam Trickett. I think a lot of recreational players are going to be tempted to, you know, just call here sometimes. I don't think we're going to see Sam do that.
All in.
Sam shoves, Klein folds. So a quick reminder that very soon we'll give you the first quiz question of the day. Big competition to celebrate EPT 100. Questions about things that have happened during the first 10 seasons of the EPT. Questions that aren't necessarily easy to research. And you need to answer all of those questions, so you have to be watching every day. If you can't watch, you need to watch the replay. We gave you 2 questions yesterday, and they're available to watch, available to read if you watched yesterday's replay. And we're going to give you 2 questions today. The first one coming up in about a minute and a half.
A minute and a half. James is a digital age. What am I supposed to do for a minute and a half?
Enjoy the pokers.
I gotta check my phone.
Pocket threes for Sven Reichardt.
I'm the same board as you.
And he's raised under the gun.
Definitely.
I can tell you're sure. Yeah. And time goes so slow.
Action on Trickett, looks like.
I mean, we're getting close now. I've been looking at it for an hour.
10-6 in the small blind.
The more you...
Fascinating conversation.
Passes. Vladdy. He's in. Now, Vlad doesn't give up his big blind a lot, but we've seen him, yeah, and every time he's defended it today, it's been a hand that, you know, he can very reasonably defend. Three's still good, but, ugh. Vlad kicks it in. Reichardt picks up this pot.
So here we go. Question 1 in today's EPT 100 quiz. Remember, 2 questions every day. Today's first question: which animal connects EPT finalists Nikolai Seninger and Diego Gomez? Is it a lion, a rat, a shark, or a donkey? The animal that connects EPT finalists Nikolai Seninger and Diego Gomez. A, lion, B, rat, C, shark, D, donkey.
That's ridiculous. That question doesn't make it's the monkey that connects them. They're our ancestor that connects all of us.
Write down the answer. Watch out for further questions. Your chance to enter the competition next week and win a pair of Skull Candy Crusher headphones and free entry to the Sunday Million.
That is obviously a lineup of the greatest poker players in the world, probably in history.
I'm definitely known as a big bluffer. They don't have a chance.
I always have the advantage. Guys never expect me to bluff.
Every time I come to play, I come to win.
I think this tournament was tailor-made for me, so you can count me as the winner right now.
I think I'm going to need my glasses just to fully appreciate David in the cage. Ideally, I would put them all into the cage at once. This stupid cage!
You call divas of poker.
It's only because of the cage. You would never call me with that.
Get that cage warmed up!
Pump the cage!
Get in there!
I'm really nervous about playing against the great players. I might have a surprise in my backpack for all the pros.
Please welcome Matthew Hermaniano.
But when Matthew walked out, I thought, okay, this guy's going to be fun.
What is...
Yes! The sickening factor of the cage.
Your chance to see Season 1 of the Shark Cage soon on key TV networks around the world and online as well at PokerStars.tv and on the PokerStars YouTube channel.
I really hope Matthew didn't pull that whole "I got a surprise in my backpack" line anywhere near airport security, or he would have never made it here. Hey guys, I got a surprise in my back. Poof. Tackle. Missed a raise and take it from Dan Coleman while we were gone, checking out the Shark Cage.
And 47, and under the gun raise from Scott Seiver with ace-10. Troyanovsky on the button with jacks. So Troyanovsky 3-bets and Reichardt has ace-king.
Things are getting pretty cold in here. I didn't know if Scott was going to be able to fold or not to a 3-bet. But I think given what's about to happen, it will be a lot easier.
There's the all-in from Reichardt. Seiver folds, action back on Vlad. This will be the last hand of the level, however it plays out.
And my guess is Vlad's going to call eventually, but it's not a snap decision because Reichardt really doesn't have the image of being that crazy. Not from what I've seen.
Reichardt is officially the player who's all in, but it's going to cost Troyanovsky most of his chips. If he calls here and loses the race, he'd be left with about 500,000. He folds!
Wowee.
That's a bluff.
Troyanovsky gives up the jacks. Reichardt chips up as we go into the first break of the day.
35 minutes. I already know.
Already?
Already.
I hope you...
And right now...
You hope I miss?
It's Olivier Busquet who leads with 7 players remaining. Busquet with a 63 big blind stack. Remember, the blinds are now up to 5,100 when they come back from this 20-minute break. Trickett and Seiver and Klein, for that matter, who starts the day as chip leader, are in the danger zone. We will continue to play down from 7 to a champion here in the Super High Roller event at the first leg of EPT 11.
That is obviously a lineup of the greatest poker players in the world, probably in history.
I'm definitely known as a big bluffer. They don't have a chance.
I always have the advantage. Guys never expect me to bluff.
Every time I come to play, I come to win.
I think this tournament was tailor-made for me, so you can count me as the winner right now.
I think I'm going to need my glasses just to fully appreciate David in the cage. Ideally, I would put them all into the cage at once. This stupid cage!
Be called divas of poker.
It's only because of the cage. You would never call me with that.
Get that cage warmed up!
Up the cage!
Get in there!
I'm really nervous about playing against the great players. I might have a surprise in my backpack for all the pros.
Please welcome Matthew Hermignano.
When Matthew walked out, I thought, okay, this guy's going to be fun.
What is...
Yes! The sickening factor of the cage.
So 9 players, 8 spots paid, 217k for 8th, more than $1 million for second, 1.6 million for the winner.
The last time I saw a bubble this big, it was transporting Glenda the Good Witch.
Blinds are up to 30-60, which means Mike McDonald is one of 3 players at the table with fewer than 8 big blinds. Esfandiari raises with ace-3, makes it 120k.
He's got the stack to open this hand if he wants.
Newey is among the super short stacks. He folds the button. Ace-jack for Vanessa Selbst in the small blind. The chip leader calls.
Even with a huge stack, Vanessa playing this cautiously.
Dan Shack with 9-10 of clubs in the big blind, and he calls as well for an additional 60,000.
He's getting great immediate pot odds with suited connectors, and he's actually the favorite three-ways.
Three-way to the flop, which gives Vanessa top pair, second pair for Dan Shack, plus a flush draw, plus a backdoor straight draw.
Oh boy, this could get uglier than Quato from Total Recall.
Well, it doesn't look like Vanessa intends to play in flow. She leads for 165,000.
To just call pre-flop from the small blind and then lead here, Vanessa's range is rarely nothing.
$400.
Dan Shack raises to 400,000, gets an insta-fold from Antonio Esfandiari.
This board is super wet, which is going to make Vanessa not worry so much about sets and two pairs. If Dan had a super monster and Vanessa let into him, wouldn't he probably just call and let her lead again on the turn? It's free money. So no, I don't see Vanessa folding top pair, top kicker here.
Call. She calls. There is now 1.25 million in the middle. Huge pot building here on the bubble, and there are 3 guys at the table running on vapor. The board pairs on the turn. Vanessa now a 3-1 favorite. She checks.
All in.
And Shack shoves!
OMG ICM suicide. I commend Dan Shack for having stones so big they are now considered the islands of the Bahamas, but this bluff is risking crazy amounts of real money against a person with a stupid strong range.
I call.
Vanessa calls! And Dan Shack is at risk of bubbling the super high roller.
What a ridiculous sweat. Everyone is just giddy with the prospect of making the money. It's like they're 8 and someone announced a pizza party.
The short stacks don't believe it.
Yeah, these two, not quite as giddy. What an unnecessarily huge pot.
Dan Shack does have 11 outs. He can hit a club or a 10 on the river. It's a 10!
That was not supposed to happen. He's doing a victory lap. He's coming back.
Dan Shack doubles up and takes the chip lead from Vanessa Selbst.
Man, I just didn't think you...
Dan, don't say anything. Don't. Not too late.
I just lost like 2 million chips. I lost 2 million chips. Dan got me on the river, yeah. He pushed on the turn, I called, and he had 11 outs. Yeah. I just lost 2 million chips. No. He raised, and then he just jammed on a bluff, or like a semi-bluff, and I called.
And he got there. That's the crucial part of the story, Miranda. He got there.
How does Vanessa always find herself in these situations on TV tables?
Particularly brutal for her, not so much because she might bubble now, but because she was in such a great spot to win this tournament.
Nice hand, Shaq.
No. Bad hand.
Hard to make it better, hard to make it fair, and a flush draw, whatever.
I'm trying to win.
I understand.
But obviously I didn't like seeing that hand.
Antonio raised. I have ace-jack, which is too strong a hand to fold, but I didn't necessarily want to 3-bet it because there were so many short stacks. Why am I going to play a huge pot with a big stack on the bubble? It doesn't make sense. So I flat called, and Dan came along as well.
When I flopped, you know, middle pair and a flush draw, and she let out, I sort of put her on a lower flush draw. I raised it, and, you know, I would expect her to call her flush draw. She had almost 5 million chips.
The turn was like the best turn possible because it's really hard for me to be beat on this turn. I checked, and he shoves all in for 1.2 million into a pot of about $1 million.
All in.
All in.
It's just so hard for me to be beat there that I'm just never even considering laying that hand down. I call.
would look bad, obviously, once the cards were turned up. First of all, I was surprised she had ace-jack, and second of all, I was surprised she called with it, because I wouldn't. I got to give her credit. She made a great read, great call. I personally would have folded ace-jack.
He just kind of had a pair and a flush draw and just decided to gamble. He put himself in a position to potentially walk away with no money. We shouldn't have been playing that big a pot at that stage of the tournament, given the situation with all those tiny stacks.
You hit it, you're the chip leader, you miss it. You know, you went from 1.8 million chips and basically guaranteed the final table with, you know, 3 people with, you know, 100,000 chips. So, of course, it was a great risk.
Whoa!
I was just a little bit frustrated, just given how absurd it was, given the situation with all those tiny stacks. If I had won that hand, I would have had almost half the chips in play going into an 8-handed final table, which would have been a dream spot to pretty much almost lock up a win.
You know, I'm trying to win, and, you know, I went with my read. It was not quite a right read, but I knew I had outs. Vanessa's a better player than I am, but, you know, I still have the confidence that I can win on any given day with the right circumstances.
I'd say the closest thing for me to being starstruck was when I met Barack Obama. And, you know, he looked at me and he said, "I know you. You're the poker guy. In fact, we played poker last night." And he showed me $60 and he's like, "And these guys they're not very good." So that was just interesting because at the time I was really interested in the political debates and stuff like that. So to get a chance to meet him. And then he knew who I was. And I have a picture in my house of him going like this, you know?
I've been so fortunate that I've been able to meet a lot of my big celebrity crushes or whoever when I was growing up. James Hetfield from Metallica, I got to meet him. Slash from Guns N' Roses. I've been lucky to meet a lot of, you know, big movie stars, and I've also been a fan asking for the autograph, and you don't get that interaction, whereas if you get to sort of meet them on a more equal social setting, that's obviously really cool. It doesn't happen very often.
I remember walking in to the bicycle club, and Ben Affleck was, you know, kind of, he was, you know, going out with J-Lo. And so they were kind of the #1 couple in the world. And I was a little starstruck just to see the room. And I remember just like, oh, I'm going to go welcome Ben Affleck to poker. And I went over there, and he'd already read my book, you know, and he's quoting me these characters. I'm like, this is too freaky. You know, I just remember I had to leave the room. I just walked around outside and I'm like, wow, what has happened to poker?
I went to a dinner a couple of weeks ago and Samuel Jackson was there. I was quite awestruck by him. Oh, I tell you who I did talk to once, a long time ago, Michael Jackson. I went to Uri Geller's wedding. Uri Geller, the spoon vendor. Michael Jackson was best man. It was quite odd. He'd recently broken his leg and the helicopter landed. He sort of hobbled out down the aisle, looking baffled. And he hobbled past and went up to the stage where they were getting married and sort of sat there and watched the thing. And then as he hobbled back, I thought, right, I'm not going to get a lot of chances to talk to Michael Jackson. So I said, how did you enjoy the wedding, Mr. Jackson? How did you enjoy the dancing? And he said, I didn't really know what I was supposed to do. And he got back in his helicopter and left.
I believe that when you're spoiled or blessed by life, it's important to give back. One Drop is a foundation I put in place in 2007, helped to bring water to people in need. I was touched by the fact that one person every 22nd is dying of not having access to clean water. We're doing field projects to permit people to harvest more food. Then we give them microcredit so they could do business. More money we raise, more project we could do, and more life we could permit to be sustainable. I'm convinced this is the most important issue that humankind have to address. I think the poker community, in the great sense, is a very generous community. The community was also dreaming about when will be that big $1 million tournament ever to take place. So it kind of like triggered my idea. We could combine fun and charity. So we gave a couple call to player, business people, and the answer was pretty good. And actually I was overwhelmed with the fact that 48 seats were sold. I think it's the responsibility of wealthy, privileged people to really chip in. I think this is just fair and important for the survival of our planet and the population living on it.
This is the first time I played with Christoph. It's always a bit more challenging when you're playing with somebody that you've never played with before, but you could tell that he's a good aggressive player. Ace-2's, it's not a great hand, but I'm in position, and it's always nice to have a small ace suited. You know, sometimes you can win big pots with those hands.
38. Eric Seidel opened in the cutoff, and I 3-bet in the small blind with ace-king.
I'm happy to see an ace. Now he has to have an ace or a jack to beat me.
I think on the flop, ace-king will be the better hand the vast majority of the time. So I'm betting to get called from possibly pairs, some gut shots, and other top pairs with a weaker kicker.
You bet 18,000, and I called, which is pretty standard.
Once the turn comes, I think my hand deteriorates, because if I'm 3-betting from the small blind, I'll have a lot of Broadway cards. So if I keep betting, I might overrepresent my hand a little bit. And therefore I decide to check so that I can value bet the river.
He checks, and I check.
Once the river comes a queen, my hand slightly deteriorates again, because if he was floating the flop with a gut shot, then on the river he would make trips. However, I think that he would not bluff the river very often, so the best thing for me to get value out of the hand is to value bet and face a tough decision if he raises me.
And on the river he bets 45, which is a pretty big bet. My thinking was, if he has a smaller ace than ace-jack, he could easily be trying to take me off my hand because it looks like I have what I have. I just don't think he's bluffing in that spot enough, given the fact that he has to be concerned that I have a jack or an ace.
Ace-king. He mucked his hand, and that was the optimal result for me. I assumed that Eric had an ace with a weaker hand, but if Eric would have raised the river, I would have folded.
Honestly, I'm not happy about the hand because I should have folded it. It's one of those hands where afterwards you think, I wish I had taken that decision back. It was my least favorite play of the day.
Mike McDonald tries something very different, and it's the massive, over-exaggerated stare down. I just can't help but laugh when he does it. I don't think there's a lot of merit to it. It doesn't intimidate me.
When he looks at you like that, rah!
Doesn't make me uncomfortable. I just think it's a little odd.
He looks so evil when he does it. Pure evil.
It works for him, because I think for a lot of players, when they look at him, they get really uncomfortable. And I think that's part of why he does it. I take a very different approach. I'm not the stare down guy. I like to make people comfortable, because I find when people are comfortable, they're more relaxed and they put their guard down.
So you got aces or kings? Can I say that, or is that illegal?
Aces or kings was good, right?
Of course. I'm just saying, that's what I thought he had, but not that I could beat it.
So I'd rather joke around with them. Okay, I'm thinking of a card. I think the stare down tenses people up, and that's not what I'm looking for when I'm trying to get a read.
Yes.
Yeah, you know, just here to help out. I've been playing a long time, and I feel like the best stare down in the game is one John Juanda. When he gives you the eye, there's one that raises up high. And it's just like, ah, you can see right through my soul. Don't look at me.
The perfect poker player has,
well, I guess skill, money,
Tremendous intelligence,
natural talent,
incredible confidence in her own game,
wisdom,
knowledge, and patience.
focus, experience,
alligator blood, and discipline.
He'd be good.
Welcome back to Barcelona, hosting the first leg of Season 11 of the PokerStars.net European Poker Tour, the 100th EPT Festival. And we start that festival with a super high roller event, a €50,000 buy-in tournament, a record-breaking field, 58 unique players, 77 total entries, and now we're down to the final 7. That's right, it's final table day, and 7 players remain. We started the day with 9 players, an unofficial final table, because normally we'd start with 8, but yesterday was a very long day. So 9 competitors all hosting to bag the title and €1 million. That's what first place pays. And it was Italy's Mustafa Kanit who was the first to exit. Then we saw a host of double-ups. Scott Seiver and Sam Trickett, followed by Olivier Busquet. He needed runner to survive, and he did! Ace is kind for Busquet. Shortly after, he KO'd Dan Shack when he held pocket aces against Shack's ace-8. And that took us down to 7, and that's where we are at right now. And Olivier Busquet is the chip leader, 6.3 million. Sven Reichardt second on the leaderboard, but about half that amount. 3 guys with fewer than 20 big blinds right now, Morton Klein, Sam Trickett and Scott Seiver, as the blinds go to 50 and 100,000 with a 10,000 ante. This being the favorite blind level of my co-host, Joe Stapleton.
I do love that blind level. Wow, it's just so easy, the mass so easy. James, that hand, how sick was that? That hand was sicker than Ken Watanabe in Inception.
If you did miss it, or any of the rest of the day's action so far, you can rewind using the desktop player. And you'll want to rewind if you missed the first question in the EPT 100 quiz. Question 3 overall. Question 4 coming up later on. By the way, guys, please do not tweet your answers in the EPT 100 quiz. You'll have the opportunity to enter the quiz via an online form next week when you've had all of the questions. Of course, you can tweet other stuff, though. Use the hashtag EPTLive. As we get back to the action. Hand 48 of the final table. First hand of the new blind level. Olivier Busquet, first to speak. Morton Klein, he started the day as chip leader, but his stack has dwindled. He's playing 17 big blinds right now. He passes.
And boy, does he look like it. That was one hell of a face rub.
Sam Trickett's out. Vladimir Troyanovsky folds.
My dad made that exact same face rub when I told him I backed the car into the garage.
There's a bunch you got pulled.
Door.
There is. This is true. I actually know it, man. I'm not just like, oh, I'm here. I'm going to wager all my chips. All of them? Let's see what I can do about that.
Coleman shoves small to big.
Scott Seiver only has $1 million. And he calls with ace-4.
A little slow roll there, I think.
So Seiver ahead. Coleman has live cards. Seiver the player at risk.
By my calculations, this is just over 10 big blinds for Seiver.
Yeah, it'll look good face down in the muck after it loses.
I don't think that's the case.
Says he's so greedy. Why did you jam this? You were just risking chips and you're behind. Like, oh. Whatever. At least a little justice for your impunity is coming.
Seiver hoping that his hand holds so he can double up and survive. We see a queen or an 8. Seiver will be heading for the exit. Well, it's an ace-high flop, looking good for Seiver.
Well, Coleman does have the old
I guess the key card.
gutty draw.
Baby diamond. But then he'll definitely lose because it's too many apps. Like,
And backdoor diamonds.
Is
Two
he
pair?
real?
Yeah, me ace. Me ace is up.
Isn't it amazing? He just knew right as soon as like 10 came down, he knew he had aces up.
1.60.
1.60.
Seiver has to fade a king or a 9 on the river. It's a 3. He doubles up through Coleman.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 60.
Scott Seiver, captain of my fantasy team.
So we are still 7-handed.
Even more superfluouser.
Both Scott Seiver and Daniel Coleman aiming for their second super high roller title here in Barcelona.
How much do you have now?
That was a bummer.
Yeah. He literally, legitimately just can't believe it.
Seiver won the big buy-in event at the PCA last year.
After winning like 3 straight 100
I have 1.875.
Coleman won the big buy-in event
For
at the
me.
grand final back in Monaco in the
The heater's
spring.
not permanent. You don't think a heater ends with like one draw? Like it builds up, builds up, builds up. There it is. That's the heater. You win one draw.
He chopped 100K after it.
Wait, what? 100K?
Yeah, that's screwed it too. The Aria, I carry Katsik. The Aria 1.5 million for first. I had like all the chips in play. And
Wait, he's telling me a bad beat story about 100K he chopped I didn't even know existed?
Yes.
This is what's happening.
I lost a 500K EV.
Oh my god. He actually
This is bad luck.
He really is. Wow.
This is life.
This is life.
Klein has raised under the gun with 9s.
Legitimately like make me feel sick.
Somebody has to live it, you know?
Somebody has to live it.
It's unfortunate.
The dream.
Round to Busquet in the big blind. He calls with 8-6.
Pretty tough to fold to a... Well, this is even more than a min raise, slightly more, min plus.
Well, Busquet has paired his 6. Klein's still ahead with 9s.
Busquet may just sort of like the opponent here, knows that Klein is probably not as experienced as he is.
Check. Check, check on the flop.
And he may not just want to mess around now, though, since he does have showdown value. He's got that pair of 6s.
Check, check on the turn. 7 on the river.
Check. Check. 6.
9s are good.
Sorry, I won't muck again. I'll just keep it face up.
So the free roll is now open for registration. So let's recap the password, Joe, for today's EPT Live free roll.
How much you got, Tricky?
We're going to actually tweet the password as well from @EPT Live. So as long as you follow @EPT Live, you'll be able to see that password in writing. It's Trofeo, Trofeo, all lowercase. That's the password that will get you into today's free roll, starting at 8:15 Central European Time. Troyanovsky has raised with King Jack.
Now it's Busquet's turn for the 9s. Ace, king, 6. Troyanovsky outflops the 9s. Flop goes check, check. And Daniel mentioned that Vlad does play this way pretty regularly. Will often check back a flop with a decent hand. And I bet here might get him paid sometimes. But this checks down all the way, just like the last hand involving 2 9s. And again, well, this time, nope, the 9s are broken. By the pair of kings.
Troyanovsky adding 375,000 to his stack. It's time for us to talk about what's going on in the wonderful world of PokerStars. It's normally the time in the show when we bring you Lee's Lowdown, but Lee Jones is not in Barcelona. He's in Alaska right now. But we do have Michael Josem with us, which means Lee's Lowdown is replaced by Josem's Journal.
Good afternoon to you both.
Great to have you here. PokerStars head of PR, answering your questions. Tag him EPT Live. And a question I want to put to you straight away, Michael, because it's a question a lot of people have been asking, and we fielded it to a certain degree. People commenting on the fact that both Dan Coleman and Olivier Busquet have chosen to make a political statement of this final table with their choice of T-shirts. Many people feeling that the EPT should take a stance on that and not allow people to make statements in a game of poker.
Sure, well, our view is that if players or viewers have a view on this issue, then they should take it up with the players themselves. We're not in the business of engaging in political discussions. We're running a poker tour, we're not running the United Nations. And so, you know, we all value all of our players equally, and, you know, we have no plans to speak publicly on these political issues. That's a matter for the players themselves.
Well, let's see how this hand plays out, and then we'll talk about some of the fun stuff going on, both live and online.
If someone were to wear a T-shirt promoting the Big Bang Theory TV show, we could say they were idiots, though, right?
No one would ever want to control what you say.
So Busquet is raised with Queen 8 from the button. Sam Trickett with a decision in the big blind.
Now, if you really want to upset the audience, you show up wearing a Nickelback T-shirt.
Raise and take it for Busquet. It's obviously a very exciting time because we've just launched season 11 of the European Poker Tour. This is EPT 100, but exciting times online as well, with finally, after many, many months of development, the launch, in beta at least, of PokerStars 7.
Years of development. So this is, I remember there's a few staff who've been brought on for this project, been now with PokerStars for a few years, and you know, we certainly encourage people to go check out PokerStars 7. And although we admit that it's not yet heaven, because after all it's just a beta test, we do hope that you'll like it better than the rest.
Ah, we knew. Well, I was wondering, how long will it be before we get our first Josem Posem?
Josem's Posems, I love it.
The new the PokerStars software, hopefully will be an improvement for most players, and hopefully will be a lot simpler and more accessible for players to access the cards.
You know, I can barely hear what Michael's saying over the sound of him being a big fat hipster. What is going on with that gigantic beard?
Apparently I'm a bit hairy.
Ignore that noise. It's been happening all day. Focus on the beard. Can I get in there for a second? Can I get up in there?
Do you want to stroke me?
I don't want to. I just want to see what it feels like in there. Oh, it's horrible. Oh, it's just. Oh, it's so weird.
Have you considered having a beard off with Fabian Quass?
I wouldn't want to make him angry. He might get Quass. That was pretty lame. Sorry.
Hey, I'm used to it. Troyanovsky all in. Scott Seiver open to 220,000. Troyanovsky shoves from the big blind. It's enough to put Seiver all in.
Scott eventually ditches it. To everyone out there asking for what the password is today, Your fellow tweeters have helped you out. Make sure you follow the conversation at hashtag EPT Live. Passwords all over the place there. We can't put it up on the screen today, but it is all over Twitter.
Just to go back to PokerStars 7, Michael, because obviously we've seen a lot of commentary on Twitter from both members of Team Pro and regular players who are enjoying the software. My question, as a Mac user, is when is it going to be available for Mac?
Hopefully very soon. So at the moment, it's available to players to opt in so we can work out any of the remaining bugs. Hopefully in coming months, it's our plan to roll it out to all jurisdictions globally and across all the different platforms that we offer, whether it be on Mac, Windows, .es, .com, .eu, .be, .de, whatever it is.
All right, stop showing off about the number of licenses that PokerStars has.
We got a 12th one just recently. We launched Bulgaria. So now PokerStars.bg.
So what is the key mantra behind PokerStars 7? What's the mission statement? What big difference would people see from the site they've got used to over the last few years?
The first thing is we want it to be a transition, a smooth transition from the existing software. So that means that people who are used to using PokerStars 6 won't feel alien on here. But at the same time, what we want it to do is to become more simple to use for new players, allows players who are regular players to do more powerful activities, and allows them to find their favourites more easily, whether it be
What's a more powerful activity, like lifting weights?
Well, so for example, we've got these apps on the software, which will be very exciting for people to use. They're more easy so they can fiddle their settings to whatever you want as an individual.
Really? Like customizable type stuff?
Totally customizable. So if you want to put weights and stuff in it, you can do so. Hopefully you won't have to wait very long. Hopefully the software loads very quickly.
You know what? I have a question. I think we got plenty coming in from the audience, by the way. Get them in. Hashtag of EPT Live. How come there's nothing on PokerStars? Now, this seems like a no-brainer to me, MJ. How come there's nothing on PokerStars where you can just click a button and order a pizza to your house?
There is a famous story of a few years ago.
Yes,
Sunday
no,
morning.
we've all heard the story. We've all heard the story. But why not partner with Domino's? Like, why doesn't Domino's want to be up in the PokerStars 7 client?
I think that'd be a great idea. It'd be an easy way to cash out straight onto the pizzas.
Other takeaway pizza chains are available. Robert Norman tweets, say PokerStars 7 is a million times better than the standard software, in my humble opinion, but he points out that he had to switch from a Mac to use it. A suggestion from Dunks, because bear in mind we are still beta testing the software. Not a fan of PS7, it's missing stapes on the homepage.
Well, we can figure that out, right?
That's clearly a bug, not a feature.
So we do have somewhat of an interesting hand here.
Yeah, just to pick up the action, Busquet raised pre-flop. Reichardt defended his big blind. Reichardt check-called the flop for 250k, and Busquet has fired again on the turn, 650,000. Olivier with an up and down straight draw. Reichardt with second pair. And he folds it. Victor sounds a little bit concerned with this question. When are you shutting down PokerStars 6?
Well, I guess we'll move at some stage in the future. We're going to have two versions of software forever, but it's certainly our plan for it to be a slow and smooth transition.
How about this question from Team Hot, James? With the purchase from Amaya Gaming Group, what is the likelihood Stars returns to the States?
When we have something exciting to announce, then we'll announce it, but at the time being, we don't.
Snooze.
Yeah, so like we are obviously in the business of playing online poker, and we want to provide people with the option of playing online poker.
Now, people can see on the screen right now that they're being invited to vote for the proteges that these 4 members of Team Pro will mentor as the W Coupe approaches. Just remind us what this promotion is about.
Sure, so if you get onto Facebook and you search for the PokerStars page on there, we're running this promotion whereby 4 players will be taken under the wing of Team PokerStars and treated to exclusive one-on-one training with the pros. So there's Andre Akari, there's Elke, there's Vanessa Selpt and Eugene Kachalov. And so we're now at the stage of the promotion where various players have submitted videos trying to seek your vote as the audience, trying to seek your vote to take part.
We've
got an all-in.
Yeah, Reichardt shoves small to big, gets a fold from Coleman.
And so we want. So if you want to go have a vote, check out the videos. There's a few funny ones in there, and there's a few other videos in there as well.
Nice.
You can search for PokerStars on Facebook, and then you click through the Protege competition, and you'll be able to enjoy the videos and choose which of the proteges are going to win thousands of dollars worth of tournament tickets, tournament training, and all sorts of fun and games.
Who will be the protege?
What's that?
Yeah. I think people are really into this protege competition because I had a couple of people holler at me on Facebook, wanted me to show for them.
The most exciting thing I learned out of this competition was actually how to spell the word protege. A lot of E's, less O's than I expected.
Luckily, your friend is going to bail you out here.
Busquet raising under the gun with ace-deuce, a hand which worked out quite well for him earlier on. Morton Klein with king-queen. And he folds it. And right now, this final table is getting an ickle bit shallow. Average stack of 27 big blinds.
Really?
This must be one of your favourite levels because you can more easily calculate the blind.
By far my favorite level.
He still uses the calculator on his iPhone, but it's just much easier because the numbers just have lots of zeros.
I don't know. What does it mean when there's like a dot? What do you do there if there's like a couple numbers and then a dot? You just ignore everything else, right?
Ignore the dot.
It's like a glitch.
Yeah.
Busquet continues mashing with ace-deuce.
So obviously, the protege is part of the W Coupe, which is coming up in September. Off the back of the W Coupe, we've got the next leg of the EPT, EPT 101, if you will, which will be the London leg of the tour, which once again is partnering with UK IPT.
It sounds to me like we should run some sort of training sessions, EPT 101.
Hey, that's an awesome idea.
We kind of give people a free pass when there's a mind like yours in the booth to ask whatever they want.
It sounds like a scary idea. So EPT and UK IPT London. We've seen obviously this week the combination of the European Poker Tour and the Australia's Poker Tour here in Barcelona feeding together. Some huge numbers here. Hopefully we'll be able to replicate something similar in London. It's down at the Grand Connaught Rooms, right in central London, right near Holborn Station, the Tube. It'll be a £4,000 main event, which is slightly more affordable than last year's, which was £5,000, but due to the fluctuating exchange rates, it'll now be in line with all the other EPT events again.
Nice.
And so that'll have the high roller as well, and also the grand final of the PokerStars UK and Ireland Poker Tour Season 4, which is another £1,000 event.
And 57 to the final table. That last hand, by the way, was Scott Seiver shoving small to big and getting a fold from Olivier Busquet. There's a whole lot of shoving going on right now, as you'd expect with stacks these shallow.
You know, I'm missing my one of my best friend's weddings for EPT London, you know, which should just tell you that poker is more important than everything, including family and friends.
Well, you've already had your bad beat then.
Dan Coleman raising from the cutoff. It's Busquet small blind. Coleman's got 6 of diamonds. When he caught one of his cards.
Oh, I like this. Blind man's bluff.
Busquet with aces again.
That's one of the best hands you can get.
Free bet to 450,000. And ace queen for Morton Klein.
This is going to be expensive.
He shoves. And Klein gets the bad news.
It's one of those tournaments where, like, destiny.
Morton Klein came into this final as the chip leader and is now set to exit in 7th place.
I think I was like, I'm like 50-50 to jams on you.
Disappointing for today. Probably if you'd asked him 3 days ago if he'd be happy with 7th place, he'd have said yes.
Are we allowed to make jokes about the person with the Save Gaza shirt has pocket rockets?
You're the head of PR, my friend. Better you than I.
Klein with 6% equity. Less now. Less than 1%. Although, you know what happened earlier?
What does he need? Runner, queen?
Or a 2 and a 4 to split.
Chop it up.
And everyone loves those.
Not happening.
Drawing dead on the turn. So Morton Klein from hero to 0. Big stack at the start of the day. Out in 7th place. Loses with ace-queen against Olivier Busquet's aces. And for his 7th place finish, Klein will receive 177,600 euros. Olivier Busquet increases his chip lead, 8.735 million for Olivier, 87 big blinds. No one else at the table has any chips.
Joseph said this was going to get expensive for Klein. Just cost him about 50 grand, since that's the next prize jump. Not to mention what goes beyond that.
Seriously, nobody else at the table has a 30 big blind stack. I mean, Troyanovsky does if you round it up. Busquet, on the other hand, is in a commanding position. But it's kind of awkward with these money jumps, Joe. Trickett, Coleman, Seiver, they're all pretty evenly stacked. They're all short. They're just waiting for the other guy to bust so they can move up the ladder.
Yeah, it's a very awkward spot for those three guys. They really don't have a ton of incentive to get it in at all, light or marginal. And also, it makes a great situation for Olivier.
Jacks. I knew you had Jacks. I swear I was thinking, don't fold Jacks. Don't fold Jacks.
Yeah. Yes, Jacks against short stack. I'm 3-betted. With what? With nothing?
That's I'm laughing. I knew he was bluffing. I told you he was bluffing.
You don't see
awesome
that.
reaction.
Vlad, I gave you the he's bluffing face.
You're best player.
I'm bad player?
Best.
Best. Oh, yes, of course I'm bad. He had ace-10? I had ace-10. No, I had ace-10. It didn't show?
You stand also?
Yeah, maybe you're looking at my hand, not his. Maybe he had aces.
Ah, you stand.
Oh, yeah, he looked at the wrong hand. Maybe he probably had aces.
Looks like Jacks, right?
It's
close.
He had ace king.
Oh, yeah, ace king.
All of a sudden, when somebody, everybody ladders up 50,000 more euros, it gets a lot chatty out there, huh?
Jacks there for a split second. Vlad was so angry for a second.
Wait, he didn't have ace-10?
No, Vlad just read the wrong hand.
That's awesome.
He's like, oh, what?
He wasn't saying anything.
My friend sent me this picture. I'm looking at the ace-10 and describe it.
Vlad goes, oh, wait, he had ace-king.
Ace-king, yeah, that makes more sense. Good read, by the way.
This is over, sorry.
Against this range, not good call.
Maybe next time don't re-raise me with a shitty hand like Jacks.
This situation has changed.
Yeah.
So a reminder that we have Michael Josem, PokerStars head of PR, with us in the booth for today's edition of Josem's Journal. We've talked about PokerStars 7, we've talked about the Protégé promotion, and we were kind of touching on the next leg of the EPT. And obviously we have that link up with the UK IPT. The only thing that obviously is a slight concern for us, Michael, is, oh, hang on a second, Sam Trickett's getting into the action. Sam Trickett shoving here from the small blind. And Troyanovsky folds. It's that competition with the World Series of Poker in Australia. Just worried that people may feel they have to choose between the two, which they will.
Yeah, are they on at the same time? I think there's a little bit of overlap, but
Yes.
certainly some of the events you could play both theoretically.
We said we'd put any questions to you. Ed's got a toughie. Michael, can you please explain the reverse takeover by a Maya whose debt is bigger than their market cap? Seems pretty crazy to me.
Can you first explain what that question even means?
Sure. So what I think the question is asking is, how does a small company, or relatively small company like a Maya, purchase a bigger company like PokerStars, Full Tilt Poker, and the Rational Group? And the short version is you borrow a lot of money. So in the same way that someone could purchase a house with a mortgage, they've essentially done the same thing, but with companies.
Yeah, 1.4.
That's the short, abbreviated, and simplified version.
I think the confusion there is Ed describing as a reverse takeover, because it's not. It is a takeover. It's a takeover funded by borrowing money.
Yeah,
Who did they borrow money from? Like a waste management company for like 3 points a week? Something like that?
I suspect they probably got a better deal on their mortgage from Barclays Bank and Deutsche Bank than you or I would.
You probably get a pretty good rate when you borrow $5 billion.
Scott Seiver raises with King 9, Sam Trickett with King Jack on the button.
So I guess now we'll see how important laddering is, huh? He has to be ahead of Scott's range. And there you go. There you have it.
King Jack folds.
Yeah.
Raise and take it for Seiver. I've got to ask at the start, Mr.
Holding
Joseph,
to
is
you.
this your first trip to Barcelona?
It's my first trip to EPT Barcelona.
Right.
This is my year of Barcelona. I've come here 3 times this year. It's magnificent. Love this city.
What did you say? That's not true.
And now here we are. This is like, I'm so excited to be here again for the poker, because really this is like the world's greatest reality TV show. It's so real, it's so raw, it's, you know, people putting their money where their mouth is and having this contest.
And obviously you've walked into the middle of a pretty impressive festival. The record-breaking Estrellas main event, the record-breaking high roller event here, the biggest ever super high roller field that we've ever seen. All bodes well for the EPT main event when that kicks off.
Yeah, that's going to be, because I think in one of the other factors here is that because it's such a huge field, there are going to be a lot more chips in play, which means it's going to take a little bit longer maybe to get down to that final table, which means a few extra hours of listening to Joe and James late in the middle of the night.
If it's in the middle of the night, that'll be Matt and Mark.
No, I don't think you're going to be able to get 2.3 million in blues.
Reichardt moves all in and runs into King Queen suited, and Coleman calls. So Reichardt with live cards.
Is the heater real?
He has live cards and he can't go broke.
We figured out right here.
Coleman is the player at risk.
That was super dangerous.
Nice call by Coleman, too. I think that's, I don't mean the call of King Queen at standard, but we will see how hot he's running right now.
Yeah, that was so risky. He's putting the whole heater on the line here, he said.
King Queen. Yeah, but I went all in, but he has less.
Yeah, King Queen is the shorter stack. Yeah.
There's the potential to go back to back to back in massive buy-in tournaments.
Now he's going to win. He knew it.
It's on the line.
He's so confident. It's weird because, like, he's going to win, but if he doesn't, it's going to be crazy how shocked his face will be. But he's going to win, so it's no big deal.
6 of diamonds. King clubs in the window.
Honestly, I feel the ace of spades is
Good for who?
I think ace of spades is on the call.
Does it just a good one? Okay. Yeah.
Is the heater real? He says.
The heater real.
You make me sick. Look at him. He's actually disgusting.
It's not over yet.
6
9.
is the only card.
No 6 now. Give him a 9 right now. 9 and then 6. He had ace happen to him. Sven deserves something.
Now it's over.
Another ace of clubs.
So Coleman doubles up. And there's the insult tip on the river as Reichardt pairs of 5. So he's left with just 14 big blinds. Coleman doubles up to 28 big blinds. And it really is a situation where...
That's how you know he's a real gambler, and he puts the whole heater on.
One of these guys is probably going to go heads up against Olivier Busquet. I mean, that's the way you'd think it's going to go, right?
He didn't even have a dominator.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
He's got an awful lot of chips remaining.
It's funny, the heater would have ended with a 6 plays cash and a super high roller.
I mean, Dan Coleman, relatively new to the live circuit. I mean, obviously mainly a online player, plays hyper turbo, sit and goes, heads up, sit and goes. And he made his debut in the super high roller format of the PCA, won the event in Monaco, then won the one drop, and is now back in Barcelona for more.
170.
Reichardt and Trickett, the two players at immediate risk, although Trickett's been nursing that short stack for an eternity now.
What do you got now, big man?
He's got 3. He has 3.
Yeah, 3. No. Wait, how much did you have?
1.4, 2.9. 2.8, so he has 3.
Oh, you had 1.4?
Yeah, 1.4.
Okay, I was 2.9, yeah. I thought you had more than that for some reason. Tight.
It's right.
You got like 2? You got 2?
2-1.
This is my game.
Sounds like they're chatting about stack sizes there. I think there might be a bit of deal negotiation on the way.
True.
Never seen 6-way deal negotiations in a super high roller.
Winning all ends.
First card was incredible.
All in.
Both cards were dog shit for me.
AC Deuce.
I've got 1.
Wins the blinds and antes. So thanks to Graphical Nick, we got some poker calendar information on your screen.
Dan told me
right
at the
now.
beginning of the day he had a bad feeling about this tournament.
Yeah, he told me too.
Which obviously means like he's going to get second instead of just winning.
He had a bad feeling about the tournament while already at the final table. Like, yeah, he told me the same thing this morning. I was like,
well, because at one drop he was like, yeah, I mean, this tournament's already over. He's like, I won this tournament. Yeah, I felt it was weird going into the day, like...
I was pretty sure I won the tournament.
Have you had tournaments like that?
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I've never been right, though. Oh. I had the feeling. He goes, This was just like,
that doesn't count.
Yeah, I've had the feeling, but...
He means really have the feeling, you know, like
no,
when you...
really have
No, but he
feeling.
means, you know, when you have it and then win. That's when it's...
Yeah,
that's when it's real. That wasn't the real feeling.
It wasn't.
Yeah.
I guess I haven't felt it yet.
There's some tricks. Some tricks, it's just a real feeling.
1950 or something.
That's a lot. That's a lot. You can really save those chips.
That was right.
A walk for Olivier Busquet.
There's that weird spot where, like, the audience knows what I have, but I don't. I put him in the box, but I didn't look at him.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't realize he had such a big hand. He should have been pissed.
So hand 64 of the final table. Folded to Sven Reichardt. Starts the hand with 16 bigs, pocket tens. He's all in. There's the red triangle of death in front of his chips. Kings for Coleman.
I'm all in.
He reshoves.
Wow.
You can cover me in blues if you overcall.
And win.
Everyone else folds.
Overcalling probably just means you win.
Reichardt at risk and a 4-1 underdog.
It's like the fucking unluckiest I've seen someone at a final table before. The odd cold.
It's not over.
Yeah, it is.
Few players have got lucky today. Let's see if Reichardt can catch a 10. Or at least something on the flop that gives him a little bit of hope.
Well, you don't need much hope today to stay in here.
Reichardt making his debut in a super high roller tournament on the EPT. Will that debut result in a 6th place finish or better? It's not looking good for him. His immediate outs, the 2 remaining 10s in the deck.
6 reduce, yeah, man. That's so much time.
And that takes away one of his outs. He can only win with the 10 of diamonds on the river, otherwise he will finish in 6th place. It's a deuce. So Sven Reichardt, in his first ever EPT Super High Roller, cashes for €225,500, having won a live satellite to this tournament.
He'll be happy with the money here.
We are down to 5, and at this point we say goodbye to Michael Josem, PokerStars head of PR, but another edition of Josem's Journal tomorrow?
Tomorrow's edition will also be a little bit special birthday edition of Josem's Journal tomorrow.
It's your birthday tomorrow?
My birthday.
So many birthdays in Barcelona.
Maybe we should sing a song, maybe a bit of karaoke or something.
Today Vladimir Troyanovsky, tomorrow Michael Josem.
Thank you for having me.
I know I'm getting third this tournament, so.
Coleman now with 45 big blinds, roughly
straight
half
hands,
of
not
Olivia
the same guy,
Busquet's stack.
boom, boom.
Big
Like a
chip
left
lead
and
for
a right.
Busquet.
Sick tournament for him.
I guess the heater's real.
Hey, he's satellited in.
What?
He's satellited in too.
That's what Scott said, yeah.
Yeah, like his Hindu mob has like 20, he has like 20K in lifetime cash.
Yeah, they said when he walked in that like 9th was his biggest cash ever.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Ninth is more than his all-time, like 4x his all-time cashes.
Yeah. 9th was better than his collective cashes?
His collective cashes are 20K.
Oh, his collective cashes?
His collective cashes lifetime are 20K.
Yeah, wow. 6 score, that's cool.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
How did he satellite? Oh, through the 5K satellite?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Oh, cool, man. How many people got seats from that?
5. Yeah, it was a sick tournament. I got like 11th in it.
Oh, wow, you played it?
Yeah. It was a sick tournament. I mean, it was over in like 4.5 hours, or like 6 hours. It was like super turbo. It was a really sweet tournament.
Coleman's raised with ace-king.
I'm going to go ahead and fold.
Seiver folds. Busquet calls with 8s on the button. Sam Trickett in the small blind. Starts the hand with 12 big blinds. Has king-queen offsuit.
All in.
And he shoves. Trickett thinks he's found the time to make his move. He's going to get called in at least one spot. Coleman may even reshove here.
I call.
He just calls.
All right.
And Busquet folds. So Sam Trickett gets it in and finds himself dominated.
Man, come on.
Guess my name.
Pocket sevens.
Sevens.
Eights. It's like, I'm like, I don't want to call because it's so obvious what I have. Why? I mean, I guess not. There's some other hands.
Not really.
Man, you could get.
I had 8s for my one and my one call.
Yeah. What'd you say?
You could maybe do some shit there.
After you call? Because I thought Sam would be real strong when he jammed over my call.
Yeah.
Why? When you call, I feel like you
1.17.
You're gonna call ace jack there?
1.1. No.
Okay, so why the fuck would I do anything?
No, I'm calling.
Probably not. No, stop.
Dude, what's wrong with you? You can't call ace jack.
He just doesn't care. He's too rich.
He just wins every time.
Yeah. That's it. He just needs to call anything, so the cards can get on their backs. And he's going to win 3 straight all-ins in 3 hands if the heater's real. 3 hands dealt, 3 all-ins.
Trickett looking for a queen. King doesn't change anything.
Jesus.
Trickett still set.
An 8 right on the flop.
To exit in 5th.
I know.
With a flush draw, too. Like.
He probably just bets once. I don't know what it is.
He might just check call 3 on that flop.
Yeah.
Diamond's not a factor. 3 outs for Sam
He's
Trickett.
gonna
Needs
check
a
all
queen
3
on the river.
Don't say against me.
Yeah.
Oh, you had 8s?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's what I'm saying.
This is the heater. It's real.
The heater's real.
Should have overcalled after you called.
Yeah. Just 15 a flop.
Just see a flop.
Right side pot.
You can do that.
The river card is a 10, so we lose Sam Trickett in 5th place. He cashes for 288,400 euros. Back-to-back eliminations. Reichardt out, Trickett out. We're down to 4.
Daniel Coleman.
So this is exactly what I said. Like, I'm just going to fold every hand, get 3rd. So the problem is one of you guys has to do some real damage to one of the others.
I've been like 1 to 2 the whole tournament.
I cashed with 240.
And we're gonna do a big
pretty unreal. It's awesome.
This is literally every high roller I ever play is this.
PCA was like that? Oh, you did come in short PCA, but then you won that ace hand.
Yeah, I came in with like 11 or like 14 bigs.
You won that
and
aces
tripled
hand.
up the first hand with aces.
Coleman now with 60 bigs. Busquets still leads.
Yeah, the sick part is I said it, at the very start I said me and Vlad. So we got the 2-on-2 here, but the chips are a little tough. How much do you have, Vlad? 3?
Troyanovsky playing 27 big blind. Seiver the shortest stack with 19.
2.6? Okay. 2.6. Give me a sec, guys. Sorry. Just a minute.
Look, what do you have?
Me?
Yeah.
Like between 8 and 9?
Button raise from Olivier Busquets. Ace Jack suited. Troyanovsky in the small blind. He folds. And Dan Coleman also passes. So Dan Coleman's taken out 2 players and has put himself in a strong position to go heads up here against his mentor, Olivier Busquets. We're not discounting Seiver and Troyanovsky, but all signs pointing to Coleman getting into the top 2 and potentially going back-to-back in super high rollers.
I really thought I was getting 3rd this tournament, though. It was like one of your winning feelings.
You feel 3rd.
The problem is,
Are you happy with that?
Yeah, if I get 3rd, I'll be happy. But the point is, some blood has to happen, you know? Because this is not my time.
It's not my time.
It's not my time.
You said movie Hercules. You won.
It was at last season's grand final where Coleman took down the super high roller. He then won the one-drop tournament in Vegas in the summer, and here he is in the top 4 in this super high roller.
Oh, they said don't bluff.
Let's bring in our next guest. It's Theo Jorgensen from Team PokerStars Pro. Welcome to Barcelona, sir.
Thank you, James. It's a pleasure as always to be here.
And Scott Seiver was just saying to Dan Coleman, this is what it feels like to be on a heater.
You would think so. That's a pretty good heater. You can't take anything away from the kid that he knows how to play poker, but it seems like he's getting the better of it right now.
We were just saying a few minutes ago that he first kind of showed up at the PCA, played the super high roller there. Then obviously in Monaco, won it. One drop, won it. Back here in Barcelona, top 4, and really relatively new to the live circuit because very much considers himself an online player, playing those hyper turbo heads up sit and goes on Stars. That's where he made a name for himself as Mr. Greeny, which is his online handle.
I can honestly say I never heard about him before the PCA.
Troyanovsky's under the raise with 6-3 suited. Called by Coleman on the button with ace-deuce suited. Muske calls as well. They're going three-way to this flop. And I'm loving this tweet from Mike McDonald. By the way, Coleman has just flopped trips. Troyanovsky with a gut shot. So Mike McDonald says, swap with one person, bought action of one person, lost 3 bullets, but still had one of the most profitable super high rollers ever. Man, I'm good. The Timex in this tournament for 150k.
Yeah.
Fails to cash it because of his swaps and buying a piece of action. He somehow manages to make a profit. So Troyanovsky continued the flop for 250,000. Coleman just called with his trips. Troyanovsky's now slowed down. He checks the action to Coleman. He takes over the betting. 350,000.
In a situation like this, you could he could potentially be looking very bad because he doesn't really look like a deuce, and then he tried to represent one, so I could see myself bluffing away on this one. But
By the way,
luckily for him, he folded it.
Any questions you've got for Theo Jorgensen from Team Pro, tag your tweets EPT Live, and we'll get as many of your questions to Theo as we can. The bizarre thing is that Joe Stapleton was actually taking a break from the booth, heard that Theo was here, and could not tear himself away from the microphone.
I love it.
I'm
so pleased to see it.
He's my biggest fan. I got to be in here. This might be the only laughs I get all day.
What a piece of shit.
What did I miss? Anything?
Yeah.
A couple of eliminations. Coleman climbing up the leaderboard. Other than that, not much.
Oh, wow. Yeah, Olivier doesn't have all the chips anymore. Now Daniel and Olivier have all the chips. Coleman limped, as did Bousquet. Troyanovsky jams ace-8, and he picked a pretty good time to do it.
2 million? No. I can't call him.
Olivier thought about it maybe for a second, knowing his hand could be a little under rep since he limped too.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, ace-5 of diamonds.
Theo, I like your shorts, buddy.
Well, I love him too. Telling you.
Scott, what's your time I played?
It was 2-second thing. That's how it took when I saw these shorts. There was actually a jacket too, and I was seriously considering buying the jacket as well for it.
Got a flashback here.
Troyanovsky calls.
Vlad Troyanovsky.
Great spot to double up. It's an 8-deuce-deuce flop. It's looking good for the Kings. Troyanovsky set for the double up. It's an ace! That's it, it's over. Vanessa Sox has won.
Very well played, man. You can't beat me when I'm running like that. I hit every hand. You can't beat me. You played really well.
And that is not the only deep run Vlad's had. He has been all over the place. We just said now, back to the short story, I'm sorry. It took you 2 seconds to fall in love with them in the store. You're like, done, ship it.
That's it. And then I was seriously, they had a jacket, like a suit jacket for it as well. And I was seriously considering buying that one as well. But maybe that was a little over.
Button versus big blind.
So far, I've seen Coleman play 2 hands with ace-2 and hitting trips. And now he's in there with Jack 4 and hitting trips again.
And he hit trips to eliminate Reichardt as well.
Flop trips again.
Is it?
How old is this kid? Coleman.
Good question. 26?
Oh.
Let's look it up. Let's figure it out. Hold on. We got some bios here. Let's see if it's in the bio.
Computer's real, man.
My guess is no. He's not in the bios. Okay.
I'm good.
It's fine.
You have 7.5?
Let's go to the old internet.
I'm like 7. What do you have?
When's Break My Face going on?
I don't know. Really.
I got to be a huge dog in that one.
What is that? I've read Break My Face a couple of times. What is that?
Basically, you have to try to make, I don't know, maybe 5 different team pros laugh in 90 seconds.
Oh, that. Oh, I have heard of that. Okay.
Yeah.
Somebody tweeted something about that yesterday, but it must have been something different. I don't know when that's happening. I'm just an Indian.
I mean, I'm in that one, but I think I got no shot. The other guys actually, I'm the one who thinks you're funny.
I can't fail at all of them. But Dan Coleman, born in 1991.
91. He's only 19 years younger than me.
Jack deuce against Jack 8. Seiver still ahead. Pairs is 8. Coleman facing a bet of 175,000, and he folds. So Morton Klein is the player many people were watching today.
Made it 500.
Bit of an unknown quantity. Came in as the chip leader, but exited in 7th place. And we spoke to Morton after he bust the super high roller.
And I had a good 8.
I started the first 2 hands I had. I tried to take out 2 players. I lost both of them. 1 coin flip, and and I call I maybe should not have done, but I know I had ace queen and against aces, so it was not funny, but so happened.
Klein referring back to the questionable call, some would say, with the ace-5 suited.
Yeah. So again, we have a blind-on-blind situation.
Check.
Seiver calls in the small. Busquet checks his option. Check on the flop.
Check.
Check on the turn. Seiver bets his straight. Busquet has a pair of 6s.
Straight.
Makes the hero call.
Good.
Guess you can afford to do that when you've got 8.5 million chips.
So Scott Seiver now playing 20 big blinds. Troyanovsky playing 23 big blinds. Busquet, the chip leader. Coleman, second on the leaderboard.
It works, but
4 remaining in this 50k
was
super
against
high
you
roller
instead of
event.
Olivier. I think I would have had 600,000 on the river.
yeah.
I think I'd have just gone for it against you.
You can do that stuff.
See a couple of folks on Twitter asking how boxing's going. Did we cover that already?
What?
Somebody on Twitter wants to know how boxing is going.
That might have...
Is that from years and years ago?
No, that's because I made another drunk, stupid bet, so I have to go in the ring again.
Aha! Well, do tell, Mr. Jorgensen.
It was, let's just say it's not the smartest move I've done. But I'm going to be in excellent shape in 3 or 4 months. And hopefully not have my face smashed.
Well, let's hear from our 7th place finisher. Or was he our 6th place finisher? Our 6th place finisher, Sven Reichardt.
Yeah, I felt like Olivier was kind of trying to find a spot to push against me. So I decided to open a bit tighter than I normally should there. And yeah, then I had kings obviously open. And when he did an instant fold, I thought like, wow, this could be the hand. And then he made, I think, a correct shove with ace-2 suited. And yeah, you know the hand. And I felt like, yeah, it wasn't a huge stack out. He has like 30% before the flop, and what happened there is for the TV.
Andre says, where have you guys been? Obviously not on the internet a lot. Coleman is a big deal since the 1-drop. Andre, we've been aware of Dan Coleman for quite a while, including his win at the Super High Roller in Monaco, which preceded the 1-drop. We just couldn't quite remember how old he was. That was the one detail that we missed.
Sorry, I didn't remember what year he was born.
Yeah, I think there was a couple of people that might have noticed who won the 1-drop there.
I don't know his social security number either.
No.
I don't know what his parents' names are. I don't know what his childhood pet was growing up. All things that if I were any kind of poker commentator, I would know. He's kind of a big deal since the 1-drop, I know. I've just been living in a cave.
Oops. Here comes trouble.
Big ace.
See, in this situation, I don't know how aggressive Bousquet has been playing so far, but in a four-handed game where there's an open is such a wide range, which makes the 3-bet wide as well, and it's going to be a tough one just to lay the ace-jack down here. I'm not saying it's impossible, because he's never ever going to feel really comfortable, but
you just don't want to play a massive pot with ace-jack.
No. I'm guessing if it would have been the other way around and Bousquet would have opened and Seiver would have made the 3-bet with 10s, I'm guessing he would have shoved for the 2 million. But now he doesn't want to play the really big hand against Bousquet, since they're the 2 chip leaders, and he's deciding to lay it down, which makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, you've got Scott Seiver and Vlad, both, who are short stacks.
But I'm just saying it's not as easy as it looks laying down ace-jack in that spot with these guys in a four-handed situation. Some might sit out there and think, what is he thinking about? But it's 4 aggressive dudes, and
I mean, hey, you might hit a good flop.
You will potentially not see ace-jack that many times.
Good reminder for those of you who have just joined us. Darren Reed says, what did I miss? Well, Darren, you can rewind the action. Alternative, if you want to get up to date really quickly, check out the live updates on the PokerStars blog if you want to stay with us in real time. This will be the last hand of this blind level, by the way. We're set to play level 22 after this. Blinds up to 61.20, the anti-doubling from 10k to 20k.
Olivier trying to work that big stack. Raising under the gun. Bad king.
So 3 bets with Jack-9 suited. Scott Seiver in the big blind. Has his game face on. Seiver shoves with ace-queen. And Coleman's kind of priced in here.
I would say so, yes. I can't see he's not.
1.8, 1.85.
1.5.
Obviously, that wasn't what he was hoping for. I like his 3-bet against Bousquet compared to just calling. There's no way he can fold here into an opening. And I like the fact that he's 3-betting to find out where Bousquet is standing. This is just unfortunate, but I can't see him not calling. I think it's a mistake not to call. Even obviously, we know it's the right move to do. Call now that we can see the ace-queen, but still.
Getting better than 2-1 on his money.
I call.
He does call.
And here we go.
Live cards for Coleman. Scott Seiver ahead, but at risk. He needs ace-queen to hold here, or we will be down to 3 players.
He's a favorite, but not a huge one.
Seiver looking
Considering where the heat is right now, Coleman probably has the 60% here.
Seiver hoping to become a 2-time Super High Roller champ here in Barcelona.
1825.
The only potential 2-timers in this hand together.
Break down one of these.
You get to call for your 1 time if you're going for your 2nd time. That's the question.
What'd you say?
These chips are yours.
They are, I know. Again,
Oh, that's evil. That's cruel. He just jinxed Seiver. Seiver's got no shot in that. He just said that Seiver's going to win it.
It's a brilliant move to say Seiver's going to win the hand because either you
These
win the hand or you're right.
Yeah, these chips are yours. I can't see how he's going to win Coleman, but he is.
It's all red. I'll take that.
Seiver has to fade a jack or a 9.
Queen's okay.
Ace is okay.
That's how.
Coleman picks up a flush draw.
Queen's not okay. Queen's no good. No bueno.
The jack's no bueno.
You're just saying it in your head?
No, I'm just...
Or you're rooting for that?
No, I'm not, no.
The river card is a 9!
Oh. Boom.
And Scott Seiver goes out in 4th place. Seiver cashing for €364,200. And Coleman takes the chip lead up to 8.8 million.
Not only is Coleman running hotter than the sun, but he's not even susceptible to too many out syndrome. He is immune.
He's really good.
The heater continues.
Sure.
There goes the captain of my fantasy team. Out.
Ouch.
Those of you who wanted Coleman versus Busquet heads up. The dream could be about to become a reality. So Dan Coleman is our last potential 2-time Super High Roller winner. We mentioned that Scott Seiver was the other guy looking to become a 2-time champ. He won his title at the PCA in 2013, the 10th anniversary of the PCA. And he was talking about it earlier on. He came in as a relative short stack, got a triple up early doors, and then cruised to the heads up and the victory.
He raises. Seiver shoves on him and he calls. The flop is Queen 8-5, all diamonds. Sands has the 4 of diamonds.
6 of diamonds, Jack of diamonds.
Sure, let's start with the 6.
Chalk it up.
Start with the 6 and go from
No,
there.
only if you can wheel both at the same time.
These guys are crazy.
9 of hearts on the turn changes nothing. Seiver a 68% favourite to win the tournament. He doesn't hit on the river. Seiver seals the deal and wins the 100k Super High Roller.
And here he's the 4th place finisher, taking us down to 3. Troyanovsky, the short stack then with 21 bigs.
You see how he went right over and hugged Nick Binger? I want to be somebody's first hug after they win. Theo, can I be your first hug?
Yes, you can be. You can definitely be my first hug.
I'm going to be there on the rail. You come over and hug me.
All in.
I wouldn't be surprised if somebody's... Ooh.
Well, that was fast.
That was fast and
Troyanovsky
furious.
opened under the gun. Busquet shoved from the big blind with 5s, and we have a classic race underway at the final table. And Troyanovsky is racing for his tournament life. He needs to hit.
Like Jimmy Choo versus Christian Louboutin, one of these 2 hands has a slight mathematical advantage.
That'll be the 5s of Busquet. If
16
5s
bigs,
hold,
like 2 million, 2.1 million.
we're heads up.
It's kind of written in the stars for Olivier Busquet, isn't it, James? After that 0.4% chance of him winning that hand coming through. Assuming you believe in the stars. So we got there a gut shot for Troyanovsky.
Yep.
2 live cards.
But 5s are holding for now. Biscay, 59% favorite with 2 cards to come.
So.
So Troyanovsky with 10 outs, looking for an ace, 9 or 8 on the river. The river card is a jack, so we lose Vladimir Troyanovsky in 3rd place. He cashes for 473,200 euros, and we are heads up.
Just too lucky.
The master versus the apprentice, Olivier Biscay, with just over 10 million. Dan Coleman, his protege, with around 8.8 million. This heads-up battle will be just like the lightsaber battle in the corridor of the Death Star. Obi-Wan versus Darth.
They force you to play.
So you told me Timex was in for 3 bullets. Who else is here who's been spending a lot of bullets?
No one entered more than 3 times.
Okay.
The 2 players who are heads up are in for 1. Of the players who made the final table, Kanit, Seiver, Shaq, and Troyanovsky were all in for 2 bullets.
Wait, what's that mean? Someone has to have a 1% edge, heads up, so someone should just pay the other 1%, and then there you go.
And I tried to raise him out where I had to kind of call you, make you not want to, but what do you think of my play?
I mean, I think you can make it like 550.
And then fold?
No, with that hand not fold, but with other hands fold.
Yeah.
With like the ace X's fold and like
I want to have
king 9
I
fold.
want to have a hand that I can play versus him in a big pot and try and make him like, you know, I don't know. I can do some stuff with Jack 9 suited. I think you have to be 3-bander sometimes, you know.
I would just, I think I would just flat the Jack 9 suited.
Yeah.
My stack just devastates.
Yeah.
Like, I had ace queen, but trust me, I would have shifted with ace 10 suited.
I know.
For sure.
Yeah.
Shifted ace 10 suited. Like, not even think about it.
I think so. I think it was kind of suspect too. I looked at your stack to try and figure it out.
Please. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't like it because I'm just gonna do anything there.
You know we have to play, right?
What?
You know we have to play, right?
Yeah, let's just take a break.
Yeah. We also both want that bracelet.
No preference.
There is no bracelet.
Whatever's easier.
It's a trophy.
Oh, I can't believe it came down to you and me. That's so
sick.
The fucking heater, man.
Fucking heater. I can't believe you're just annoying me actually at this point.
Why do you have to hit the river?
What'd you say?
Sorry, buddy.
Yeah, that was
Heater's real.
Yeah, but like
we just won every single all-in like in a row like that. That final table was super short. We just busted everyone right away.
We didn't even make it to the second break. We played 3 levels.
Yeah, seriously.
3 levels.
And it was not even 8-handed. It was 9-handed.
9-handed.
I mean, I know it was short, but we just. Yeah, let's go outside.
Let's keep it that way during heads up.
You gonna stick around?
Not tilted, just like actually.
Well, you heard him, the players taking a break before the heads-up battle begins. Now, Olivier Biscay, by the way, does have a record of finishing 2nd on the EPT. He's had a 2nd place finish in a high roller, a 2nd place finish in a main event. Is he going to finally win in a super high roller, or will Daniel Coleman's ridiculous win rate continue?
Olivier does have a high roller win, though. So this would be 2. No, 2nd in the high roller?
2nd in the high roller.
Ah, wow. My bad. Awkward.
As we wait for the heads-up battle to start, let's hear from Sam Trickett, our 5th place finisher.
I was playing and I'd folded every hand for like 2 hours, literally got no hands, no shove spots, and then he folded around to me, and I had like 10 big blinds, and the big blind was really tight, so it was a good opportunity to go all in and, you know, steal the big blind. I went all in, and then Olivier Biscay pipes up and says, "Okay, I call." I'm like, "What?" And I didn't see that he'd raised. He made it like 60,000. I shoved for like 200 or something. So he had to call. It was like, and I had 7-5 offsuit. It was practically calling my tournament off with 7 high. So it was obviously a really fortunate mistake of mine, because it worked. It turned out well, and I won and managed to come 5th. So I was pretty blessed in that aspect. But yeah, it's pretty bad on my part as well. I shouldn't be making mistakes like that, really.
Sam Trickett talking about that misclick at the secondary feature table yesterday, and obviously laddering up today into 5th place, coming in as one of the short stacks. Wow, that was pretty fast and furious. We lost Reichardt, Trickett, Seiver and Troyanovsky, taking us heads up. Busquets versus Coleman. The two players taking a break. It looks like we're going to do the same, and then we'll come back and play this thing out. And one thing we talked about, Theo, is this being a relatively shallow final table. Now they're both deep. We've seen some major consolidation.
Yeah. It's it doesn't look like it's going to end right away, and both of them really like to play deep hands, but it's not like they're on a suicide commission, so if they suddenly get decent hands, they're going to try to keep the pot low to not hurt themselves too much. So I'm definitely not assuming, considering the fact that they have 87 and 73 big blinds, that this is going to be over within the first hour.
All signs point to a long heads-up battle.
Yeah.
These guys are heads-up specialists. They are very analytical players. I wouldn't say they egregiously take too much time, but they do think about their decisions, Olivier especially.
Yeah, of course that's going to take some extra time off the clock. Another thing to bear in mind is that, let's say they make deals, it's going to go so much faster.
Welcome to Barcelona and the first leg of season 11 of the European Poker Tour and the 100th EPT Festival, a festival that's already breaking records with more than 2,500 players entering the 1K Estrellas main event and a record-breaking field in the 50K Super High Roller. At the start of day 2, the final facts and figures were confirmed. 58 unique entries, 19 re-entries, a prize pool just shy of 3.7 million euros. Cash prizes for the top 11 and a first prize of more than €1 million. Didn't take long for the first players to bite the bullet. Reinkemeyer, Kurganov and Negreanu hit the rail early, while Super High Roller newbie Ryan Fee, EPT 9 Grand Final runner-up Andrew Pantling, and 2012 one-drop runner-up Sam Trickett are among the first players to break the $1 million chip mark.
It's gone pretty well. I think I got a fairly decent table. I was happy with my seat, happy with my table, and I built a lot of chips on that table. Got up to like 1.2, 1.3. It's the first time I've played poker here, actually. I've never been to Barcelona before. I've been with my parents and my girlfriend for a holiday for a few days, but it was out of season. But I've come this year and I'm really impressed. I went to a really nice restaurant last night. Great atmosphere. Poker tournament's good as well, 70 players, so, you know, it's probably one of my favourite stops I've been to so far in the EPT.
Inaugural Barcelona Super High Roller champ Dan Smith enjoyed a massage after being knocked out. And Fabian Quas was KO'd by the man he beat for the 2014 PCA Super High Roller title, Dan Schack. And as Quas headed out the door, our hand of the day happened. It saw November 9er and EPT regular Martin Jakobsen duel with our most recent Super High Roller winner and 2014 one-drop champ, Dan Coleman. We're back at the main feature table. Let's get up to speed on this hand.
We're on the turn again.
Yeah, well, Coleman was the original raiser. Jakobsen led the flop, having defended his big blind. And now on the turn, Jakobsen set to bet again.
Well, that's a really good turn card for him to bet if you bet the flop. Because let's say you bet a hand like 7-8 or 8-10, you know, like a gut shot. That 10 is pretty meaty. So if Coleman has a hand like ace-queen, ace-jack, he may decide to give up now, where if it was like a paired board or something, it might not be as good a card to bluff at. But also, it's very likely that Jakobsen does have something here. If he led the flop and also bet that 10.
This pot's
feels
getting
like,
pretty
you
big.
know, Coleman might just have an overpair here and still just be playing it carefully. So for Jakobsen, I think if he's got like just the 9 or just the 10, he's going to wave the white flag and check. If he can beat that, you should expect to see a pretty sizable bet. And, you know, Coleman, he could have hit 3 kings there. You know, it's very possible that he's got an overpair here to the 10 high board. All in. Oh, he hates it. Look at that. He does have an overpair, I think.
He called.
What's this? Set.
Set of 4s
against ace high. Okay. So Coleman
sure
flopped
that
the
face
set.
was warranted.
Wow, quite a gutsy play
Sure.
from Jacobson. He's certainly capable of making a big bluff, and he really went for it there. He probably put Coleman on an overpair like I did and thought he would throw it away.
And that's it. Martin Jakobsen, with that triple barrel bluff, is eliminated.
Yeah, but notice like he was disgusted
Yeah.
with his
Yeah,
set,
the
right?
heat is real.
So
Yeah.
if he didn't have a set, that play would have worked a lot.
This.
The final 11 were in the money, but despite our best efforts, we weren't able to get down to the official final table of 8.
So we're set to award the first trophy of EPT 11. Watch the final table of the 50k Super High Roller on PokerStars.tv from 2 p.m. Central European Time on Wednesday the 20th of August as they play down from 8 to a champion. That's 2 p.m. Central European Time, PokerStars.tv. Cards up coverage of the Super High Roller.
Well, it feels very good to be back in Barcelona 10 years after the first win. I expect myself to reach at least the final table. I have a good feeling. I really honestly believe that I deserve it. I decided to play the first EPT because I wanted to go to Spain. I had never been to Spain, and I went with a few friends. And I almost didn't play the first EPT because I lost my money on cash games the first day I got there. And the second day, a friend of mine said, let's put 500 each on the roulette. And I said, it's the last 500 I got. And he said, let's play. Okay, let's play. And we won. And we won like 5,000 each. So I bought into the main event, and it was all built up for me in a way. After the roulette, I couldn't lose it. It was actually never really a tournament for the rest of the field. I even remember calling my dad after the first day and saying, hey, I won 80,000 euros. He said, really? Yeah, no, well, not really, but soon. I still play a lot of poker, mostly live games, and I don't believe myself to be any good anymore. I even sometimes think that I was never really good. I'm just lucky, because I am lucky. I consider myself to be one of the luckiest guys in the world. The Lucky One. This should be my new name. The Lucky One. Alex the Lucky One. Yeah.
Welcome back to Barcelona and the PokerStars.net European Poker Tour. We are heads up at the final table of the first event of Season 11. The 50k Super High Roller comes down to two friends, the Master and the Apprentice, Olivier Busquet versus Daniel Coleman. Busquet, an accomplished player who's come close on the EPT, second in a High Roller, second in a main event, and Daniel Coleman, relatively new to the live circuit, but has already taken down one Super High Roller title in Monaco and this year's one-drop tournament, and has the slight chip disadvantage as these two prepare to go to battle. And it sounds, Joe Stapleton, as if Olivier's on the phone to his wife, who's back home in the US.
Is that what I'm hearing?
Theo Jorgensen from Team PokerStars Pro.
No, he has to talk to his wife.
Is also still here. And I imagine that they're working out some kind of deal here.
Well, that would make sense as to why Dan Coleman would have to speak to Olivier's wife. She's probably the one in charge of the deal. Now,
Yes,
James,
man.
you likened this to, what was it, Darth Vader versus Obi-Wan Kenobi?
Yes.
Do you really think in that movie that Darth killed Obi-Wan? Because he kind of just disappeared, right?
Well,
where's the body, James?
I think you'll find, as Rob King points out on Twitter, that Coleman can defeat Busquet, but Olivier will become more powerful than you can possibly imagine.
See, and I think that's something similar to maybe what's happening here, happening in Star Wars. Maybe Darth and Obi-Wan made a deal. Maybe they had a little saber, a lightsaber, possibly.
$87 big blind for Busquet, 73 for Coleman. 52 minutes left at this blind level, by the way. I mean, considering how well these guys know each other and the fact that they are best buds, it shouldn't be too difficult for them to reach a settlement in terms of making a deal.
No, you would think so.
But of course, there'll still be some prize money in play, and as Coleman said, they both want the bracelet/trophy.
Yeah, but in these situations, if the deal is made, both of these players are going to be more relaxed. Look at Coleman right now. He doesn't look like one who's going to play for a huge title. And when that happens, the call should be a little lighter and so on. So we may get in for a shorter heads up. Definitely get in for a shorter heads up if they've made a deal, and most likely we're agreeing on the fact that they have made a deal, right?
If they didn't already have equal percentages of each other as it is. But also, I do think that the win means enough to these guys that they may battle it out. Like, maybe the money won't be a factor, but you know, Dan Coleman has the potential right now to go back to back to back in massive buy-in tournaments. Olivier Biscay still waiting for that big win. He's the bridesmaid here. He's ready to walk down the aisle.
And both these guys are heads-up specialists, and they know how to play big stacks, and they're probably going to know each other's game better than anyone else on the planet.
Most likely.
Should be good to watch.
As Nick Wealthall put it, Dan Coleman versus Olivier Biscay heads up in the high roller. Most introspective heads up ever. These guys like to think. Do you think Biscay finally gets to throw the bouquet, James, or what?
Just crunching the numbers right now. By the way, those of you asking for the free roll password, we have tweeted it. If you follow at EPT Live, you'll see it. I'll spell it out for you, though. All lowercase, Trofeo. Trofeo is the word that will get you into today's EPT Live League free roll, which starts at 8:15 Central European Time. That's 2.5 hours from now. Trofeo, Trofeo.
Trofeo, that's what I call Theo when I'm really drunk. Trofeo! Trofeo, come have a beer with me. Come on, let's do shots.
Free roll.
Trofeo Jorgensen.
Yeah, Jorgensen.
Trofeo free roll.
I like that one.
He doesn't have to post a blind. He always has to post a small blind. Yeah, no, I just don't know this stuff.
Let's just say no. Do we have to? We still have to ante? Yes. Was that a rule that changed in EPT? It's a rule we made before in EPT. We never used it. Right, before you used to take the antes out. It was a while ago you put it back, right? Just a couple years ago? What season is this, 11? What? Right. The first one of 11, right. Awesome. Are we waiting for somebody else? Okay. Yeah, no, I just wanted to... Cool. What do you think, 61-20?
So we're just waiting for confirmation if a deal has been agreed and what the terms of that deal are.
Now, even though they're pals, they still have to do their
played heads up in a while.
Their deal publicly, right?
Yeah,
absolutely.
That's so funny.
I mean, maybe they work something out privately, but it will be announced. But before we find out the details of the deal and before we get this heads-up battle underway, let's hear all about the PokerStars VIP Club.
10 million.
That was sexy.
And 8.7.
I think it moved a little.
Yeah.
Let's ask Theo another question while we wait on these guys to let us know what they did. Theo, you've been in Spain for a while, yeah? You took the family? You've been vacationing?
Yeah, I was vacationing first for a couple of weeks down at the south coast, which was great. I love it down here. The weather is fantastic, and we had a blast.
Did one of those villa deals?
Yeah, we, together with one of my friends and his family, we rented a huge house and was there for 14 days. It was really good. And the kids are basically just concerned whether there's a pool or not. That's the only.
And I assume there was a pool.
There was a pool.
When I was a kid, I would be in the pool from the second we were outside till like dark.
It's well, yeah.
Get out to
It
eat,
seems
and
like
that's
the girls are in the pool constantly. The guys are jumping in, running up, jumping in again. Constantly.
Oh yeah, all day. It doesn't get old.
Apparently, it's the best ever. Just jumping in.
It is.
Yes.
Water would be great. Just water.
Yeah, actually, I'll take a water. Thank you.
So a reminder of the players who've fallen today and the stacks of the two who remain. Just heard the voice of Neil Johnson, our head of live poker operations, in the background. I think Neil's asked for tournament director Toby Stone to come to the stage just to verify the terms of the deal, which it seems Olivier Busquet and Daniel Coleman have reached, but they will still play. There is a rule on the EPT that with any deal, you have to leave some money in play, and of course you're playing for the title and trophy as well.
Thank you.
Can you give me 15 euros back, please? 15, thanks.
Well, that sounds like a nice tip. Good thing to do when you're mic'd up.
Well, I'm trying to figure out if he's giving,
Thank you.
he wants 15 back from what? Is that a 50 and he's giving 35?
That's my advantage.
Probably a 20.
Yeah.
But maybe it's a 50, who knows?
That
Seems
would
like
be
an
weird.
odd number to ask
yeah.
for back.
I guess it's a five euro tip.
Here comes Toby Stone.
Congratulations.
Toby Stone.
To both of you. I'll just show you these figures for you to agree them. So, do you want to come over? This is your official prize pool. This is first and second. Olivier, your split is 866434, and Dan 843066.
Cool.
We're playing for 30,000. This will be the official results because we don't know who's won just yet. Okay.
Sounds good.
Yeah. So if you want to just sign.
It's only 20,000 euros more.
Yeah, because you're playing basically for the difference, 10% of the difference between.
Yeah,
us.
Yeah.
Because you're both guaranteed.
You thought it'd be more?
Already.
I did think it would be more.
It's pretty much 30,000.
I get it. I understand how it works. Yeah.
So that's basically you're only playing for the difference.
That makes sense. Okay.
So I'm just going to write your names here, and if you could sign for me there, that would be great.
I'm sorry.
This doesn't really mean first. The official results.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay.
What is that? I didn't get that. Is that 30,000?
That's still in play.
Difference. Yeah, but there's only 30,000 in
I know
difference.
it's not for you, but it's my biggest cash.
There you go, Olivier. That's for you.
It's over $1 million.
You don't have one?
I don't know. I just feel like Coleman's getting the better of that. He's down 2 million in chips, and there's only 30,000.
Yeah.
Well, it's worth mentioning that
difference.
Olivier does have some percentage of Coleman also, so a lot of the money is going back to Olivier anyway.
The deck's ready and the blinds and antes are in, right?
Okay, enjoy the rest of the tournament, guys.
What's his?
Good luck.
So just
All
to
right,
confirm
so
the
now we're
money.
playing for the 30 and the money and the trophy and the watch. Yeah, of course.
Then I'm going to say congratulations, ask you guys to shake hands.
Okay.
Yeah.
866k for Busquet, 843k for Coleman.
Can we make it so there's no antes?
30k still in play.
There's no way you can remove that?
We don't. It's for all tournaments at all times. We keep the.
Is that like a law or something, or?
It's
like
our rule because it could impact. If he was super short, we wouldn't want the antes taken out. You know what I mean?
So
it's
if
just,
we both agree on it, it doesn't affect either player, you know?
Nah, it's just we've had this discussion with all the TDs and stuff, so we leave the antes in regardless.
Yeah.
That's fine. Whatever. Can we hug instead of shake hands?
You can do whatever you want.
No, I'm asking him.
We hug? Shake their hand.
Can they kiss?
All right, we can hug if you want.
Yes. Yes.
All right, Daniel, we're ready when you are.
Oh, Coleman goes for the hug, and Olivier looks at the ceiling. Unreal. Look how rejected he looks.
So just to confirm those numbers again, and we should hear from Neil Johnson in a moment as well. 866,434 euros locked up by Busquet. 843,066 euros locked up by Coleman. 30,000 to the winner, plus of course the trophy and title.
And the watch.
The good thing here is, considering the fact that they're pretty much playing for peanuts compared to what they're getting, is that
We are heads up here at the 50,000 euro Super High Roller final table in Barcelona. The players have made a deal. The chip leader at the moment with 10,480,000 in chips is Olivier Busquet. He's going to take 866,434 euro. Dan Coleman has 8,775,000 in chips. He's going to take 843,066 euro, and they're going to play heads up for 30K. Players, congratulations on making the heads up portion. Please shake hands. Good luck. Let's find out who wins.
And there comes the hawk. As I was saying before, the good thing here is that I assume that Oliver is definitely not going to take as long in his decisions. And the same thing for Coleman as well, considering the fact they're playing for peanuts compared to if they were playing for a 300,000 or 400,000 euro difference.
So let's get this heads-up battle started. Olivier Busquet versus Daniel Coleman. And Daniel Coleman, when we interviewed him in Monaco, told us the story that he was railing Olivier Busquet online and would be shouting in the chat box the cards that he thought Olivier had, and occasionally he'd be right. So Olivier reached out to him privately. They got together. Olivier became his tutor, his mentor, and Olivier says sooner or later Dan was better than he was, and the two have remained very close friends ever since.
Wow.
Olivier considers Dan to be his best friend in poker.
Amazing. Amazing story, especially considering the fact they're heads up right now.
I love this. Patrick Deere. This is going to end quickly now. They're only playing for 30,000 euros.
Oh, well, Patrick Deere, I hope you're right.
Only 30,000 euros. Plus, of course, I think you raised a really strong point, Joe, which is that both these guys want a victory. Coleman would love to go back-to-back in super high rollers. Back-to-back if you include the one drop. And then, of course, Olivier really wants that monkey off his back. Okay, he's got the WPT win, but on the EPT, he's got a string of second-place finishes.
Right, and wouldn't you, I mean, for Coleman especially, wouldn't you want people to compare you to say that you're having the sickest run of all time? I mean, that's something that you can't buy that. That has nothing to do with prize money.
So first hand a heads up. Coleman raises the button. Olivier defends. And it's Busquet who flops best. Second pair. Busquet check calling the flop for 320,000. Check on the turn. 9 on the river. Busquet's hand still best. Check to showdown.
I don't know if it's because these two guys know each other too well, but I definitely would have betted the river there if I was Coleman for value, considering the fact that Oliver checks. But maybe he knows that he's never calling anyway. I don't know.
Could really be a long battle. Two decent hands here for heads up. Coleman out flops Busquet. Who's going to continue?
Twitch tweets to say Busquets versus Coleman, heads up. This is like Burt Reynolds versus the kid in the movie Deal.
Wow, that's the guy who saw Deal, huh? Heard about him.
Busquets shut down after his continuation bet on the flop. Coleman value bets the river, gets a fold from Busquets.
950.
Now, those of you playing the EPT 100 quiz, by the way, if you weren't watching earlier on, you missed the first of today's questions. Here's the second question. So this is question 4 overall. Where did Doyle Brunson make his EPT debut? Now remember, don't tweet the answer, just write it down and save it for next week. PCA 10, EPT 6 San Remo, EPT 8 London, or the PCA in 2011. Where did Doyle Brunson make his EPT debut?
Hell of a question.
So you've missed question 3. If you weren't watching earlier on, you're going to have to watch the replay. Remember, you can watch yesterday's replay to get questions 1 and 2. You can watch a replay of today's final table to get questions 3 and 4. There's going to be questions all through this festival, and then towards the middle of next week, we'll tell you how you can enter.
I actually know the answer to that one, so that's kind of a clue. You should be able to eliminate one of the answers.
Stefan's happy. My wish was granted. Coleman versus Busquets playing heads up for the Super High Roller title in Barcelona.
Check. Check. Queen high.
Queen high.
6.
We've only seen one of Coleman's cards. Now we get to see the other. Queen 9 beats Queen 6. So hopefully, and obviously we don't know when this is going to end, but hopefully while they're still playing this out heads up, we plan to make a special announcement here on EPT Live.
What?
And announce something that I think our
Should I make it
fans,
305?
our regular
So
viewers, are
my
going to be
responsibility
really
is-
excited about.
What's up? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Just whisper in my ear real quick. What is it?
Well, Joe, do you remember I hinted yesterday that we had a viewer who tweeted us from a particular part of the world, and I said, there's a chance we might be coming your way soon.
No, I mean...
Was that the guy that tweeted from Azerbaijan?
I mean, no, I could.
No, a little bit closer to your home.
Closer to my home? The gutter? Yes, everyone, we've been granted a license in the gutter.
Wow. Playing in the gutter.
Busquets raising the button. Coleman defending. Haven't seen his cards. You know that Busquets has second pair.
Check.
Two pair now for Busquets.
Ah. 4v4. Coleman folds the loser. Obviously, Busquets would have had him out kicked if it was just a pair of fours, but there's a jack in there too. Two pair. Captain Kukov thinks this is the most epic heads-up battle. Do you think that they could play heads-up longer than we saw in Monaco, James? The 10-hour heads-up we had?
Who was playing heads up for 10 hours? Which
Jack
one was it?
Salter and, what was his name, Antonio Bonanno?
Yeah.
Wow. See, that's draining. Even more for you guys.
For everybody.
I think with 60-minute levels in the Super High Roller rather than 90-minute levels, I would hope, emphasis on the word hope, that we wouldn't see that.
I highly doubt it's going to go that long, but these guys are very deep.
Sure, and we know that they both want the win, and they are going to play this thing out. Just because they've done a deal doesn't mean they're just going to go all in blind. Kieran tweets, say, greetings from Ireland. Just watching the live stream. Would love to see Juanda win it. I don't think we should tell him. Us too, Kieran. No significant pots yet, no movement in the stacks worth speaking about. 10.3 plays 8.9. Busquet still with the slight chip lead.
I'm doing it so you can just add 2. Yeah. To your big blind. Wait, no, that's wrong. I'm adding 2 to my small blind. Forget it.
It is worth mentioning, by the way,
just a shit marble,
that Busquet was on the verge of elimination.
Yeah, oh yeah.
I don't know whether you saw the hand, Theo, or aware of the hand. Busquet was all in with ace-deuce.
Oh, yeah, I heard about it.
Against Sven Reichardt's kings. King 8-8 on the flop. Busquet got out of his chair. Ace on the turn, ace on the river.
Wow.
Less than 0.5% equity on the flop. Catches runner to double up and survive, go on to take the chip lead and get heads up for the title.
You know, there's a lot of jokes been made about Barry Greenstein's book being called Ace on the River, but Olivier's book would have to be called Ace on the Turn and River.
Yeah. And we're all square now.
Maybe I should bluff that hand, I don't know. King 9 of spades.
Look at this, Dan Coleman pulling away with this.
Probably too good to bluff.
Christian asks, Theo, are you still the Danish water slide champion?
Yep. I
that
still
true?
see myself as undefeated, yeah.
Wait, this is wrong.
Whereas Clay has used his first tweet on us. This is my first tweet watching the two bosses play heads up.
Sorry.
Well, I mentioned that when these two made the final table in Monaco that we interviewed them both, and we heard that story about how they met online and how Olivier Busquet became Dan Coleman's mentor. The great thing is we can now hear some of that interview with these two guys.
My name's Daniel Coleman. I'm 23. I'm a professional poker player. I mainly play online heads-up singles. I have a really good grind where I get great action. Every now and then I want to do something just to change it up a bit. So I come play a super high roller, just 1 or 2 a year. I was on the rail watching Olivier Busquet play heads-up sit and goes, and I was calling out his cards in certain spots, and every now and then I was right. We exchanged contact information, then he coached me a bit, then later on he gave me a stake.
I staked him for a little bit and I taught him a little bit, and then he became very good, and I actually have probably learned more from him than he's learned from me.
I don't think he regrets teaching me at all. He's like a brother to me.
He's probably my closest friend as a poker player. I see him kind of as a younger brother.
He's definitely happy for my success, and if he doesn't win, I'm sure he wants me to.
And at that final table in Monaco, Olivier was the first out in 8th place. Coleman, of course, went on to win. Wow. Busquet's 10 kicker playing here.
Fold.
Yeah, how could he know that?
Coleman bonds the river and Busquet folds. That's the trophy they're playing for, the first trophy of EPT 11. And that's the thing we haven't really talked
So
about.
he calls, and I was like, oh, shit, called. I was like, I folded after he called.
Theo, you and Joe talked about your time here in Barcelona. Of course, this is a big event, not just the start of a new season, but the 100th European Poker Tour Festival, our 100th main event title to be competed here in Barcelona. And
So much
there is
physical work.
every chance, if you look at the numbers we've seen in the Australians event,
100 times more than us.
That's not much easier.
that EPT 100 could be the biggest EPT main event yet.
It's amazing to walk around out there. It's really crowded at other times, but this is really a lot of people. Just take some of those Estrella tournaments, a massive, like a 1K tournament with 400,000 for the winner is unreal. And I'm really looking forward, out of curiosity, to find out what the numbers are going to be on the EPT main event.
Grinding me down, man.
Just the high roller. I normally don't really play the high rollers, but
That's what I'm saying.
most certain I'm going to be playing this 10K high roller.
I'm just going to try to play
because
tight
it's going to
till
be
blinds go
massive.
up.
I mean, if you take the PCA out of the equation, because the PCA is kind of its own thing. The biggest EPT field was in San Remo the year that Liv won, which was 1,240 players.
Gone.
Last year in Barcelona, we had 1,234. So we're only 6 off tying that record. So this year, I think 1,300 is a conservative estimate.
I think that's conservative as well. Oh, we got 2 playable hands here. Not anymore.
Not such a good.
Now we got
board
1
for
playable
Queen Jack.
hand.
Yeah.
But it's
good,
massive,
man.
and the cash games are massive, and everything is
Too good.
fantastic. If you're really into focusing on the poker, there's always something to do here. My only problem is, am I going to go for one of the tournaments, because I really want to play the. For instance, today I wanted to play the High Roller Estrella.
Yeah.
Which had
We're friends, and we're
2
not
hours
playing for as
before
much.
last registration had over 700
Under different
for a
circumstances.
2K High Roller, which is
I
insane.
mean, I'd be playing the same, but. I'd
But
be
on the
more
other hand, I
nervous.
want to do the cash games as well. So, yeah, but I'm not going to be seeing much of Barcelona down here.
I mean,
Let's
to
just
get-
put it that way.
To get in the tournament area, you have to come through the main part of the
Oh, yeah,
casino
word.
and
so it's me first?
wade through those cash game tables,
Jesus.
where the waiting lists are ridiculous. Joe and I were talking to a couple of guys at breakfast the other morning, and they said that, like the weekend, like
See,
on
this is
Friday
why
and
I only
Saturday
opened
night,
85% of hands.
318 people on the waiting list.
Is that what you
I think he
opened?
said it took him 5 hours
Yeah.
to get a seat. I think he said he signed up at 6 p.m. and got a seat around 11.
Yeah, but that's not what I do. If you're out there in Barcelona now and want to make sure that you play, you want to come there at noon, maybe at 1-ish, and it's not going to be tough for you to get a seat there. But as soon as you have your seat,
Yeah,
just
but you
put
gotta
your
keep-
ass down.
You got to keep
and
your bankroll
and
until
stay.
the games get
Yes.
good.
No, but the games are actually good at that time as well. Just stay there and play as long as you can. And when you, let's say, that's what I do when I get out of my seat at 10, and they eat late down here, so it's perfect. We went to a restaurant yesterday I think we came at 9:45 in the evening, and the lines outside was massive. Like apparently,
Yeah, we got
they
in.
really do eat late here.
We had a party of 11 on Saturday night, and I thought that we were never going to get a table, but it was like 8 o'clock, and we walked in, and the restaurant was completely empty.
Yeah.
But by the time we left at 11, it was packed to
Yeah.
the gills.
This is amazing, and we were sitting there eating, and it was a great restaurant, a tapas restaurant, and we were there. 9:45, you turn around and there's two parents sitting with their 10-year-old kids.
It's a nice change from London, where I live, where you can't get a meal past 9:30.
No.
So even if the place closes at 10, they're like, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
We have to take it. We have to take a 20-minute break after this. Is it because of the crew? Can we check to see if we can skip it, or you're sure that we cannot?
It might just do with production and stuff, you know.
Yeah, no, they can't. No, okay. No, I just want to see if, just check. Me first, yeah?
Don't take away my break today.
3 big blinds are between them.
It's massive.
I'm sitting with 80 big blinds here.
Diogo gets in touch to say Dan Coleman reminds me of Tom Dwan a little in some spots. Very aggressive in the right spots, young and running so hot. Theo, Pascal's got a question for you. I'm playing a live $60 buy-in tournament tomorrow with 40-plus players. Do you have any tips?
Yeah. Sit down, relax, enjoy yourself. Don't expect to win, and play tight for the first 30 minutes till you have a little tiny clue about how the other guys are playing.
I think don't expect to win is good advice, but also don't expect to lose either. Like, don't have crazy expectations of yourself,
No.
but also don't have a bad attitude. Don't have a negative attitude about it. What Theo said, have fun.
Yeah.
If your only goal is to have fun, you'll probably succeed at that.
Check.
I have a 5.
What?
5.
Nines.
So Biscay picks up a couple more big blinds.
It's so tough to commentating on their play, these guys, especially because they know each other so well. So there's something in that hand that made me look a little, yeah, I would have played that differently, but considering the fact that they know each other too well, it's tough to say. In that spot with Olivier, I would definitely have value betted the river for nines and folded to a re-raise there.
There's so many layers to this, because not only do they know each other's games really well, but they're two of the best in the world at playing heads up. So what does that do?
It's going to be. It would have been extremely interesting to see these guys actually not make a deal and see how they. Because obviously it has to influence their game a little here, but we can definitely all learn something from these guys right now.
Both have flopped a gut shot. Both have a blocker. Check turn. Doesn't improve anyone.
But getting back to the hand just before with the nines when Oliver didn't bet value in the end. I mean, maybe he knows that Coleman is not even calling with the 5 if he's putting him on a 5. Yeah.
Biscay holds the best hand.
Boss sizing, huh?
Going for it.
Just over 10 million for Biscay. Right around 9 million for Coleman. Reminder, blinds at 60, 120,000. These guys are stacked super deep. Hasn't been very much aggressive action. I don't think we've seen any 3-bet so far heads up, so all signs are pointing to this being a marathon heads up match.
That was a 3-bet and a call, wasn't it? It must have been, considering the
This
pot
was a
is
3-bet. That's right.
Yeah.
All it took was for me to say something.
But you're right. This is the first 3-bet, and it didn't get a lot of respect. And Coleman has obviously given up now.
Pretty tough to get someone off even second pair here, I think. Coleman folds a 7 high.
Thank you.
In a situation like that, I'm curious about why he's not c-betting there, and why he's just saying, okay, that's it. Because it's such an obvious flop looking from the outside to c-bet when you're 3-betting with the ace-king. But he pretty much just gave up, and it was obviously the right move because Oliver would have made the call on the flop.
And maybe would have called down the whole way. Yeah,
Yeah,
maybe it's just...
maybe the call down the turn, and then Coleman is forced to let it go anyway on the river.
I mean,
I'm just saying I would have lost a lot more money in that hand. Or some moment.
But if you were playing against someone that you knew really, really well and talked poker with constantly, maybe you would have a little bit of an edge knowing how they're likely to play their hands.
But it's and that's the really interesting part.
850.
850. Coleman's raised the button with King 8. Busquet re-raises with 10s. And Coleman calls. And play the flop in position.
8 high flop here is going to give us some action.
Instead, it's King 7-7.
Check.
He's hitting fairly well, Mr. Coleman.
Yes, he is.
Check, check, jack on the turn.
One more scare card for 10s.
Coleman makes a delayed c-bet on the turn.
I don't know. Like, he might get saved by the jack there and laid down now. But I can't see him folding if the jack doesn't hit.
Certainly a much tougher fold.
Fish I am.
It's a card lower than
Fish I am.
10s.
Yeah. Folding 10s.
That's annoying to just say it like that. I mean, say it close but be wrong. Don't say the actual hand.
Dan Coleman continues calling out Olivier Busquet's hands.
Yeah, it obviously it's pretty impressive. He just calls the hand, but it could have been considering that it hits a jack there. That has to be the most obvious hand he have to have since he's folding it.
It's 260.
Coleman calls Busquet's raise. And Coleman pairs a 6.
How does he do that?
Buddy, you should have been here before when he was making trips every hand.
Wait a second. Busquet now picks up a king on the turn.
I like the bet there from Coleman because you pretty much know where he stands now, and he can give it up and check fold here.
Well, Olivier, we know you're going to bet. You know you're going to bet.
Yeah.
Question is, will Coleman call with just a 6?
Nah, I don't see it happening. He feels his 6 has a shot if Oliver checks behind, but the only thing he can have now is floating and then bluffing on the turn.
Yeah, maybe like missed hearts or something, but yeah,
Yeah.
there's not a whole lot of... Because even when you get called by the 4 on the flop, there's one on the river now.
King 9.
Coleman calls the million and loses the pot. And Busquet puts a little bit of distance between them. 11.8 million plays 7.4.
As on Twitter, beating me to the punch with this one. Dan Coleman so hot right now.
Blinds going up in 24 minutes
You
time.
think Sky is like following? You think he knows?
Yeah, for sure.
And an exciting
He's not that
announcement
much
for
of
poker fans in about 10 minutes time.
He watches his butts.
From who? You?
From us.
Let's give credit where credit's due. Whereas Clay noticing that it's nice of Olivier Bousquet to say thank you to the dealers when they leave. Hashtag class act.
It was a great
get behind that.
It was a great blog written by Mickey Peterson for the PokerStars blog just before EPT Barcelona about being nice to dealers and just little things you can do when you're at the table to make their lives easier.
Check.
The most important thing he writes there is the fact that it's such a not classy act when you stop blaming the dealer when you get unlucky. It has absolutely nothing to do.
Yeah, but maybe the dealer should stop dealing me so many bad beats, Theo.
He should.
I almost had it. Yeah. One more card I could have had.
You know, it's always good too, Theo, if you're running bad, to ask for a new deck, to ask for a wash. These are all ways that you can, you know, start running better.
Yeah.
Underutilized too, if you ask me.
Take one card and just break it so you get a new deck.
There you
It's
go,
a great
see?
move.
Very classy.
Maybe even, and it's supposed to be really good luck if you throw it in the face of the dealer.
By the way, everyone, sarcasm alert. If the people who threw the cards in the face of the dealers weren't usually so scary, I might throw them.
Yeah.
But they are, so I won't, because I'm a wimp.
Skay raises a 5-4. 5-4 suited.
5-4 suited.
What is your stance on maybe just staring at the dealer with extreme hatred?
It's funny because I've seen it so many times, especially in the cash games. There's just a guy sitting there staring the dealer down.
What's your policy on taking back tips previously given to a dealer?
I've seen one of my friends is the most classy guy outside of the tables, but at the tables it's embarrassing sometimes. He has an even worse move. Ooh, we got action.
Yeah, Coleman 3-bet Bousquet.
But he's tipping the dealer when he loses a big hand. He gets
that too.
Very unlucky.
Coleman flops top pair, the flush draw for Bousquet. Coleman continues with top pair.
Can't see him do anything but call.
There's the call, 900,000 apiece.
The reason for him not only to call here is he doesn't want to lose all his monies to a set of tens of two pairs or whatever.
And there's just really no reason to play a huge pot either.
No. The question is here, oh, it was Coleman that betted. Bousquet only called. It looks like he's taking a stab at it. No, he has to follow through here.
Well, you can see why he would do that. You know, Coleman maybe takes one shot at the flop and folds now, and if
it makes sense,
does get called, then
we know that Coleman is definitely calling here. The interesting question is if Oliver misses the river, if he has the guts to follow it up. Now Coleman is telling us, well, I have a hand here.
So Olivier should know that.
And I might call the river.
5 high is going to have no showdown value if he misses.
And he does miss.
But this could be a good card for him to rep.
Coleman has checked. So
maybe not rep necessarily, but fire big on this card.
Well, here's the thing. He semi-bluffed the turn. Is he just going to pure bluff the river?
Yes.
Yes, he does.
Is that all in?
He announces all in. And if Coleman heroes here, this will be huge.
This is dirty. I mean, it was going to take a big bet on the river.
What was in the pot?
The pot was 6.2 million.
And he overbetted it.
Well, I mean, the effective bet was 4.6 because that was what Coleman had behind. And that's what Coleman is playing now, a 3-1 chip lead for Olivier Bousquet.
Wow. My problem would be if I'm putting Coleman on hands, I would actually be afraid of the ace and might not do it when it hit the ace because I'm afraid he's hitting two pairs, either jack ace, ace 10, stuff like that. So I don't consider the ace being a good card for me, but that was a ballsy move. It worked. Well done.
Jacob gets in touch to say, I love that two of the best heads-up players in the world are heads-up at EPT Barcelona. It's the student versus the teacher. Two very good friends competing for the title. And remember, they did do a deal, guaranteeing themselves around 800 grand each. They're now playing for 30,000 euros plus the title and trophy.
Skay decides not to go to war after winning that last big pot. Gives this one up pretty easy.
Now, Theo, please don't shoot the messenger. A few people on Twitter are mildly tilted at the fact that you're saying Oliver and not Olivier.
Olivier.
Especially as Olivier himself can be quite fiery with people who get it wrong.
Ooh. Thanks for telling me.
See, Theo doesn't really worry about it because he just lets people call him whatever he wants. He's like Theo, Theo, T, Teddy, Todd.
Olivier.
Oh, the old hammer. Hammer, don't hurt him. All right, let's see how these two guys handle completely whiffing on an ace-king board. They check, check. Okay, pretty standard. Just what you'd expect.
Jack High's going to win this if it gets to showdown.
I could just go all in.
You?
Yeah.
Repping what?
Oh, burn.
16 minutes left on this level. The players will be taking a short break at the end of this level.
He's looking up a comeback on his phone. It's Olivier Bousquet's parents there, watching from the rail. Glad they made it down to Barcelona. Mr. and Mrs. Bousquet, happy to have them.
Decent crowd on the rail. I have to say, there have been huge crowds in this casino watching every single tournament play out. A lot of poker fans just wandering into the casino and just catching a glimpse of the action.
Yeah, Donald tweeted and said, European rails are so much better than the Yankee Doodle rails. Nobody's shouting out mashed potato. I don't know what that means. But I think anytime we can work mashed potato into a tweet, I'm kind of a fan.
Bousquet pairs his 7, improves to 2 pairs on the turn. And assuming he bets here, pretty straightforward fold for Coleman. So this is only day 2, by the way, of 9 days of live streaming from EPT 100. But the week after, because we finish at the end of August, the first week of September, there is more live streaming coming your way on PokerStars.tv and on the PokerStars YouTube channel.
What did all that mean?
What that means, Joseph, is that you and I are going to Florida for our first webcast from the US of A since 2010.
Yes!
2 days of live streaming from that event. The 2nd of September is the high roller final table, the 100K super high roller event. And then on the 3rd of September is the main event final table, the $10 million guaranteed tournament.
Oh, I am all in. Too bad it had to happen in Florida, but still.
Give me ace-6. I know what to do with that hand.
Just kidding, everybody. I love Florida. Can we go to Disney World?
I called
Please?
You called what?
If you behave.
I called with both of them.
Okay, I'm starting now.
Oh, what do you 4-bet with?
I'm so rusty right now. I haven't played in like 3 months.
Ace-6, I don't think I haven't gotten dealt ace-6 and had the opportunity to 4-bet and not done it in like 2 years. Really? And the ante, okay.
The guy that's rusty is doing fairly well.
Even against him.
James, Dawn doesn't think these guys look happy enough. She says her bowl of cornflakes has more oomph than these two. Did they really win 800K each or a tenner at bingo? Please smile, boys. And then she said, which I don't know what that means.
They're focused.
Oh, that's what it means. FFS, focus for sure. Got it.
Ace high, still good. But Coleman has flopped a gut shot. And he wins it with a C-bet on the flop.
James, what do you think about this guy, Dupline, who is smart enough to armchair analyze some poker, but not smart enough to realize he's watching action from like 2 hours ago?
I'd 8-4 off.
Nice. Nice.
Maybe he's just responding a little late. I don't know.
I just want to bluff you one time.
What do you have the hand when you bet the river all in?
When I jam the river?
When you, yeah.
4 or 5 of diamonds.
Wow, really? Sick.
What'd you have, queens, son?
Jack King. You got me.
You got me.
I wanted to call most rivers, but then the ace came and I was, you have king, queen. Yeah. 260.
Busquet currently in control. 3-1 chip lead over Dan Coleman.
Oh, now I told you I fooled ace-4, so now you're just going to go after it, huh?
That's sick. I was really going to call most rivers, though.
What?
I was going to call most rivers, but the ace, I was like, all right, that's too much.
There's one thing.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it queen.
I think I was going to bluff every river.
Really?
Yeah, you were going to win a big pot for a blank game.
This is pretty interesting to watch these two guys who are such great heads-up players. They play
maybe like not a 7
every hand.
I thought you had king 9, king queen, 5-6 suited, 4-5 suited. Maybe so I have to call.
Yeah.
Just a quick shout out to the Poker Oracle, Kevmath. In there, tweets to the entire poker world just announced Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open live, as Hartigan and Stapes will cover the main event and super high roller final tables. A quick reminder, there will be a webcast on PokerStars.tv and on the PokerStars YouTube channel straight after EPT Barcelona the following week when we go to Florida for 2 days from that event.
I check.
Florida.
Florida.
Check.
James fell on Twitter. Charles says, if I had my money up, Dan Coleman will win this super high roller final table. Anybody want to pick one person and bet 100? Only win if you're right. I don't know if I want to make a bet with a guy whose name is Charles Welch. Seems like a bad idea. Sure thing. I'll make a bet with Charles Welch and then maybe Johnny Cheater. Frankie runs off with my money.
Johnny Cheater.
Busquet wins another one, and Jeff Corey is confused. He says, is Stapes allowed back in the US? Did I miss some legal ruling?
I am, contrary to popular opinion, I am allowed in the United States of America. I did get sent to the back of the line one time, though. at Border Patrol.
Oh, well,
because I wrote the wrong address down on my form. I was like, what do other people have to go through to get in this country?
Remember, no firearms, no cell phones while you're waiting in the line at immigration.
The immigration line. Oh, God.
Busquet raises with ace-9. Coleman calls with 7-6.
Check.
Action goes check, check. Busquet still ahead.
Check.
Busquet still ahead.
And wins it. Marshall Hughes clearly had enough of this. He says, when does the main event coverage start?
Yeah.
Well, Marshall, once this tournament's concluded, we've got another final table for you tomorrow, the Estrellas main event final table. And then it's EPT main event all the way, from day 1B right through to day 6, which is the final table. So the short answer to your question is Friday.
Are you going to be covering the high roller, the 10K high roller as well? No?
Might be a little bit of bonus coverage on the side, but because the high roller now concludes the same day as the main event, it's tough for us to do anything other than pay lip service to it.
Probably not.
Don't be cynical, Theo. You might go deep in the main event and make the final table. You might not get the opportunity to play the high roller.
That's going to be horrible. I heard some of these guys in the Scandies outside said that this, what's his name, that made the final table in this one?
That's how you play 8-4 off.
Oh, Morton Klein?
Yeah, Morton Klein wanted to register for the Estrella, and he was too late for that. That was sold out. Then he wanted to register for the 300, and he was too late for that. But he could register for the 50K, which he did.
Awesome.
Yeah. He wanted to play any tournament, and he pretty much took it as far as he could.
That's like going in
That's one of the Norwegians. And if, let's say he was Norwegian, I never would have believed it. But given the fact that he's Norwegian, I actually believe this one.
It's like going into McDonald's for breakfast and then realizing it's 11:05, and you're like, just give me the whole store.
Yeah, whatever. I'm here now.
I own the franchise now.
Quick hello to Ad Fletch, who says, enjoying my day off work watching the Super High Roller final table stream. And Roger says, how many people entered the Super High Roller this year? 58 unique players, 77 total entries once you include the 19 reloads.
I knew that one. Speaking of 77, boom.
Busquet with the best hand for now. Coleman with a wheel draw.
We just spoke about this. We just spoke about this.
Coleman steals that one with
Some
4
people
high.
get small there. You just want to bomb it.
Some people do.
Some people do, yeah.
James Sticks Pinamanen
You don't do that.
says, is it time to repeat the password for the free roller maybe? I missed it because of dinner. Sticks, if you write us back telling us what you had for dinner, we will repeat the free roll password. I want to know what you ate, though. I want to know what's more important than free rolls.
I folded a deuce to you. You were going to give up on the river? No.
Top pair for Busquet. Much for Coleman to get excited about, but he bets. Skate calls the 300,000.
White flag time. And Coleman's going to fold before Olivier can even put the bet out there.
$14.5 million for Busquet, $4.7 million for Coleman. Still the 3-1 chip lead.
James, help me out here for a second, buddy.
What's wrong?
Theo, maybe you too. Whenever there's someone in the booth, any of the PokerStars suits come in here, we get 1,000,001 people on Twitter. When's poker coming back to the U.S.? When is poker coming back to the U.S.? We just announced that we are going to be doing a live broadcast from Florida.
Yes.
Which is still part of the United States, I'm pretty sure.
You would think so, yeah.
Where is everybody on Twitter? Where is the? Why aren't we? Where aren't people happy about this? What are you doing out there, guys? I would think that's pretty good news.
You would think so. So would I.
Just 3 minutes left on this level.
I'll bring him closer.
Coleman flops top pair.
Sticks has got back to us with news of the meal.
Yeah, I need to pull the kid card on me, jeez.
I had some Mexican casserole stewish thing with minced meat and rice. I have a 6-year-old son, more important than the EPT.
Jeez, way to play the trump card. You don't know, James. You don't know until you're a parent. You don't know what it's like. You do not know. My kid comes first. Thank you.
Coleman wins that with a bet on the river. So the password for you, Sticks, and everyone else who missed it earlier on, is Trofeo. T-R-O-F-E-O, all lowercase.
Theo.
Trofeo, T-R-O-F-E-O, all lowercase. And if you follow at EPT Live on Twitter, we tweeted that password some time ago, so you'll be able to see it in written form. And the free roll kicks off in an hour and a half.
Trofeo, get over here. We're gonna do the Jaeger shots. Trofeo.
That's all I hear. A drunk guy calling my name.
Thank you.
Chris Turner says sausage rolls are more important than free rolls. Agreed. Ezra's upset that it's not an NAPT.
What's in a name?
Sebastian says he hopes I get eaten by an alligator in Florida. Okay.
Dude, I can't believe it came ace-ace.
That was sick.
Referring back to that hand where Busquet caught runner to survive.
I mean, it came ace-ace. Like, that's crazy. He did. You know, it's really weird because I only won one other live tournament in my life, and I was all in with ace-king against aces on an ace-high board. It was ace-10-x, and somebody at the table said, this would be sick. And then it came queen-jack, and I won, and then won the tournament. It was, and there was like with 10 left. It was weird parallels, man.
This will be the last hand of the level, the last hand before the break. So a good opportunity for us to thank Theo Jorgensen from Team Pro for all the time he spent with us in the booth.
Thanks for having me.
Sophia. Thanks, buddy.
You're welcome.
I love Sophia. I love you. I love you.
You like how I got it just in time?
So there we go. That's the end of the level, the start of a 20-minute break. And when they come back, this is the situation. with the blinds up to 61-20. 116 big blinds for Bousquet, 44 for Coleman, as we continue to play down to a champion in the Super High Roller event here at the Barcelona leg of the PokerStars.net European Poker Tour. You're watching EPT Live. Sven Reichardt in the cutoff has ace-8 and raises. Daniel Coleman folds the button. Mustafa Kanit declares all in.
540.
He shoves from the small blind with ace-queen, and Scott Seiver asked for a count.
So far, this is as standard can be. Let's check out what Scott's got a decision over. 2 6s. Scott doesn't have a ton of chips either.
He folds the 6s. And Reichardt calls with the ace-8. I guess he's priced in.
I think he had to, yeah.
Kanit shoving for fewer than 10 big blinds. But Reichardt finds himself dominated, and Kanit is a 71% favorite to double up.
Domination Nation. %71 chance Kanit doubles up.
Oh!
Not anymore. Ouch.
An 8 on the flop. And now Kanit needs to hit a queen.
That was grosser than the railing of an escalator.
Kanit did come into this final as the short stack. He was the favorite to be first out, and he will be out unless there's a queen on the river. It's a king. We lose a player. Mustafa Kanit from Italy exits in 9th place. So now we have our official 8-handed final table.
Good luck, my friend. Good luck.
Oh, that's too bad. Not only does he lose a domination, but he's booted. Bubbles the official final table.
You get it in with ace-queen against ace-8. You're a commanding favorite. Dan Shack has opened with ace-king. Reichardt with the decision.
No, I think he likes to get in the money.
Pocket sevens.
I don't think he likes to lose it.
It's a re-raise. 3-bet to 310,000. Coleman and Seiver fold. Bousquet in the big blind.
Like $1 million Super Bowl tournament.
He folds. Back on Shack, who I doubt is folding.
No, I should think not. He may put in another bet. I don't think sevens is an automatic 3-bet.
Well, there is the 4-bet from Dan Shack.
And this is kind of why some folks may not decide to 3-bet with sevens, because now you're facing a huge pot, a massive pot, a 4-bet with 2 sevens, and you'll be flipping a fair amount of the time. But there's also jacks and queens and kings, and there's not many hands that you're ahead of.
Well, Shack is committing himself with this 4-bet. It's roughly half his stack in. And Reichardt is forced to fold the sevens.
We'll see it in an hour anyway.
If you just call there instead, you maybe get to see a flop. Without having to fold, you end up losing most of the value of those sevens. In this particular case, other times it'll work out for you.
Scott Seiver moves all in from the big blind.
I think. 6, 7, 8.
And did it as nonchalantly as possible, I think, trying to make it seem like it was something he had to do, but obviously I'm pretty sure he wants a call here. I think Scott would be shoving pretty wide in general. I just don't know, facing an early raise, if he would shove worse than this. Probably, I guess, with 10 big blinds, he would have to shove his ace-4s and his 3s and his, well, you know, hands like that that aren't super stellar. But there aren't a lot of hands that ace-5 is doing well against right now. Even against, like, king-queen, it's not in great shape.
Yeah, but Klein's got all the chips. As we were just discussing, he's kind of unorthodox. He makes some big laydowns, but he also makes some loose calls.
And this call can't really be too loose, can it? How many big blinds is it for?
About 11.
These are situations where I'm still trying to learn the math. I feel like some folks say once you open with this, you kind of have to call. And this is maybe why you don't open with this in the first place, so you don't get in this situation.
Wow, Klein makes the call. And Seiver in a great spot to double up. Although he did say a domination situation earlier on, where Mustafa Kanit went into here with around a 70% favorite and lost.
It happens. It happens 30% of the time. This is where we see how far Morton Klein is destined to go in this tournament.
Well, the ace doesn't change anything. Klein needs a 5. Only 3 cards in the deck that Scott Seiver has to fade. The river is a 10.
Thank you.
So Scott Seiver doubles up
Break
through
down
Klein.
the stack so you can see. 5, and then.
I wonder why Scott said
5,
thank
6,
you. Did
7,
someone say
9.
nice hand right away? I sure hope so.
I like to show.
So Scott Seiver's now playing close to 2 million.
Sam Trickett all in under the gun, ace-queen suited. This is the hand he was waiting for. Unfortunately, this is for 6-ish big blinds, 7.
Limited fold equity.
Well, I'm thinking at this point, limited double up equity.
And it's Klein's big blind, and we know that Klein is capable of making loose calls. Wow, this would not be a loose call. This is a standard call.
This is an auto call. Make sure you get the amount right.
Aizen. And this is a race. The overcards of Trickett against the 9s of Klein. The classic race underway at the 50k Super High Roller final table. And Sam Trickett needs to hit to survive. A lot of support for Sam Trickett on Twitter today. A lot of people predicting he will come back and win this. And if he hits flops like that, you can believe he'll make it happen.
Klein not drawing dead.
Klein needs a 9. So Sam Trickett gets there on the turn with a lock on the hand and doubles up to 1.2 million. Reichardt raises, Bousquet shoves, and Reichardt snap calls with kings, and Olivier Bousquet is at risk.
Did he go out really early in the last final table too? He's a dog here. He went out in exactly 8th place, didn't he?
He did indeed.
After other shorter stacks failed to go out.
And history likely to repeat itself as Reichardt almost flops him dead. Less than 1% equity.
8-8. Or ace-ace. Or ace-ace.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Bousquet now has 2 outs.
Is that what you would think? If it happened, you'd be like, well, this was good television?
If it's another ace, he doubles up. It is another ace! Less than 1% on the flop. Runner to make a better full house and double up through Reichardt.
So you're saying there's a chance?
What a ridiculous hand.
Taking photos of this?
Gets it in with ace-deuce. Gets called by kings. Guy flops a full house. King 8-8 and then ace on the turn. Ace on the river. Bousquet survives. I mean, after you see that, you're thinking, I'm heading for the exit. I'm out in 8th again in back-to-back super high rollers. And then, boom!
And that's going to draw some very wild comparisons, I think, from the audience, coming back from a less than 1%.
So Sam Trickett raising with 7-6 suited. Dan Shack with ace-8 suited. And that looks like a 3-bet. Folded around to the blinds. Just Olivier Bousquet in the big blind. And he looks interested. Aces, that's why.
Good read, Hardigan.
You have like 1-3, Sam?
Just over.
Yeah.
How to get maximum value.
Chill out for a second. Pretend like you don't have aces. Pretend like you're not really excited. Trying to figure out like you don't know what you're doing. There's the 4 bezel. And we saw Dan Shack fold a better ace than this.
How much do you have left?
Well, suffice to say, Trickett's got out of the way.
How much do you have left? He's one of the big stacks, brah.
Like 2-3.
I'm all in. Call.
Shack steps in it. He shoves and gets snap called.
Well, I mean, if a 1%er could win a few hands ago, I mean, Dan Shack is literally 11 times more likely to win this hand. He probably can't miss. There's a spade, and there's another spade.
Oh, Shack with the flush draw. 9 immediate outs.
2 chances to hit one of them. Yeah, some backdoor straight draws too, eh?
Do it after the hand. Okay,
yeah. Put a 6 out there. It's black, but not the right one.
So Dan Shack needs a spade on the river to suck out an Olivier Bousquet to crack aces. It's not a spade, so we lose Dan Shack in 8th place.
I was just like, he's not going to have outs, you know? I think it's just going to be like 10-10-4, 2 hearts, you know? Yeah. I did have a large advantage going in.
They're just clarifying the Bousquet's got him covered.
You can count it.
I had like 3-2 or something.
Yeah, I had 2.9.
Waiting around to see if you have any chips left and then being told you're not is the worst.
Flop gave me hope.
Thanks.
Stupid play.
It was looking pretty bleak a little while ago.
Was it?
Yeah.
To think that Olivier Bousquet nearly went out on that hand with ace-deuce against kings. Hit runner, that less than 0.4% chance to win. Doubled up and now has the chip lead, having eliminated Dan Shack. That was a clash of 2 of the biggest stacks at the table. Bousquet up to 6.4 million. Dan Shack out in 8th. He was in for 2 bullets, remember, so he cashes for 138,600. So that's a 38,500 euro prize. And 47, and under the gun race from Scott Seiver with ace-10. Troyanovsky on the button with jacks. So Troyanovsky 3 bets and Reichardt has ace-king.
Things are getting pretty cold in here. I didn't know if Scott was going to be able to fold or not to a 3-bet. But I think given what's about to happen, it will be a lot easier.
There's the all-in from Reichardt. Seiver folds, action back on Vlad. This will be the last hand of the level, however it plays out.
And my guess is Vlad's going to call eventually, but it's not a snap decision because Reichardt really doesn't have the image of being that crazy. Not from what I've seen.
Reichardt is officially the player who's all in, but it's going to cost Troyanovsky most of his chips. If he calls here and loses the race, he'd be left with about 500,000. He folds!
Wowee.
That's a block.
Troyanovsky gives up the jacks. Reichardt chips up as we go into the first break of the day.
35 minutes.
I already know.
Welcome back to Barcelona. This is the PokerStars.net European Poker Tour. We've kicked off Season 11 in spectacular style with a couple of record-breaking events. the biggest ever tournament held by PokerStars. That's the Australia's main event, and you can watch the final table of that one tomorrow. Plus our biggest ever Super High Roller tournament, which concludes today, and it will conclude soon with Olivier Busquet playing heads up against his former student Daniel Coleman. Busquet with the chip advantage right now, but hey, it's no limit hold'em. Anything could still happen. James Hartigan calling the action alongside Eugene Kachalov from Team PokerStars Pro. Eugene, welcome.
Hey James, good to be here.
The start of a new season.
Yeah, exciting actually. This is actually really exciting too. I can't believe these two on the heads up in the final table. They're like best friends.
This, of course, is the 11th season of the EPT, Eugene. This is also coincidentally the 11th Super High Roller event that we've run. You, of course, won the first ever Super High Roller at the PCA. Question is, will it be our first two-time Super High Roller champ? Can Dan Coleman's ridiculous run continue? Grand Final Super High Roller, one drop, and this tournament as well?
Wow, yeah, that would be something. I mean, yeah, I mean anything's possible. He's a, he's a great player, so certainly close to it.
Dan, relatively new on the live circuit, whereas obviously Olivier's been around for several years now. Have you and Mr. Busquet come up against each other at the tables at all?
Yeah, Olivier is one of my really good friends. I'm actually quite close with him, and I'm really happy to see him here actually. So yeah, he's had a lot of shots, a lot of final tables at these Super High Rollers. So it's nice to see him really deep here and make a lot of money. So it's great. He's one of the best heads-up players in the world as well. I mean, he plays these heads-up sit and goes for a living.
Which, of course, where Dan Coleman first came across him, and then Olivier mentored him in that game.
Yeah, they both do, actually, yeah. I just think Olivier plays turbos, and I think Dan plays hyper turbos, as far as I know.
And Olivier told us, and we saw the interview earlier on, that he feels that he's learnt more now from Dan than he's taught Dan over the years.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, Dan's a great player as well.
This is hand 114 of the final table. Actually, hand 115, my apologies. And also apologies for the lack of graphics right now. We're getting it fixed. It's the classic switch it off and on again.
So Olivier has a chip lead, right? A pretty significant one?
Absolutely. It's 14 million plays 5 million at the moment.
Have you ever seen anyone this relaxed, heads up, in a Super High Roller
well,
as these two?
I mean, the important thing to point out, and we make no secret of this because all deals are public knowledge now on the EPT, the guys pretty much chopped the prize money.
Yeah.
Olivier took a little bit more because he did have a slight chip advantage when they started the heads-up battle. They're playing for 30,000 euros plus the title and trophy. I do think that title and trophy means a lot to these guys.
Yeah, I think so.
That 3 in a row would be an awesome accomplishment for Dan Coleman. And Olivier, second in a high roller on the tour, second in a main event on the tour, and he just wants to win something.
Yeah, he's had too many seconds. So I'm definitely, as much as I like both of these guys, I'm definitely rooting for Olivier here.
So it's Coleman's button, Coleman's small blind. Ace deuce he's raised with. And was that just a call?
It's a 3-bet, I think. Yeah.
Well, that's why. Ace king. Coleman calls in position.
Uh-oh.
And Coleman pairs his deuce. Check on the flop. Coleman improves to trips on the turn. I kind of understand him checking back the flop, but kind of has to bet here. And if you're sitting there with ace king on that kind of board, you're going to call one street?
Usually I am. I think here would like really it would be like player dependent. Like if I think the guy's gonna bluff. If it's like an amateur player, I'm definitely much more willing to call. If it's a professional player, it's kind of a weird spot to bluff. I still may call, so it's really just player dependent.
725,000.
It's certainly certainly fine to check call.
7 on the river, so the board bricks out for Olivier, and question is, with ace king high, is he going to call off the bet on the river? Wow, that's a big bet. Coleman goes for it all, and this is kind of polarizing, and this is a situation where you're thinking, well, ace king high could be good, Eugene.
Yeah, I think you know, I mean, based on the way he played it, I mean, he checked back the flop. I mean, yeah, he could have a pair, but he could also have like missed diamonds. He can have a lot of things, and also the problem here for Olivier is that he knows that his hand is kind of like face up, the way he played it. So I think he knows that Dan knows what he has. So it's a question of does he expect him to try to get him off it.
How much is it? 3.4 or something?
If Busquet Heroes here, this is the big double up that Coleman's been looking for.
3.3.
It's a really, really tough spot for him. Because, I mean, he knows Dan's not shoving here with, like a pair of 7. Like, if he had, like, 7-8 or suited or something, he's probably not shoving here. So it's either Dan has a really strong hand or he has nothing. So ace-king, you know, definitely beats nothing and only loses to really strong hands.
And we knew he's capable of doing it with nothing.
Yeah, absolutely. I definitely don't envy him in this position. It's really tough.
Olivier folded, so Coleman adds 1.6 million to his stack.
Yeah, and he showed him,
and obviously narrows the gap between them. Still pretty much a 2-1 chip lead for Olivier as they play on. Blinds, by the way, are now 80 and 160,000 with a 20,000 ante. Stapes is back in the booth. We've got Eugene Kachalov from Team Pro. He's answering your questions. Tag your tweets, EPT Live. Andre, one of many people observing, Eugene, that we don't see you in the Super High Rollers anymore.
Well, this time I missed it because I was away from poker the longest time ever in my life. I think I didn't play a hand of poker in about 2 months, so I think it's the longest I haven't played poker for in over 11 years. So I actually just didn't feel comfortable. I almost felt like I got lost a little bit. I forgot how to play, so I was like, I needed like a little warm up, and I didn't feel like warming up on the 50K buy-in
with unlimited re-entries.
Yeah.
I mean, you basically didn't go to the series because you were doing a TV show back home.
Yeah. I unfortunately I still can't talk about it. I certainly can talk about it in the next EPT, but I can't talk about it yet. But yeah, I was doing a TV show in Ukraine, so unfortunately I missed basically most of the World Series. So I haven't played a hand of poker in like 2 months.
I'm going to ask you some questions about it anyway. You can say yes, no, can't answer, whatever. Was it a positive experience?
Yes, very.
Are we all going to love it when we see it?
Well, the only problem is it'll be in Russian.
Right.
But it will be on YouTube, I think. And
there'll be some awesome screen grabs,
yes,
at
it
least,
will be,
I hope.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it will be, exactly. Yeah, I think there will be lots of that. And it'll be really, really fun, I think.
Yes.
Busquet wins a bit back. Up above 13 million once again.
You know, I don't go to the World Series anymore, and the fact that you weren't there, I was like, all right, well, Eugene's not there. I'm not missing everything.
Yeah, of course.
I'm not missing all of the good stuff.
Yeah, it was kind of sad. It was my first World Series that I missed in 10 years.
But it's probably the first World Series in the 10 years that you broke exactly even on.
Yeah, it's true too. No, I did play for the first week. I played like 3 events.
Oh, okay.
3 or 4 events, I think. Yeah, definitely hope. I mean, I don't regret missing it because I did have a lot of fun in the summer, but I definitely don't want to miss it again.
You won't miss another one for a while.
Yeah.
Now, you may have been
Probably
away from poker for a few months, but have you managed to keep up the fitness regime?
You know, actually, I gained a little bit of weight when I was away on the show.
Slippage.
And then after the show, I went traveling and with my girlfriend, and we traveled all over, all over Ukraine, then in Georgia, then in Asia with Elke, and that's never going to be a good diet. So, but now I'm back, and I'm living the healthy lifestyle again. I mean, I didn't stop training. I've been training, so.
Slightly amusing anecdote, and please do take this as a compliment. In our production office, we've got on the wall pictures of all 10 Super High Roller champions, like from their winning moments. And like, we were talking about who they are. I says, who's that one? It's Eugene Kachalov. He won the first one at the PCA. That's not Eugene Kachalov.
Yeah, I remember that picture. I was really, I was a different person back then.
He was 2 different people back then.
Yeah.
Just kidding. It was never that bad.
Not that bad, no. But definitely feels a lot better to be the way I am now than before.
Well, the other person on the wall who looks remarkably different is Scott Seiver, who obviously, as well as having a haircut, is also looking a little bit trimmer than we used to see him.
Yeah. I saw him a couple of days ago. I couldn't believe it. And he shaved his beard, so.
Always reinventing himself, that kid.
Mm-hmm.
Jack 4 versus Jack 4 here. And if this gets checked to showdown, you know what's going to happen.
Jack. Chop.
They are going to chop this one up, because this, ladies and gentlemen, is a chop pot. And you know what they say, everyone loves a chop pot.
He did it. Eugene said chop pot at the end. He got it at the end. I saw him.
I was a little bit late and embarrassed.
It's intimidating. Yeah, exactly. Vala wants to know, Eugene, how's your nickname not Sir Catch-A-Lot, the way you broke through in the scene?
I don't know. I don't think it was quite that easy. I mean, I've been playing poker for like 11 years. It's not like I started playing poker and like 6 months later I broke through.
Eugene played a super high roller a couple of years ago. It was his first ever live tournament. Ran fantastic, and now here he is, Team Pro.
It's just that simple.
Do you remember we did that bit for the big game where I pitched you nicknames? Where I was like, why don't you have a nickname, Eugene?
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
That's online somewhere. If you guys want to track down one of the weeks Eugene plays on the big game, you can get him on PokerStars.tv. I do a little behind the scenes where I pitch him some nicknames.
Well, I think in 2007 when I won the WPT, that was like the fastest final table ever at the time. So I remember Mike Sexton called me Catch-A-Lot.
There you go. See, it is Catch-A-Lot.
So I did have Catch-A-Lot for a little while. Then that Catch-A-Lot stopped. So
it's almost not a nickname you want to have because it makes you sound like a luck box.
Yeah.
Well, Busquet with a head until the river. Coleman catches a king. Coleman bets big, 1 million. Just shy of a pot-sized bet.
It's funny because I think Olivier wants to win this a lot more than Dan does. Even though for Dan it would be, the third. I think Dan cares about it less. I mean, based on.
Once again, Busquet makes the correct decision and folds the river. Sean F. is delighted. He's heard the news about the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open. Yes, live stream from my place. One day I'll be able to play online again. In case you missed the announcement, during the last level. We are heading to Florida, first week of September, for 2 days of live streaming from the Hard Rock. The final table of the 100K Super High Roller and the final table of the $10 million guaranteed main event.
Wow.
Our first live stream from the USA since Mohegan Sun in 2010, which coincidentally was Joe Stapleton's live stream debut.
Correct.
Really?
Yeah.
You excited?
I'm very excited to go back to America.
US?
And also, I've never been to the this particular casino.
Oh, the Hard Rock?
Yeah, I mean it's kind
of in the middle of nowhere, but
it's a breeding ground for a lot of like pros that isn't Grinder from there, right? The whole Mizrachi clan is from that casino, and there's lots of
so
pros.
many guys. People love poker in the south of Florida.
Yeah,
they love it.
That was the casino. I had a buddy that grew up in that area, and the casino there, they used to have a weird buy-in rule where you could, even in a 1-2 game, you couldn't buy in for more than like $100. So everyone would just buy in and move all in on the first hand.
Then they finally changed the rules and they opened up poker. They finally allowed.
We got top pair against a big draw.
500,000 apiece.
Big draw whiff.
This is worthy of a value bet. Top pair, pretty strong heads up. No hero call from Dan Coleman. Bousquet wins this one. And this has generally been the story of this heads-up battle, Eugene. They're just trading smallish blows, but generally the two biggest hands were a hand where Bousquet bluff shoved the river and really took that monster chip lead.
Oh, really?
That 3-1 chip lead over Coleman, and then the second most significant hand was the one that you witnessed a while ago, where it was Coleman's turn to stick in a big bet on the river and to move all in, and got the fold from Bousquet and even things slightly, although Bousquet still got better than a 2-1 lead over his opponent at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are, like I said before, like super experienced guys playing heads up, so they're not gonna they're gonna make very few mistakes here.
These guys don't really do mistakes, do they?
No, probably not.
Here's a good question for you, Eugene. Which one of these two would you rather play heads up for this title, for your second super high roller title?
I don't know.
Frying pan or fire?
I think I would rather play Olivier, but not because I think he's worse or anything. Just because I'm like better friends with him. I'm really good friends with Olivier,
so
and I know Dan only because I only through Olivier. So I think it would just be a lot of fun because he's one of my closer friends.
And obviously, after his one-drop win, Dan Coleman did become a slightly controversial character in the poker world. Some people felt that he turned his back on poker, that he should have cooperated and done media interviews, and the position he took was weird and slightly hypocritical. What do you make of him as someone you know through Olivier?
Like I said, I'm not like that close with him. I've only hung out with him when it was with Olivier, but I don't know. We haven't really spoken much about like the views in general on poker. So I don't know. I think my opinion is as good as anyone's.
Raise and take it for Bousquet. We've seen 125 hands at this final table.
Eugene would probably rather answer questions about the TV show he was on than questions about what he thinks about Dan Coleman.
Yeah, when it's the right time, I'm definitely looking forward to it.
Just trying to get an insight from people who know him really well, because obviously for most of our viewers and for many of us, he's kind of an enigma. And from what Olivier said, because Olivier obviously, as his friend, came to his defense after that event of the World Series, said, look, he's just a really nice guy and he's young.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of agree with that. I guess he's got like strong views on certain things. I do think you have to be somewhat thankful to poker because it has brought him a lot of good and stuff, but I don't know. I guess he shouldn't really be forced into giving interviews. I mean, I mean, me personally, I'm certainly of a different opinion. If I were to win the one drop, I would certainly like do every single interview that's possible and do anything I can to.
Eugene would
to
do this.
promote
He'd be
it.
like, "F you, F you, F you. You're cool. F you. I have so much money, I can buy my way out of anything."
Bousquet pairs his 9 on the river, but he's losing to Coleman's pair of queens.
I would go to that winner's circle with a torch so I could burn every bridge imaginable.
Maybe he's always in these tough spots.
Coleman bets $500,000, gets a fold from Bousquet. Well, this final table included another former Super High Roller champ, Scott Seiver. He exited in 4th. Plus a couple of guys who've had really good results in this format. Vladimir Troyanovsky, Dan Shak, several deep runs, several final tables for both those guys. And some newcomers to the format as well. The likes of Morton Klein. It was a great story that Theo Jorgensen told us, that he intended to play the Estrellas main event, but it had sold out.
1K event.
Intended to play the €300 Barcelona Cup, that had sold out. So what else was there to register for?
Really?
50K Super High Roller. I want to play a tournament. I'm in.
Wow, that's awesome. That's a great story. I didn't know that. That's cool.
It's like showing up to buy a moped and being like, you know what? I'll take the Beamer.
They're
You're
out of
mopeds?
mopeds. I'll just take the Ferrari.
Yeah, just give me the Ferrari.
You're out of those two. I'll take the Jet.
I came here for something.
Give me a chopper. I need to get there somehow.
Oh, here's a good question from The Matrix. Eugene, are you looking forward to coaching your PokerStars protege?
Yeah, sure. I mean, we'll see who wins, and yeah, I think it'll be fun.
What if, you mentioned you have a girlfriend. What if the protege turns out to be a very attractive young lady and you fall for each other? What about? Have you ever thought about that?
I think I'll be fine. I think that's unlikely.
Bousquet with a wheel draw. Coleman with a pair. 500,000 apiece. To the river we go. 2 pair now for Coleman.
Easy fold this time around for Bousquet. Eugene, question from Poker News, from Donnie Peters at Poker News, who thinks poker on TV should get more fun. From someone who plays all the games, Eugene. We'll get to that in a second.
I played with Dan Coleman on the bubble yesterday, and he was pounding away at it. I mean, it ultimately came back to bite him a little bit at the end.
No sand.
But for a period of time there, he was definitely exploiting it, probably to the best that I've ever seen anyone do it.
Sure you won't.
You know what? I played with him at the Premier League. I watched him in the one drop. I mean, there's no question he's an amazing, I won't say up-and-coming star. I think he is a star. And I have nothing but good things to say about his play.
Yeah. Well, this pot originally raised by Bousquet. We'll get to that question in a second.
We've got a pair against a straight draw here.
And it looks like it is over. Don't shoot. Yes, Donnie Peters, who thinks that poker on TV should be fun again. From someone that plays all the games, Eugene, which one of these two do you consider to be more well-rounded, a.k.a. more than just no limit?
That's a good question. Trying to think if... I don't think Dan plays any other games. Not to my knowledge. I think he only plays No Limit. I'd be surprised if he plays any other games. And Olivier.
I'd be surprised if he didn't.
I think they both play only No Limit.
I would say
far as I
mostly
know.
for sure.
Yeah.
I would be surprised though too. Doesn't it always seem like though when a guy wins a lot of money and has like a great year, then he starts feeling out the other games? That's when he starts
that's when
deciding
you
to
can
play
like
big Omaha games.
Yeah, you can like afford to play with the big boys and maybe learn, because you know the best way to learn is to play with the best players.
Right.
Unfortunately, it's expensive. It's a little expensive, or can be expensive. So yeah, you know usually like if you win in the limit, you have some confidence and. You know, you're willing to try out new things.
Well, there you go, Donnie Peters.
It's certainly better to try new things when you're winning than you're losing.
Yeah, it's probably not the best to jump into big games you know nothing about when you're losing. And by the way, and you know maybe Olivier and Coleman and Dan do play other games, but we just haven't seen much of it. Thank you for your question, Donnie Peters from Poker News, who thinks poker should be more fun on TV.
Big draw for Coleman. He bets it on the turn and gets a fold from Bousquet. So we're now talking about 11.7 million playing 7.5. Coleman's clawing back. Raising a call. Wow. Thought better, Dan Coleman.
Dan clawed his way back to drop this
Wow,
chip
you got clubs now.
deficit.
All right, at least it's gonna get interesting.
Well, not the train wreck card we were hoping for.
No. At least a jack.
Coleman bets 1.5 million on the river, gets the fold from Bousquet. Well, Dan Coleman is certainly one of the young players who's really burst onto the scene in 2014. Another player you can put into that category is Dominic Panka, who took down the PCA in January. We asked him who he thinks will win this title here in Barcelona.
It's hard to say. Both guys are super talented players, and given the fact that Olivier is actually the one that schooled Dan Coleman, I would say it's like a battle of the master versus the apprentice. And I would say, you know, Dan Coleman, he's on such a hit right now, and I would say that he's most favored to take it down, but it's, you know, very, very close.
Too close to call.
Somebody go out on a limb, say something. Someone be like, look, Dan Coleman is an absolute fish. Olivier Bousquet would run circles around this kid.
Check.
Check, check on the turn. 8 on the river. Olivier value betting his kings, and looks like he's going to get a call from Coleman. There it is.
King 5.
And these two guys, it also seems like they treat each other with a lot of respect out there. Just, you know, talking about their hands, showing it when they fold. They announce the hands immediately when they're called down. The kind of things you do when you're playing against a friend. You're not necessarily soft playing each other, but you're just being super respectful to them.
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't really surprise me. They're such good friends. So.
Gabriel says, watching this heads-up battle just shows because of the insane leveling they're on, it almost becomes basic poker once again.
You know, I kind of thought that. I had a similar thought, and I thought, nah, it's probably just way too complicated for me to understand it, so it looks simple. It's like looking at the Matrix. You think it's just a bunch of zeros and ones, but there's something going on there.
I think they're probably not going to go out of their way to play anything to like really outplay each other or really bluff each other. I think that's usually the case between friends. Is that usually? I mean, I think
play a little more straightforward.
Yeah, you play a little bit more straightforward in general. So in that sense, it's probably a little bit less interesting for the audience.
Oh, Coleman's getting frisky. 3-betting with 9-5. Busquet open with ace-king. And responds by shoving on Coleman, who is not going to call with 9-5.
Well, one of those guys played it straightforward.
See, just as we were saying.
But you can't lay down. You can't, you can't just play the cards you're dealt. Or
yeah, you have to mix it up sometimes.
Yeah.
If you're always playing straightforward, then it's just way too easy to play with it.
So once again, a reminder that we continue to stream live action from the Barcelona leg of the European Poker Tour over the next few days, over the weekend and into next week. Tomorrow, you can watch Cards Up coverage of the final table of the Estrellas main event. It set a record, more than 2,500 players, the biggest freeze-out PokerStars has ever run anywhere in the world. And then we switch our attention back to the EPT and main event coverage from day 1B through to the final table with more Cards Up coverage on day 6.
Wow.
Okay, well, this is a cooler.
I don't think you're going to be seeing lots of checks here.
Queen 8 against 8-3, and both players flop trips.
This is a more ridiculous cooler than the one that keep Walt Disney's head in.
Busquet check calls the flop for 350,000.
That's a bad card.
Check.
Flush card.
Think that's a major action killer, or we got to wait till the 4th diamond hits the river?
Coleman bets again into a pot of 1.4 million. He makes it $1 million straight. And once again, Busquet flats.
Wow.
Oh boy.
Well, Busquet didn't need to improve, but he does. Sitting there with a full house. And he checks for a 3rd time. Can Coleman get away from this? I assume when he value bets the river.
How much he bets, but
I'm assuming that Busquet responds on moving all in.
Yeah, I mean, of course, but he might be able to get away with it. I mean, the flush isn't like the fact that there's a flush out there.
So he's got 5 million behind. How much of it has he put in?
All in.
2.4. He's bet half his stack.
Yeah.
Wow. Eugene?
I mean, it's insane.
Can Eugene Kachalov fold this?
I think I would fold it because you can't really beat anything. I mean, it's like, it's usually like the check call, check raise all in is. It's very
pretty strong line.
Yeah, especially. I mean, like on this board, I mean, Dan has shown no weakness, so it's like, it's just there's nothing he can beat except like a pure bluff. And it's like, what does Olivier have that's a pure bluff? Olivier, like the reason why you can fold here is because Olivier never check calls the turn with a draw. I mean, very rarely does he have a draw on the turn. So, so he must have showdown value, and if he has showdown value, whatever, if it's weak, he's never check raising all in with it. So,
well, Coleman folds,
yeah,
and leaving himself pretty short. 2.47 million. Busquet now up to nearly 17 million. Coleman on the ropes.
Yeah.
Good flush.
108.
Wow. Lower than the queen, obviously. Should have just check raised the flop, man.
I'm going to address this one last time because Hickey's just joined us and asks for thoughts on the political statements on the T-shirts at the final table. We have addressed this several times today, and we discussed it with Michael Josen, PokerStars head of PR. The situation is, if you have an issue with the statements these players are expressing, you talk to them. They chose to wear those T-shirts.
What's Olivier's say? I didn't even see it.
It says Save Gaza.
Oh, okay, okay.
Point being that they're making a statement. It's their freedom of expression. We're not going to stamp on that. It's their views. It's not the views of the EPT or of PokerStars or anyone else affiliated with the tournament necessarily.
Yeah.
2.3, 2.4.
I think they're certainly allowed to have their view. And
check.
People often bizarrely compare poker to other sports and talk about poker players being treated the same way as athletes in those sports are treated. It's such a different situation. It's the players' money. They are paying to compete. They are putting up their money for the prize pool.
Yeah.
They're paying their commission to the tournament organisers. And obviously, there are certain requirements of them. There are certain rules they have to follow. And we ask them to cooperate for the most part with what we do with the TV production. But in terms of how much interference we have, there is a line. I'm not sure where that line should be, but certainly, as far as we see it, it shouldn't be in trying to stamp down what they want to wear and the statements they want to make, as long as they're not saying anything outrageously rude or offensive.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
It's a very slippery slope. Where do you stop? Where does the rule lie? I wouldn't want someone to stop me from wearing a Free Willy T-shirt or a Save Ferris T-shirt.
Is it the most heartwarming moment in cinema history when that whale leaps into the air and is free?
At the time, it was up there.
Check. Check.
wow, Dan checked it back.
Check.
But we can decide how long we want it to be? It has to be for 1 hour?
I believe so. I'll double check.
Because in Prague, they would let us decide. I remember that.
Well, that may have been a non-televised event.
And it can't be longer either.
Mr. Busquet.
Yo, do something stupid in the next 20 minutes, man.
Players being informed there will be an hour-long dinner break at the end of this level. This level due to end in 23 minutes' time. Busquet bets his pair of fives, gets a fold from Coleman.
Praise from Brendan Kelly. That's why Dan Coleman is one of the very, very best. Great escape from a setup hand.
Hi.
Jeremy James says, I'm going to jinx you guys. This super high roller will end very soon. Very, very soon. Thanks, Jeremy.
Doesn't jinx sound like the kind of thing that should be like a bad word, like a racist thing?
You all right? I mean, seriously, I just coolered you. Like, this should be over. You're too good, man. Yeah? Okay. How much is it?
Coleman's still alive, but he is short stack.
Whoa. All in.
And with Coleman stacked, do you like that tactic, just open shoving on him?
Yeah. I think, how big is Coleman stack?
2.3 million with
Oh,
blinds at
yeah,
81.60.
yeah. He's got like 14 blinds or whatever it is.
I have run you down, buddy. It's nice to get hit with the deck at the super high roller final table. It's nice.
You got aces a couple times.
I didn't just get aces. I got people to go all in who also had an ace in their hand. That's pretty good.
Honesty.
Check.
We know both of Busquet's hole cards. We only know one of Coleman's.
Check.
Is Queen High the best hand?
Check.
Jack high.
Yes.
Every blind counts now.
So we've seen 139 hands at the final table. Busquet playing 17 million, Coleman 2 million. 107 big blinds versus 13 big blinds. Coleman just limping with ace-king.
Yeah, well, I mean, they've both been limping. One short. Wow.
All in.
Olivier calls.
Wow.
And tables Queen-Jack, Coleman with ace-king. Well, Coleman's ahead. Busquet has live cards and the big advantage here in terms of chips. So if Busquet hits here, it's over.
And if he doesn't, it's still not really that big of a deal. Still a big uphill battle for Dan Coleman.
Ace, king, high, still ahead.
Exciting flop.
The turn card is a queen. Busquet takes the lead. And unless there is an ace or a king on the river, we have a result here in the super high roller.
Speaking of uphill battles.
Coleman's dreams of being a two-time super high roller champ are fading. He has 6 outs. The river's at 10. Olivier Busquet has done it after finishing as a runner-up in a high roller event on the EPT and a runner-up in a main event on the tour. He is a super high roller winner.
Thank you.
The master versus the apprentice.
What's up?
And the master is victorious. Dan Coleman won the high roller, the super high roller rather, in Monaco, then took down the one drop, but can't find that third victory. But for second place, he's still getting more than 800,000 euros, because remember, these guys did do a deal. Olivier Busquet gets a slightly bigger sum. They're playing for an extra 30k, but he's going to get to lift that trophy, and he's won his first major title on the European Poker Tour.
And this is by no means a loss for Dan Coleman. It's just a non-win.
So here's how the final table played out. Busquet the champion, Coleman the runner-up. Of course, those final 2 payouts adjusted after the final 2 did a deal. And that is where we will leave it. We are back tomorrow with live coverage of the Astraeus main event final table. That starts at 1 p.m. Central European time. My thanks to Eugene Kachalov.
Thank you, guys.
My thanks to Joe Stapleton.
Goodbye, my babies.
We are back tomorrow, 1 p.m. for the Estrellas. Congratulations to Olivia Biscay. It's now good night from Barcelona.